Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the February 2nd Groundhog Day edition of the Gainesville City Commission. Happy to have you all with us this morning. I'm going to remind everybody there may be a little extra noise because, as you may or may not be aware, the soundboard that we normally use is not correctly functioning, which is why we were downstairs for the previous City Commission meeting and a couple weeks ago. The fix is on the way, but in the meantime, the mics are, we are advised, very hot. And each microphone is on, so you may hear a little extra rumbling and shuffling of things as we go forward. And I apologize for that. I hope to have it fixed by the next time we have something here in the auditorium. With that, Madam Clerk.
Our first item is invocation by Pastor Catherine Dearlove with the Trinity Metropolitan Community Church of Gainesville.
Welcome, Pastor Dearlove. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and community. I invite you to pray or reflect or meditate as you feel comfortable. Spirit of life, God of many names and none, be in the hearts and minds of all of those who would be part of this meeting today. Help us know that each of us comes from our own different traditions and beliefs, and these can lift up our spirit in unity. Knowing that we are part of an interconnected web of life, help us reflect a sense of listening and caring for the good of all. The world that we are now experiencing so much hatred and anger, but I pray that all who speak in this meeting will reflect a grace-filled approach to discussions, as difficult as some of them may be, so that all that needs to be achieved will be done. As we reflect these goals in our hearts, I say, Amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk.
We have the adoption of the agenda with some updates. First is item 2023-88, approval of the employment contracts for the city manager, city attorney, equity and inclusion director, and general manager of utilities. This item was moved from consent to regular agenda. This is followed by Commissioner Duncan-Walker's item on gun violence as a local crisis. That's item 2023-104. There was an update to the title for this item. The next item is 2023-87. Mayor Ward, this is a Bloomberg Philanthropies letter of support. This was moved from consent to regular agenda. There are three land use items, 2022-536, 2022-537, and 2022-380. The text was updated for those items. And finally, we have item number 2023-07, an ordinance revising civil citation. This item was moved from the afternoon to the evening session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Attorney, if you would just give us a very brief update of what those updates. My understanding is that the updated text for 536, 37, and 80 are minimal in nature. Is that accurate?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and actually there really is no change. For 536, 537, and 380, the agenda reports that are submitted to be placed on the agenda summary that we see here were complete, and there was an error in inputting, I suppose, such that the actual title of the ordinance, included in the report, included in the backup, was not put in the field so that the clerk can more easily read it during the course of the meeting. There's no other change to that other than ensuring that information was popped up into the agenda report. And even for the last item here, 2023-07, no change at all to that since a week ago. It's just been placed into the evening as part of general agenda management. So they aren't mods or updates in the sense that there's anything new.
Very good. Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the agendas?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All right, so we'll ask for public comment on the adoption of the agendas. If you have comments about the consent, about items that are on the consent agenda, now is the appropriate time to speak on those. Madam Clerk, do you have a list?
Nathan Scott,
May I please have the
followed by Joe Beatty.
May I please have the streaming overhead before I begin? Can you restart my time, please, because I haven't started? Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you restart my time? Thank you. Good morning, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the item on the consent agenda for the Heartwood Dreams to Reality construction contract, I'd ask respectfully that be removed from the consent agenda, and there be some discussion regarding the $655,737 of additional costs the city's going to bear under a cost-plus contract. This was from December 2020, where the listing prices for for the 11 affordable homes were approximately 159 up. And this is the most recent thing where we're speculating or estimating overages like GRU estimates bills. So now the actual cost, including profit, so there's an 18% overhead and profit on top of that. So the houses of these affordable houses, which also include taxpayer subsidized free internet, which we're all paying for, are now over $300,000. And now if I understand this correctly, those costs are not being passed on, those additional construction costs, and we know costs have gone up. But this illustrates the peril of the city building houses or contracting to build houses and entering into a fixed firm cost plus contract. So now these costs are not being passed along to the homeowners. So you're building a huge pot of equity, which these houses could be probably immediately flipped unless there's any restrictions on that, or maybe the city needs to say, hey, we need to put kind of a lien on there to prevent this. But you're building tons of instant equity. $159,000 house is now $300,000, and you guys are just on the hook to go pay for that. And I know it's funded by CRA, but that's the problem here, is this commission doesn't care about economics because you're too concerned with virtue signaling and your agenda-driven political ideology. Now, I think this was a well-intended project to begin with. I supported it. I questioned the free internet because I don't live in a $159,000 house. I don't get free internet. I don't think anyone in this room gets free internet. But these people that are now going to live in $300,000 houses are going to get free internet, and the city's giving away money that you don't have. I'm also happy to see that the employment contracts for the charter officers have been removed from the consent agenda because there needs to be some discussion about the 40% raise that the mayor gave to one of the charter officers, the 15% raise given to the city manager, and other things. How are we going to pay for this, Mayor Ward? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Beatty?
Your customers can't afford your bill.
Good morning, Joe Beatty. I know that you don't want us to ask for things to be pulled from the consent agenda at this point. And the fact that you're wanting us to talk to these items now shows that there will be no discussion. It will go on consent, and you commissioners will not benefit from our comments. I'm going to ask anyway, even though I know that, Mr. Mayor, you'll probably deny it, as you've said you want things way in advance. I did send an email in advance of this meeting, and should have gotten it. So I would like the item Heartwood, Dreams to Reality, pulled from consent. The comments that Mr. Scott just made and other comments that other people might have might be informative of you as you deliberate, which clearly when it's on consent, there's no intention for that. Also, regarding 2361 and taking $50,000 from GRU on a Wild Spaces project, I think that needs a little discussion. You know, every penny you take from GRU just makes it harder for anybody to do anything about your customer bills. Your customers are hurting. Your citizens and constituents are hurting. This is no way to do business. Once again, I will reiterate the comments that I've made and many others have made before about changes to the agenda at the last minute. And it's unfair. I am glad that somebody in their infinite wisdom, I guess, knew that we were going to ask to have the contracts pulled. So I do want to thank you whoever's responsible for pulling these contracts and putting them on the regular agenda, thank you for not having me needing to come up and ask you to do that. But your disdain for public input and showing that it doesn't matter. I hope that some of you other commissioners will ask for these items to be pulled. There are questions, the public has questions, and I would hope that you have got some questions too. So thank you for giving me your time, and I'm glad to see those of you who are paying attention to citizens who speak. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate it, and I look forward to the rest of this meeting.
Madam Clerk, anyone else on?
Brian O'Brien, followed by Debbie Martinez.
Good morning, Mayor Ward,
Good morning.
Commissioners. It's nice to see you, and I wanted to say thank you to Mayor Ward for responding to my request to put the backup on the agenda for the hiring of the 4 charter officers. We do appreciate that. And I'd also like to say that the fact that it was placed on there yesterday, just 24 hours before the meeting, I know that's the best you could do. It was being held up. But I think we've made a pledge to not bring things to the agenda if they're not ready. So in this case, if the backup for an item this important cannot be ready when the agenda is printed, because the citizens don't always have time on a Wednesday to spend all the hours it takes to prep for a meeting without having that backup where they can look at it over the course of the week. So thank you, sir, for adding that, and I just ask that you follow your own rules in the future and get the backup on there when the agenda is issued 1 week before the meeting. The second thing I would like to say is that this, as you know, the budget is my main concern, and financially, the Heartwood, I'm all for the project. I think affordable housing is definitely one of our big national, local problems, but I would like to discuss this this amount of money being $655,000 is significant. And I don't know where that math came from that Mr. Scott presented, but I consider him to be a very well-informed citizen, and I would like it if you would pull that off so we could see the detail on those expenditures. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Debbie Martinez.
Thank you, Debbie Martinez. I too would like to thank, I don't know who I'm supposed to thank because I don't know who on this commission was willing to pull that item, off the consent agenda regarding charter officers' pay raise, to thank them. So I don't know who, if it's top secret or what, but whoever it is, I just want to thank them as well. And I hope that you'll consider pulling the other items off the consent agenda that the citizens are asking for, because I believe if I were sitting in your shoes, I would want to pull it off so I could brag about it. I would want to say, we're supporting this because this is going to do this to help everybody, and this is the best way to spend our money, and it's actually going to, by spending more money on this affordable housing project, it's actually going to create more money to make more affordable housing. So, it just makes it feel like when you don't do it that there's something you want to hide, or you'd rather not discuss it in public. But thank you.
Madam Clerk? Okay, so that's all for adoption of the consent and regular agenda. Back to the commission. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. We have agendas. Madam Clerk?
Our next item is early public comment on agenda items.
Okay, so early public comment is for items that are on the agenda that you're not able to stay to make comment on later. It's an opportunity for you to make a public comment. If you're going to talk about one agenda item, you get 3 minutes. If you're going to talk about more than one, you can have a total of 5 minutes, but you need to be specific about those items. This is not open general public comment. This is specific to items that are on the agenda that you won't stay for later. Now, if you take this opportunity now for early public comment, you don't get to talk about it again when the item comes up. So that's the intent of this. We are asking folks to please sign up, one card each, to speak on items at the lectern. And by the way, the lighting system is your friend. When it's green, you have plenty of time to talk. There's a total of 3 minutes. When it goes to yellow, it means you have 1 minute left. So start trying to wind up. And when it turns red, I'm going to ask you to please conclude. Madam Clerk.
I have Joe Beatty, followed by Brian O'Brien, followed by Debbie Martinez.
Okay. Ms. Beatty? No?
Early public comment.
This is early public comment. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
That's it.
So none of you who signed up for early public comment want to speak to early public comment? I mean, it's okay if you don't, but I just want to be clear.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I never know exactly when I want to speak, and so I give a card to the clerk, and I say, ask me. And I'm here to speak on other things, so early public comment is inappropriate. The clerk did as she was asked. She calls my name, she will call it on every item, or she will look at me, and sometimes she's new to this position. Ms. Gainey used to just look at me, and I would either nod yes or no, and my name would be called or not. I think that's how citizens have come, because it's really hard to know. Sometimes something comes up in the meeting, and you decide that you do want to talk on an item. Or sometimes others have spoken, and they've made your points, and so you decide to
Ms. Beatty,
sit back.
You don't have something for early public comment?
That's what I told you, and I'm explaining when my name gets called, and I say no, and I sit there. Don't look at me
Ms.
like
Beatty,
I'm a fool.
It was a simple question. I'm sorry that it was interpreted differently. Mr. O'Brien, do you have something that you'd like to speak on that you will not be speaking on later?
I'm sorry, sir. My name was called and you wanted to know, so I pulled the agenda this morning and the contracts for the charter officers were on consent. But then when you started the meeting, after I'd already turned in my slip according to the rules that I thought was what I was supposed to do, my understanding is you've changed it now from what I had. And
Mr. O'Brien, do you have something that is on the agenda you would like to speak
There's
to?
still no backup on here that I can get for the item.
Do you have an item that you want to speak to?
It's been changed to the main.
So are you
agenda.
telling me you don't have an item you want to speak
No,
to?
sir, but I did when I filled out the card. Thank you.
It's a bad system.
It's a relatively simple system that's been working for more than a year. Ms. Martinez?
Yeah, I think it's just best don't interrogate the citizens, why they filled it out the way they did. Thank you.
You all made your points very clearly. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
The next item is business discussions. The first item is item number 2023-88, approval of employment contracts for the city manager, city attorney, equity and inclusion director, and general manager for utilities, with the recommendation that the commission approve the employment contracts for the city manager, city attorney, equity and inclusion director, and general manager for utilities.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Commissioner Cheston, I'm going to get to you in just a second. I want to make an opening comment on this. We have, you all, commissioners, asked me to negotiate contracts with these 4 charter officers at the meeting 2 weeks ago, and we have done so. There's not a lot of change to the contracts other than the salaries. And I want to give you a little information on how we got to those salaries, just to be a little more clear. Let me find my papers here. There is no change in one of them to their current salary. There is a change in another that brings it, let me tell you where they are, each of them, against midpoint for market and maximum for market. The general manager contract is 93% of market. Market, by the way, is the midpoint. We consider that to be the midpoint of that position nationally. So 93% of the midpoint, not the maximum. The maximum we're aware of for that position, by the way, is $410,000. We're nowhere near that. The midpoint, 333. City manager, the midpoint is also 333 with a maximum of 410. The contract in front of us is 90% of the midpoint. The city attorney is 103%. Offered here is 103% of the midpoint. The maximum would have been 271. We're nowhere near that. The OEI director is at 115% of the midpoint. It is not at maximum. We got to, I want to speak specifically to the OEI position. That position, as it was originally contemplated in our charter, when it was made a charter position a couple of decades ago, was very specific to a compliance position. We have given it many, many, many more responsibilities, including over the last 12 months. We've added responsibilities. The Jenny program is under that position, and it wasn't even contemplated a couple of years ago. It's a brand new thing that has been added to that office. The disparity study, which has been ongoing and is going to have tremendous responsibilities for implementation moving forward, not contemplated in previous iterations of the position. That's why we negotiated the numbers that we negotiated. My hope is that we have whatever discussions we want, but that we consider it from those viewpoints, and that if I would love to see a motion to accept all the contracts. If that's not possible, then for any positions that we are not going to have a motion to accept the contract, if that happens, then instead a motion would be made to give me a range of what is possible. We did not, I was not given a range to work with in the previous motion, which is okay. Again, we have said who we want those charter officers to be, and I would ask that we avoid discussions about those individuals' ability to or worth on those positions from the dais. I don't want to negotiate up here, but if we're not going to have motions to accept those contracts, then let's have a conversation about assigning me a range to go back and reconsider. My hope is that that doesn't happen, but we'll see where we go from here. And certainly speak freely, commissioners. I'm not, I'm a big boy and I can handle it. It's okay, but please make it about me and not about them. So, Commissioner Chester.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm glad that you shared with us the process for coming to your recommendations. And I looked at each contract, and they are comparable in terms of PTO time, in terms of separation of service, 20 weeks of pay, in terms of insurance, and all of the things you would expect a contract to have. The difficulty I have is with the salary ranges. And I would be in agreement with the salary range for the attorney, the city manager, and the GRU manager. The one that I have difficulty with is with the Office of Equity and Inclusion. That is a $67,000 increase. And I think that is just, I would suggest that we go back to the drawing board on that particular one and look at comparable salaries in the state or nationally. I can't give you a range, but I think that far exceeds. Disparity studies are normal particles, if you will, of a equity and inclusion office. I mean, that's what they are made up of. That's where the equity comes in. I appreciate the general manager, I guess not negotiating anything higher because he is at 300,000 now.
308.
308. He's at 308 now, so not negotiating anything higher. Just to sort of give an anecdotal, I have always been concerned with the disparity and the difference in pay for GRU employees and general government. I think that they perform the same duties. This is a system that has been perpetuated. It was the system that was here when I was here 30 years ago. It's always been a separation. Now, when I was on the Charter Review Commission, we looked at bringing GRU under the city manager. And I was against that. So there's an axiom, where you stand depends on where you sit. I see it from a different vantage point now. I would like for us, it's not an immediate thing, but I'd like for us to look at other cities that have publicly owned utilities and what that arrangement is. If you bring the GRU under the general government, then maybe you'd look at more comparable salaries. But I just don't think that we can continue to have this separate and unequal salary structure. Now, back to the disparity, the Office of Inclusion. If we look at raising that salary by $67,000, then it puts our clerk at a very low salary. So then if the clerk doesn't come, someone will come on her behalf because she's going to be looking for equity there. She's at $157,000, and you would have the Office of Equity and Inclusion at $218,000. I don't think that's fair. That's one reason I'd like to go back to the drawing board to get an equitable salary structure. So at some point after we hear from commissioners, I'd like to place a motion on the floor to refer back to the mayor to negotiate the salary for the Office of Equity and Inclusion and accept the salary recommendations for the city attorney, the city manager, and the general manager of GRU.
But, so you're not putting that motion on the table yet? Or
Well, I'll put the motion on the
Okay.
table now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
That's my motion.
Would you, let's separate the two, we'll vote separately if that's okay.
That's fine.
And I would ask that somewhere in there, you give me a number to work with.
See, I
and
wish I
that's-
could.
Yeah,
I wish I could, because the reason I can't give you a number is because I haven't looked at the salaries across the state.
okay.
But if I had looked at the salaries across the state, I could give you a number.
So how about in the separation, when we refer to OEI, that perhaps you ask for HR to bring back a study
Oh, yes.
to inform me what the,
Okay.
what the range might be.
Thank you. Yes, I include that in the motion.
Okay.
Second. Okay, thank you.
Very good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. I have one more light here. Let's see, Commissioner Saka,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
and it's already on.
Oh, I know, bring it closer because I've been
Gotcha.
told that my voice doesn't carry. So while I understand Commissioner Chestnut's concern, it is a significant jump. I think what you said about what the position has become, and over the years, I did double check the charter, and the charter itself says very little about the position. So it basically is the job that we've made it. And I want to say in at least the last 5 years, the duties have just piled on and on to that office. And I understand wanting to look at comparable positions in the city, but if my recollection is correct, the last few times we've looked, there is no Office of Equity and Inclusion that we could find remotely similar to ours. There are at times a smaller office within the within the city manager's office. There are at times a single individual, a single officer with no office. There doesn't seem to be, and maybe this time HR can find a different one. But there doesn't seem to be a comparable position to the composite we have here. There doesn't seem to be a charter or any officer, manager, what have you, in a comparable city, in a comparable position. So I don't know if we're going to find that. And having said that, I don't know if we can say this is an unwarranted or unusual amount if we don't even know what the other ones look like. I can't say this doesn't look right if I don't even know what the other ones look like. I say this seems appropriate given the tasks and duties assigned to the position. And I know we're given conversations at GPC, we only want equity and inclusion to do even more work in the future, especially with the holistic development of equity. We want every aspect of our city and our growth to include that office. That's more work for that office. That's more oversight for that office. So I think given where we want that office to go, what we all have already put on it, and previous expeditions to find similar positions, they don't exist. We haven't found them. And I think the last time we looked might have been less than 2 years ago. I'm not going to support this motion, at least the second half. I think we all agreed, most of us agreed, we wanted these officers to remain. We did not give you any limitations at that point, even though you asked us if we wanted them, and nobody had reservations at that point. And so we gave you that full authority to negotiate, and I believe you did so in good faith, and you explained your process. I think all four should have the salary that was originally negotiated with you, and that's where it should be, given the amount of work that Gainesville has asked them to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Commissioner Chestnut kind of opening the discussion on a fairly difficult conversation when you're talking about people across the dais and their salaries. I think probably the most important thing that strikes me related to the salaries is that we have just indicated the obvious, and the obvious is that these members, these charter members, are valuable to the organization. So that's I personally think that's probably the most important thing you can do is support the staff where they're at the extreme higher executive level, as we're talking about these charter officers, and make going from interim to permanent status, I think was probably the most important decision we made, a week or so ago. And then I kind of stopped there because I think that we have some opportunity over the next few months through the next budget cycle to determine what might be salaries that are commensurate or appropriate for our October 1, 2024 budget cycle. I'm typically not in favor of us making someone permanent, making sure they know they're valued basically by that status change, and then increasing our budgetary ask by a large amount. I've been doing some calculator work this morning. I'm really struggling with actually what the total fiscal impact. Do we have that number? I've been looking through all the backup, and I'm just having a difficult time with what the number is of the combined salary increase. Do we know that?
It's $135,000.
Ms., so I'm going to ask that folks save your comments for public comment rather than shouting out. This is not a new ask on any mayor's part, and I hope that I'm going to ask once again, one final time, that we not holler out and try to do that. Okay, Ms. Gretz, are you in the room with us?
And I do apologize, Mr. Mayor. I have been doing some calculator work and looking at the backup. I'm just wondering, what is that figure? What is those four figures? I'm looking some shaking heads here and stuff, and that gives me a little more insight and kind of just one or two more comments.
So, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Laura Gretz, HR Director. So I'll start with the easiest one first, which is our General Manager. So there's no difference with that. He's not negotiated an increase For the city attorney, and I apologize, I'm doing math on the fly up here with my trusty calculator. Oh, excuse me. I hit the wrong number, sorry.
Mayor, I have those figures.
It is a 9% difference. I think we were asking for a dollar amount.
Ms. Gretz, hang on just a second. Commissioner Chestnut, so Commissioner Book, are you asking for the addition of the salaries or the larger?
Yeah, what's the total fiscal impact of the additional salary? And then if it's a percentage, that's also okay, but I was also looking for that dollar figure.
Okay.
Okay, for the city attorney, the increase, the current salary was at 207,460. The negotiated salary was 228,000. That's a difference of $20,540, roughly 9% increase. For Ms. Curry, her current salary is 261,785. And the negotiated salary is $299,000 even. That is a difference of $37,215. It's roughly a 14% increase. And then Mr. Folston, our OEI director, currently makes $151,246.95. The negotiated salary is $218,000. And that is a difference of, I apologize, I think it's off just a little bit, but around just over $66,000, and it's roughly a 40% increase.
Is that the information you're looking for?
Yeah, thank you very much, Director. That's very helpful. So the impact's large. And I think that one of the comments that Commissioner Chestnut said is very important is when you raise one in a what is a very, very large percentage, for example, under the equal opportunity in that particular charter, then you immediately look for equity across your other charters, and then you have one that's a large amount lower. And as a result, I think we would be back here with yet another collateral impact, which is, I think, what you were alluding to, Commissioner. I like what Commissioner Sacco said about the fact that we did bargain in good faith, and I appreciate that. I'm not in favor of, obviously, the high fiscal impact, because I think that we can probably address that in the next few months. And when we start our budget process in the next 30 days, the decisions we're making right now are going to be levers that are going to operate against us to do the things we want to do. But I do appreciate the negotiation very much. I do believe these people are very valuable. I think we probably need to hold the line on the salaries for this particular time, and then address it in the next few months as we see going forward. But thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Duncan-Walker.
We're still
That's
here.
you.
Great, yeah. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues who have commented on this very delicate subject. The charters are incredibly important. I think they've done wonderful work. Right off the top, I will say I will be supporting this motion. I think it's alarming for anyone when they're hearing something or seeing something on paper to see a 40% increase in anything. So I think that's very normal for questions to arise. I will say I do understand the amount of work that we have asked for to come out of the Office of Equity and Inclusion. However, I think the fairest thing to do here is to go back to the drawing board and actually take a look at a charter equity pay study. I think that's how we get down to what the figures are in terms of anywhere else that may have a comparable location. We don't know what has happened since 2019 or 2020, the last time one was done. And I'm particularly interested in giving staff that opportunity to bring us something back that we can actually look at comparably. I want to say this carefully and with all due respect. This commission several weeks ago said that we were going to go out to a competitive process. And I shifted that with a motion. And I must admit that part of me feels, first of all, I did it out of what I believed was the right thing to do. And I still stand on that. But if I'm going to be fully transparent, I feel like bringing the charters on without a competitive process was generous. It was generous. I am not questioning anyone's worth, because the work that you do is tremendous. But I do believe that the fair thing to do at this time is to do the charter equity pay study so that we can all be comfortable with where we're going to land. We've heard that there is a significant fiscal impact. And Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the work that you did with the charters. Everybody brings something different to the table, and everyone's work is different. And I think that's also the thing that we have to consider. So I have a question, just so that I'm clear, because in the things that we have asked the Office of Equity and Inclusion to do, we do know that Jenny is now part of the work that's coming out of that office. But have we hired an individual that is the Jenny representative, or someone that's supposed to be doing that specific work?
That person has not been hired yet. We've not been successful.
But there's a
in finding
position
that. There's a
that is
position.
allotted for that.
Yes.
And I believe that figure that individual is getting paid, I don't know, is Ms. Gretz still here? Can anyone speak to that? I know this is off of the fly, and I apologize. I'm just curious.
Good morning again, Mayor and Commissioners. So Commissioner Duncan-Walker, to clarify, you're looking for the salary of the
Jenny
cultural-
individual that
Yes,
we'll be
ma'am.
bringing in to do that work out of the Office of Equity and Inclusion.
There are some days I'm glad I traveled the old-fashioned way.
Me too, Laura.
So that position is a cultural affairs manager. It is the salary range for that position starts at $60,408.16. The midpoint of that is $74,000, and the max for that is $87,591.84.
Okay, and right now, this is a position that is currently open that we are actively searching for?
Correct.
Okay, and can you remind me of what the responsibilities of that individual will be? And don't worry if you don't have that right off, Laura. I know this is on the
I
fly. Thank you.
apologize.
It is okay. I will look it up, and it's fine.
Yes.
It's fine.
Mr. Folston can give you some information.
Thank
on that.
you very much.
Hi, Zariah Folston, Director for the Office of Equity and Inclusion. Thank you so much. So that position is going to be a manager position within my office. The roles and responsibility for that position coming in is going to be helping us formulate how we move forward. Part of that person's responsibility is going to be planning out programmatically what would our immigrant affairs initiatives look like should we continue to move forward in that direction. So that person is going to have experience in writing policies, being able to write an appropriate budget to align with what the commission desires to do in the area of immigrant affairs if we continue down the path that we're on.
Okay, thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Folsom.
And it is currently being advertised as we speak.
Got you.
Yes,
Will that take a considerable load off of you in the way of what needs to happen with Jenny?
Possibly, but not necessarily, because what I believe the commission is desiring to do is to do something holistically, not just within the city of Gainesville in terms of our community builders, but also the community at large. So when you combine those two things, and we're only currently hiring one person, the weight of that responsibility, I'm not going to overwhelm that one person to do that for the entire community. Since we also are talking about a couple things that you should keep in mind as well, the equity work that we have proposed, for those of you that have already participated in that workshop, you know that it's already going to be comprehensive to the whole entire organization. Also keep in mind, as they're looking at comparables, the equity work previously was being done by a consultant completely. We have completely taken that in-house, revamped it, and built curriculum from scratch to be able to implement those types of programs within our office. Also, it's going to be a challenge, so I would love to be involved if I could, to find comparable positions to this in the country, not just in the state. When you factor in what this office does, the way it's set up, the way it's structured, and the responsibilities that it has, it's going to be very hard to find comparables in that regard. One last thing I would share is, to compare the increase to where a person is to where a person is proposing to go assumes that where they started at was on the same footing. So it assumes that each one of us started in an equitable position from the get-go. So there's a lot of assumptions that are being made that I think I don't have a problem working with HR to be able to help come back should the commission desire to move in that direction and see if we can find some comparables. I can tell you I've looked previously because I worked on the gender pay equity study when Commissioner Johnson was here. So when the clerk and the auditor previously got increases, my office, when I was in the office of Policy Oversight Administrator, we worked on making sure that we was equitable to those two individuals. And when we looked, we had a problem then finding apples to apples comparisons for the OEI director position at that time. So I don't have any problem going back and helping them try to find, maybe there's been some new creations in the last 2 years for that position, and I don't have a problem with us going back and look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Poston. Okay, I'm just about to conclude, and I appreciate the information that you did provide. Thank you, and thank you, Laura. I hold fast to the importance of the study. I think it's important for us to revisit. Who knows, like I said, what may have changed during 2020 to this point. And I think we can be very diligent. I think a lot of places are doing innovative things. Gainesville is an innovative place, but we're not the only innovative place. We've taken a look at what other places are doing and kind of borrowed some things. And so I'm more comfortable with us taking a look at that. Very interested in the work that this manager for the Jenny project is going to do. I know we're still open with that, but I'm excited to see exactly what the workload is going to be and what they're coming to the table, because it was my understanding at the very beginning that that person would kind of be the person leading that. So I definitely am looking for more clarity on that. And then I'll just conclude with this. Each one of these offices is different. Each one of them does very different things. And the way that I look at how this city functions, I want to be clear and fair here. What the Office of Equity and Inclusion, and I'm singling that office out because we have assessed a lot to that position. But it's so different from what it takes to run the utility and to run the city that I have to, when I look at percentages of increases, take that into account. So I'm going to conclude with my statements. I support the motion, and I would like to see us move forward on the charter equity pay study.
So when we say charter equity pay study, are we talking about the equity director position, correct?
I'm sorry.
You were talking about the charter officer responsible for equity, surveying that, not, I just want to be clear that nobody thinks we're talking about doing an equity pay study for all 6 charters.
No, the motion includes all of the other charters.
Gotcha, okay, just, right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, and thank you so much for negotiating this. I know it was quite a bit of work, and it's never easy to try to negotiate, especially with people that are so central to how our government works, people that we work with every day. And so, thank you for all your time on that. And thank you all. This is we're seeing a lot of pay increases here. I will point out that we're also going through a period where a dollar didn't mean as much today as it did 2 years ago. I've seen here just quick Googling a 7% inflationary rate in 2021, 6.5% in 2022. So I'd like to at some point hear from Tony Cunningham about why he was willing to, keep his pay scale. But I'd like to kind of get into the Office of Equity and Inclusion. Do that up here. All right, I will hold on that. But I will, so to jump into the Office of Equity and Inclusion, well, I guess first of all is what we're talking about here are not just, budgetary impact. I mean, we're talking about what it takes in a year, but as we're talking about annualized costs, those really add up quickly. It's, I think, $125,000, which will come out to about $1.25 million over the course of a decade. I mean, that is a large amount of money that could go to that. When you're talking about one-time infrastructure projects, things like that, this has a disproportionate impact, and I think that's something to keep in mind as we talk about annualized operation expenses I really appreciate the Office of Equity and Inclusion. I really like all the work that they're doing. I love sitting down with Soraya and with all the folks that are there. I will say that it is a department that is sort of in flux. They have their disparity study should be coming to an end fairly shortly. That was a big project that was on them. The equity toolkit is sort of in flux to where that's going. They're sort of moving to that results-based accountability, as we talked about a few weeks ago, and kind of the scope of Ginny is sort of being discussed right now. So not only are we the only one who kind of has, that I'm aware of, that has made our Office of Equity and Inclusion this robust portion of their government, but also it's kind of in a deciding mode as to how big or how small those projects are going to be and where we go forward. So I think I'll also be supporting the motion just to go back and see where we are and try to figure out if there's to be a little more nuanced as to what pay scale makes sense for that office and how I'd like to go forward from here.
All right, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for negotiating these salaries with our charter officers. I'm concerned about that we missed an opportunity a few weeks ago to start a competitive process that would have given us a little knowledge about the state of some of these positions nationwide. Though that may not have been a full study, we would have gained a lot of information as an organization about our applicant pool and then our finalists, what they expect, what they're experiencing, the talent for these positions. We would have learned quite a bit about their compensation across the country currently, or the expectations going into the future, particularly expectations for our unique government, our unique charter offices. The Office of Equity and Inclusion is to some degree a bit unique. We've heard about that recently from our commission, how it has been unique. It is unique. Other municipalities are looking to adopt this model similar to ours or expanded for what they currently have, and it possibly could look a little more like ours. We have led the way. But the talent that could have been applying could have also helped us understand. They can look at us and say, this is what you have built. This is what I could still imagine it could be. But this is what you have built. These are the expectations you have laid down. And this is what all those applicants, they would personally say, this is what I think the compensation for this position should be. I think we would have learned a lot. So I'm still disappointed that we did not go forward with a search for that. I share the concern that that setting these salaries at these levels, particularly the Office of Equity and Inclusion, puts some pressure on our city clerk, who does amazing work. Of course, each of these are different jobs. Our charter officers manage professionals of all different types. Our city attorney manages, lawyers, right? And the general manager of utility manages, line people and experts and finance professionals that are far different than the rest of our community builders and other offices. But all of this doesn't happen in a vacuum. The previous salary of Ms. Marshall in the Office of Equity and Inclusion was far less than the salary of Mr. Folson as interim. Far less now than the proposed salary for the Office of Equity and Inclusion should it go forward. We have some data here to suggest what those midpoints are, and that gives us something to judge off. And I think, at least me personally, I can see if we're at 115% of the midpoint for Office of Equity and Inclusion, that is concerning. I need some information about the why. I hear some of it from fellow commissioners. I hear some of it from staff about why that office is perhaps unique, innovative, possibly overburdened, but definitely very active. Anyways, that's what I wanted to. I think that's all I have to say. I value the work of all of our officers, charter officers. When I see these ranges somewhere between 90 and 115% of midpoint that we have, that seems like a large range. I like to think we're always going to be above average, whether it's 90%, 100%, 103% for the city attorney. but 115% of midpoint does stick out. And I think we would have gotten a little better knowledge had we gone through a national search. Outside of a full study, we would have gotten a little more knowledge and would be a little more prepared. That would have occurred later in the year, of course, with more uncertainty. But that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willits. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Fritz, quick question, if you could. How much would a pay study cost for just one charter office? Assuming you can find any positions like this.
So, Mayor and Commissioners, it would require.
And you can ballpark, it's okay.
So, I want to clarify, so per charter officer or just in general?
Just one charter office.
I mean, I'm ballparking. It probably at least $30,000. It depends.
Times 6?
And I think if we did all, probably between 30 and 60. Again, a very rough ballpark.
So, almost the same as if we had gone out to do a search to hire them. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I've heard what folks are saying, and I can see the direction this commission is leaning. And it really does, I can tell when I'm outnumbered, that's fine. And I'm outnumbered here, in my opinion, the same way we're outnumbered against Tallahassee when they come down across schools and try to remove diversity and equity training and inclusion training and try to write it off as something unnecessary and distasteful to the public. Gainesville has always put itself forward as someone who values equity, inclusion, diversity, making sure that that is at the forefront of everything we do. And I think Mr. Fulton heard that, because that's how he puts his all into everything we do. I would say he put 115 of his all into everything he does, because he knows that's the driving factor for a lot of us, to make sure that equity is at the foreground of every action that we take. That's literally what we spent 2 hours talking about last Thursday. And that office has grown as we put more responsibility on it. Not dissimilar to the clerk's office that had grown, and so when the clerk came to us and said, I need to renegotiate, we changed it. And that was faced with a lot of consternation from the public and even some members of the dais. But we did it because it's what had to be done to show the proper value of that office as determined by that charter. Comparing the salary of Ms. Marshall to the one now is a false equivalent. Ms. Marshall left, I believe, either late 2020 or very early 21, if my memory serves correctly.
June of 21.
June of 21. The world's changed a lot. Inflation has changed a lot. And at that point, Ms. Marshall's office didn't have, I would say, a third of the functions that the office has now. So to compare that office minus the inflation, the salary increases that we have given it, it of course looks much smaller. And compared to the responsibilities we've heaped on the office, of course it looks smaller. I'm going to close with just one thing. Gainesville has said we value equity, and when equity is under attack across the state and being underfunded or just outright banned, this conversation about putting a dollar figure on the person who will be spearheading those efforts is scary. It's truly frightening that we don't think a person in that position deserves this without even knowing what other equity or diversity officers are making. And we admitted up here that we don't know what those other people are making. But somehow this number doesn't seem right, because that seems like too much for an office that we have said needs to be at the foreground of everything. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sacco. Commissioner Chestnut. And then I've
It was
got
an
a
old
comment,
life.
and then we'll, okay.
Thank
good,
you.
all right.
Thank you.
So thank you all for your input. I appreciate that, and I've certainly heard what everyone has had to say, and I appreciate you. Now we'll hear from the community on this motion.
I have Nathan Scott, followed by Joe Beatty and Brian O'Brien.
I haven't started yet, so can you please reset my time? Thank you. Good morning, Nathan Scott. I want to note for the record that the backup item for this documents, including the salaries, including discussion of the salary increases in the agenda narrative, was not provided. It was hidden from the public. The backup documents for the contracts themselves were not posted to the website until, at best, late Tuesday, practically a day before this discussion. Mayor, you know the rules because you had this discussion at the City Commission workshop on January 13th. Agenda items are supposed to have all backups submitted a week, Wednesday before by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting. That didn't happen. You're not following your own rules. To your comments, Mayor Ward, the City of Gainesville salary should be based on similar-sized cities in Florida, not inflated national salaries by the progressive governments that you admire. All the charter officers were adequately paid at their interim salaries. No salary increases were required. The most important point that Commissioner Book tried to hit at is how are you going to pay for all this fiscal spending? You have a $6 million budget gap to fill in the 2024 budget to replace the one-time ARP money that you used to plug into your budget because of your spending, your unconstrained spending. This commission doesn't seem to understand fiscal constraint. This commission doesn't seem to understand the budgetary concept of recurring cost and expenditures. It's all spend for this commission, to the detriment of GRU customers who can't afford their bills, to the detriment of others. You talk about equity. We'll get to that in a second. Ask the city manager what the cumulative impact of all your new spending is and how you're going to fund that in your budget. Is that going to require substantial property tax increases? Because I don't see you cutting your budget. You force GRU to cut its budget year after year. But you continue to expand city government. You continue to raise GRU rates. Mayor Ward, you led the charge to approve the largest unjustified multi-year GRU rate increases in GRU's history. Next year, when you're running for office, you got amnesia. You forgot what you voted for and pushed forward the year before. There's a complaint about toxic work environment for Mr. Folsom. The commission should read that June 8th report prior to deciding on a salary. Very informative, but that's been suppressed also. This commission's created a situation where the equity office is now paid $10,000 less than the city attorney who's been with the city for over 20 years. Salary compressed the clerk in the process. The mayor of the Gainesville City Commission excels at fiscally irresponsible spending, expanding city government, false narratives, excuse-making, gaslighting GRE customers, virtue signaling, and doubling its salaries on top of the 6% automatic raises it's got. Our firefighters who responded to a double homicide, our police officers who responded to double homicide last night, firefighters, city workers are not getting these substantial pay increases. They didn't get a 9.6% automatic pay increase. And how are you going to pay for all this? I mean, all of our police units, patrols were consumed at the shooting, and no one was protecting the city. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Joe Beatty, followed by Brian O'Brien.
I'd like to have the overhead while I'm talking about this. There's so much. First of all, anybody in the audience, I've got a few copies of this if you'd like it. To my knowledge, I wasn't aware of the contracts being posted until late yesterday. I had public records request, which is still unfulfilled, that I put in on Tuesday for the contracts or the current drafts, and you use our public records thing as a way of keeping these from us. Your names are on there. Some of you I know have looked at what I emailed you earlier. There's one for Mr. Ward, there's one for Ms. Sacco, there's one for Mr. Eastman, and I think those are, and one set for Ms. Chestnut, because three of you did read and I don't know if you read them, but you opened them and acknowledged what you're getting. So I spent until the wee small hours of the morning putting together this chart. You've got a policy research team. You have no information. You're sitting up here saying, we don't know, we think, I approve of this motion, assuming that it is, as Ms. Chestnut said, including all of the charters, and that you are going to postpone acting on this today. Question was, how much would it cost to do a pay study? You have a policy research team that could do a lot of this. Citizens are doing this. I spent hours. I'll tell you that Mr. Folson started when he got promoted to the EEO office. He made more, he negotiated a salary that was more than Ms. Tanisha Marshall was getting. And I don't get it. She had, you've got to look at their abilities, their experience and stuff. You just don't look at anything. And the way you sit here and try to make things, decisions on the fly. I'm going to tell you, you compare us to nationally, think about real estate. It's location, location, location. Salaries are a function also of location. Mr. Folson says all the wonderful things that office has done and how put upon, but I'm going to use My Fair Lady. Show me. Don't talk of love. Show me what he's done. You have women making less than men. You have people that are making, you negotiated outside the range. There's so much more to say. I hope that you all will read what I wrote, and I support this if it is postponing consideration until a future date and nobody gets it. And Mr. Book's comment and Mr. Willits, I think acknowledging that these people should be charters should be enough for the moment. Thank you.
Brian O'Brien, followed by Debbie Martinez.
Mr. O'Brien?
Thank you, Mayor Ward. We need to have a talk. Commissioner Desmond Duncan-Walker, thank you very much for
Madam Clerk, would you set the time, please? Thank you.
being so candid with the citizens about your feelings, because the public was promised a full process. And that was, at a major meeting, and that was all put out for everybody to understand, and you had approved that process. And I'm looking for 4 commissioners that will go back to their initial promise. There's some problems with this gang hire that happened in the basement that day. The idea of negotiating, 4 of your most important people all at once has already become problematic, in that you have this one contract you're trying to break out now. And it really, from this side, I must tell you, it feels disingenuous that the decisions were all made as one gang hiring with 0 input from the citizens. Mr. Book, I know, was of a mind to go ahead and at least bring it to a commission meeting and discuss it. Mr. Willits just said that he remembered that the public was supposed to be invited to a full vetting. You recall what the public was told. Ms. Chestnut, it's not fair. The first thing I'd like to point out is it's inflationary to give people big raises when we're headed to Tallahassee next week to talk about your still serious financial problems. This is a big problem. And to just give people raises of significant amounts of money without negotiating to at least try to get them to work for what the last expert worked for here is an inflationary. And the first thing the mayor said introducing the item is he doesn't want us to talk about any of the individual charters, qualifications. The step that you skipped by not going through at least an abbreviated process with the public is undermining your credibility again. Now, it also deprived you of the ability to benchmark people as they come into that role. There's no interview, there's no submittal of their qualifications, there's no background check done, there's no public-facing process, there's no list of their achievements to date. These people have long histories. you should be bragging about them. And instead, it was just ramrodded through. So Commissioner Chestnut, I hope that you will understand what it looks like from this side. You can't even make a 2-year budget, which is what you're supposed to be doing in this process coming up. You've gone down to a 1-year budget because you don't want to show the
Mr. O'Brien, I'm
taxpayers the
going to ask you
losses.
to conclude, please.
It's embarrassing. Thank you.
Debbie Martinez, followed by Angela Castile.
Thank you, Debbie Martinez. Boy, this has been an interesting discussion on both sides. I appreciate it very much. But I think it's, given the financial problems and the financial problems we're going through here at the city and sitting on a mountain of debt over $2 billion, this is important. And I think it's also important to have a little history. That's what's bad about, coming to City Hall before some of you were even born. But I remember it was about 2014. The Human Resources Department brought before the commission a comparison of charter pay. And they focused on San Francisco. And they go, my goodness, look what San Francisco what they're paying their charter officers. And under the guise of retaining our charter officers, they gave them a 30% pay raise. And I don't know if Mr. Nee was here at the time or not, but our city attorney, Nicole Shalley, had just signed a contract, renewing her contract that she was thoroughly satisfied with, and she gets another 30% pay increase because city commissioners, under the guise of retaining them, used a benchmark from San Francisco. My sister lived in San Francisco for 20 years. I know what it costs to live in San Francisco. Gainesville, it costs a fraction of that cost. So I just wanted to bring that up. And so we got the comparisons. And it just seems like ever since then, around 2014, there's been this race to the top as far as pay for our charter officers and our departmental, like the cultural affairs and all of that. And it's killing our lower income people because all of these additional programs, ideas, we want you to go out and do more of this research and do more of that research and do more of these services. We have to raise GRU bills, property taxes, assessment fees, and it always lands on the back of the lower income people because they can least afford it, and it's a regressive. A larger portion of their income goes to pay for their property tax and their GRU bills than ours. Many of us can afford to get ripped off. We don't like it, but they can't. Thank you.
Angela Castile, followed by Tyler Forrest.
Good morning, Angela Castile. Does the city of Gainesville really have the money for the exuberant raises that they are handing out to the charter officers, mayor, and commission? There was just a credit downgrade. There is irresponsible spending. The audit last year showed the city has many deficiencies, and here we go spending more money for people who already make more than enough. When was the last time your actual hard-working employees of the city got a cost of living raise? I know it's been a while. While out talking with a GRU worker, busting his butt, he was putting in new AMI meters. I made sure to let him know, and the other men know, that they were appreciated within our community. These men and women deserve the money you all are giving yourselves and the charter officers. Your behavior shows arrogance and narcissism. You should place that money in the hands of those hardworking employees, first responders, GRU workers, who take the heat for the unaffordable bills that you all are the reason for. They take that heat because who else can anyone yell at while y'all are hiding behind doors? Give up your raises and the handout of charter raises, to which I do know the numbers before and after. These officers make more than a living wage. Give those raises to those digging in the dirt, sweating their butts off, suffering from PTSD, because let's face it, those first responders, and I've been there, see some pretty bad stuff. They face a degree of crazy and chaos every day. These are the men and women that need that money most. They feel unappreciated when you're thinking about yourselves. And this is the reason that you have such a high turnover in the city. Thank you.
Okay. We all know that the rule is that we please don't clap. Or cheer, or jeer, or any of those sorts of things. We all know the rule. I'm going to ask once again that you please not holler out. Please don't. Mr. Forrest.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Good to see you all again. As I've stated in previous comments to you all, I believe people should be paid fairly for their work. And city employees have now seen the commission get raises and now the charter officers, and so they're rightfully asking, where's ours? When will they get to us? We all know that inflation has taken a heavy toll on everyone, but as always, it is those that make the least who suffer the most. City employees' wages have not kept up with inflation, and they are suffering, and they need relief. And that's just the ones that have stayed. Many have left for higher paying positions in the private sector because of the low pay, and those positions then remain difficult to fill, forcing the essential functions of that position to be done by other employees, now overworking them, making them less likely to stay. Or you end up having to hire contractors at a higher cost to do the work. As I've told you all, at one point or another, whatever your ideas, whatever program you want to run, it won't happen if you don't have the staff to implement and execute it. Now is the time to take care of city employees who keep the city running. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Collie Blunt, followed by Carrie Parker Warren.
I was very happy when you recently decided to make these officers permanent. I was glad you saved $60,000 per person and kept people who've been in place proving they can function. But this process has had some stumbles. I appreciate the mayor taking accountability for things that were not made available when they're supposed to happen. But you falling on your sword doesn't do us any good. The process needs to just park a moment and get all the things out that were supposed to have been public and get full transparency. And you could continue these persons at their existing salaries. If any of them are really, really hungry, I'd be glad to help them, show them how they can come with me and other retired nurses and retired teachers to the food share events, and I'll be glad to help them cope with that. Thank you.
I'm Carrie Parker Warren, and today, my affirmation to myself today is to be kind, respectful, and happy. I'm not here this morning to talk about your salaries, because if I were in your spot, I'm not sure what I would be thinking either. And if you feel that you deserve more, you do deserve more, or they deserve more. What I came up today is to talk about Mr. Forsum. I've heard his name called several times, and he was one of my students at PK Young back in the 80s and the 90s. But anyway, I heard his name called a couple of times,
and a couple of negative things were said about him that I don't see him that way. So I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Folsom as one of my students at PK Young. I was a supervisor, assistant principal at PK Young for about 17 years, so I had some dealings with him. And I don't see him as being a person who is nasty, a person who is disrespectful. Now, all of you, I'm sure, have been in positions before that if you are a no-nonsense person, if you don't smile a lot, you can still be friendly and not smile. And if you believe in doing your job, you're going to meet some resistance. Sometimes when I first stepped into my role as a supervisor, the first thing happened to me that was a person attacked me because they didn't like what I was saying, or maybe perhaps they didn't like how I looked. I didn't look like him. But when you are evaluating your new people and thinking about their salaries, you have to realize that people that don't do their job well, they don't like you if you are a no-nonsense person. They try not to respect you if you're a no-nonsense person. If you're a smart person, if you work very hard on your job, they're not going to say favorable things about you. People that are do-nothing people, they don't like to do what their job calls for. They're not going to like their supervisors. But if you see, and I'm sure that there are some people in his department that's probably saying you're correct about that. But just remember, not just him, to all of your officers that you just hired. I was happy to hear about that too. But when you are evaluating your supervisors and the people that are new that have come in, just remember there are lazy people sometimes that work for us, and they don't like us when we make them do their jobs.
Thank you, Ms. Parker Warren.
Donald Shepard.
Mr. Shepard.
That's fine.
And
He's the last.
okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Donald Shepard. This is the first time I've been back in a year to this city commission meeting. And so I wanted to thank you all for letting me come back. And I think that we need a lot of review on the agenda that is taking place. I think the item that we talked about as far as the GRU finances and the city finances and city commissioners and mayor's pay, I think that should be done in November, where we got time to look over what the changes are in the upcoming year and how to slate them towards what is to be. And this is something that I'm hearing prior to what this is today, me speaking, that needs to be done so that we can move forward at a smoother, faster pace, and that the citizen will have time to take and hear what is, and that way they can take and give a true estimate of what is going to happen from there on in the firm's terms of the commissioners that are seated. I think we need to take and pay off our bills that we have. And there's several ways we can do that. We can do that through the $40 million the CRA's got. We can do that through public places of the money we have there. We can do that through the parks and recreation. And this is what I'd like to see be done before November, is to take and look into those funds of money and pay off the bills that are in the back so that we have a clear calendar moving forward. GRU, I mean, the money that has been taken out of GRU's pocket is devastating. How does GRU even stay afloat? I mean, they have to take and put it onto the residents and their customers. It shouldn't be that way because it's taken out of the pockets of their employees. anybody that knows finances like I do, ups and down. And I've been in the finance board. You know that this is the movement that needs to be taking place so that we can move forward properly. Our city is going to go under if we continue to add bills to the city. This adding of commissioners' pay, adding of this new board, this needs to stop because we need to look where is the money coming from to pay that. We haven't paid
Mr.
anything.
Shepherd, I need you to
as a
wrap
goal,
up.
so.
That's your 3 minutes. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Yep. I'm gonna bring me a stopwatch next time.
Thank you. Is that all?
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
back to the commission. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, this is not a gotcha question. Do we have the figure of when our staff who were interims got elevated to interims? I do know that obviously they got an appropriate raise because you do that when you put someone in, you elevate them in a position of responsibility and accountability. Since the time that the charters were elevated to interim and got the raise, there was a subsequent raise to them between the time when they got the interim and the current tenure. Do we know what that figure is? And I'm not looking for granularity of this person got 3,002% because I don't think we need to point it out in that way. What I'm looking for is, did in general, since the charters at different times got elevated to interim, did they get subsequent increases in salary?
2.5%.
And I thought the director might be able to tell us that.
It was 2.5%.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Commissioners. Laura Gretz, HR Director. So yes, Commissioner Book, they did get a raise. There were two increases that have taken place since each of the charters moved into their interim role. So obviously, when they were moved from their previous position to the interim, they received a promotional increase. They used to have a car allowance that was part of their salary that was rolled into their base salary. And then the last increase that they've received was the 2.5% based on their performance for fiscal year 22 that they just received.
Thank you. That's helpful. So I understand completely as people move into upper levels or they get promoted, but they've also since had an additional salary increase. Sounds modest at 2.5%, but appropriate, and I support that. Just two other things. I like what the Mayor Pro Tem said. She said that the fact that we put somebody from a position in interim to permanent, I'm not sure I agree with the term generous, but it was the right thing to do. And it is in fact a thing that basically says what I said before. You value the employee, we're putting our stock in you, and as a result, I think that's a reward in and of itself. So I like what she said. And then I just think, I worry that we have an open contract. We have at least one open bargaining unit now. We have at least one or two. We'd have to look across our 7 units that are going to open for fiscal year 2024 and 2025. And what we'll then hear related to those is the percentages of increases that different levels of our executive leadership has gotten will at least be something that we're gonna have to deal with at those bargaining tables, because we do want the people that are at the line level, at the front line level, to be also making at the median of what similarly positioned cities would be. And it's going to be tough for us to get those people up there because it's going to be a lot of staff. That worries me. And then the last comment simply just deals maybe a step or two ahead, regardless of the motion. And what happens is that as it relates to research and equity studies, we probably have some internal mechanisms that we can use. I know at least I think several of us have used policy oversight. The research may not be at the level of a $30,000 equity study, but it could at least give us some information that's probably valuable data and do that internally and save that money. But that's just kind of thinking ahead a moment or two. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Kretz, if I may, sorry, I'm going to ask you. So my recollection and records indicate that Ms. Marshall's salary, which would have been, I guess, the last salary she had, which would have been approved in 2020 to move into 21, was, I think, $173,000, thereabouts?
Yes, hold on one second, Mayor and Commissioners, let me pull that. So the last, so there's two numbers. There's a 167,700, and then in our workday system, there's a 173,100 that was reflected as that final salary.
When she finally departed from the city.
As far as I know, I was not here during that time. It was information that was pulled.
That's what we have record.
Of
Thank
course.
you. And that would have been, and Mr. Folston's interim salary again, if you don't mind?
Sure. Hang on one second. You think I would commit this to memory? The current salary for Mr. Folston is currently at $151,246.95.
Thank you, ma'am. I think it's important to see those numbers as what they were, rather than saying it's higher than Ms. Marshall's was a couple years ago prior to inflation and many additions to the department. I know people don't want to hear when I speak, and that's fine, and people may not want to know those numbers. It might scoff or disregard what it matters, but numbers matter. People matter. And I don't think it's fair to compare a position that was decided in 2020, a salary that was decided in 2020, to a department that has grown and has someone working, honestly, in every subdivision of their department, helping carry those loads. If my colleagues have already done the preliminary equity training, you've seen that Mr. Folston is working hand in hand with Ben. He is doing that work alongside. When Ginny launches with a formal manager, Mr. Folston will still be carrying half that load. Whoever we put in that position will be carrying a tremendous load alongside the individual employee. This is a position that should be paid well. This is something we have said we care about. Prove it. Pay a person who's going to be in that position what they are worth, and then some. I feel like this morning I've sat down with Ron DeSantis saying this isn't worth the money, and we should figure out a way to cut costs around equity, and that's disheartening. It really is. To have the word equity paraded around constantly, and when we have the ability to pay someone a good salary, not that much over the median market, to do a lot of work that we keep adding to and demanding that they do more of, we're going to keep talking about numbers. We're going to keep talking about costs. We decided, fine, let's just approve these four to save ourselves $250,000 in searches. Fine. We're going to spend about that much anyway if we go do this study for numbers that we already have from 2 years ago. I support the salaries that the mayor, without any other instructions or nitpicking, negotiated and got to us. Because I think our charters are worth that and then some. And if this is what they think their position and their office is worth, I think we should respect that. Because if we don't respect how much they think their position is worth, how are we going to respect their expertise on anything else?
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all the conversation we've had today about this. I appreciate that it is, we talk a lot about numbers. We're also talking about people. And somewhere in between there, we're talking about charter officers, which are, well laid out, how they serve the city. Some of these offices have grown. We heap lots of work on them. We're a very active community and city. We're idealistic. We want to innovate. We want to lead. And so, as we joke, sometimes we are adding work to staff sometimes. And we understand that we are adding the work, and I hope that we can compensate all of our community builders fairly and accurately. The midpoints that we have from the past, again, I've said I supported a full search process so that we could have a more accurate and current glimpse of what we're working with, both out in the market, but also particularly for the Office of Equity and Inclusion, is that we learn a little bit about ourselves by how we are viewed by our potential applicant pools, and even the company we would have been hiring to do that. The expense of that search was not merely, rather I'll say there's some ancillary benefits to that search where we learn about ourselves, not just that we've gone out and searched. I did not make a motion fast enough on this. I know we have a current motion on the floor. The idea of an entire study right now, potentially before we are able to sign a contract for Mr. Folston, does not make me feel comfortable, because this commission, though I was not in favor, made a decision 2 weeks ago that we are here to hire them, and that the mayor needed to negotiate, and we needed to get on with the business of having permanent charter officers. Because we do have some midpoints for these, I much would prefer that we offer Mr. Folson's, or rather, the instruction back to the mayor, I would prefer to be an instruction of looking at between 95 and 105% of that midpoint, because then we would have then given the mayor more instruction. I feel more comfortable with that, but we have a current motion, and I will want to, for clarification point, hear the exact motion that we have on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. All right, with seeing no further lights, we'll move to a vote on, and I'll split this again. The first part of the motion, Commissioner Eastman.
Sorry, I wanted to follow up on on Commissioner Willets' point. Commissioner Chestnut, can you repeat the motion as to how exactly how you wanted the salary to be looked at?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor,
thank you.
The motion is to accept the recommended salary for the attorney, the city manager, and the GRU manager, and authorize the mayor to go back to negotiate a salary with the Director of Equity and Inclusion, to look at comparable salaries between around the state and the nation in doing that, and to return to the commission with recommendation.
And so that wasn't
split those, by the way.
Right.
It'll be two motions.
And so to your point, Commissioner Willis, I think what you were saying is you didn't. I also would not be in favor of going through, an outside firm looking into a process like that. But I don't believe that's what your motion said. Okay.
Conclude?
Conclude.
Okay. So the first part of the motion is to approve the contracts for the city manager, the city attorney, and the utilities general manager as presented. All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay. So that's two with Book and Sacco in opposition. It passes 5-2. The second part of the motion is that I renegotiate with Mr. Folston for the Equity and Inclusion Director, Office of Equity and Inclusion Director, taking into account national standards.
State and national.
State and national standards. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
No.
So that passes 4-3 with Ward, Sacco, and Willets in dissent. I will, congratulations to city manager. Please, y'all, please don't do that. Congratulations to three of you, and I will renegotiate with Mr. Folston. I will bring that back as quickly as possible, but it may not be at the next meeting. I'll work with the HR and we'll come up with some work on that. All right, Madam Manager. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is item number 2023-98, Gainesville Police Department Fiscal Year 2023 First Quarter Update, with the recommendation that the commission hear the quarterly update.
Chief Scott, welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, and neighbors. It's my pleasure to give you the Gainesville Police Department quarterly update for the first quarter of the fiscal year 2023. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is the compilation of the first quarter. You see our statistics, or NIBR statistics for the Gainesville Police Department. You see that in the last quarter of the first quarter of the year, the last quarter of the calendar year, we had 3 homicides. We had a total of 228 violent crimes, and property crimes were 1,183. We want to emphasize that that's just that one quarter. I think what gives you a little better picture is the next slide, which shows you the data for the entire year. As you can see, and I highlight here that overall for violent crimes, the Gainesville community enjoyed a 9.50 decrease in the total violent crimes. The one primary negative to this is that we had an increase in the homicides from 9 to 10. So we ended up with 10 homicides for the fiscal year 2022. I also want to highlight that all of those homicides were cleared. In other words, we made an arrest or it was justifiable and we were able to clear it exceptionally. So
Chief,
that's...
Mr. Mayor, is it possible to make this a little larger?
Probably not.
No, I didn't think
unfortunately.
so, but,
Yeah. But this is in everybody's backup, I would say.
That I'm aware of. I thank you.
And I highlight that to, again, this is the second time in 3 years that we had a 100% clearance rate for our homicides. Last year we were 87.5%, and the year before we had another 100%. Looking back closely, you'll note that the total violent crimes for 2022 was 953. That is the lowest that we've had in the last 3 years. The negative to this report is that overall we have a 0.56% increase in overall crimes, and that's due in part to the amount of property crimes that we've had in the last year. This slide I want to emphasize in here, this is related to gun violence, gun-related statistics that we accumulated and we track. You notice for 2022 that we had, as far as stolen firearms, 218 stolen firearms. Of that, 115 were taken from conveyances, and many of those were unsecured conveyances. That is a serious problem. I know one of the local representatives, I think Representative Henson, has drafted a bill to try to address that and basically hold folks responsible for securing their weapons in the car. The same slide, you see the firearms that were seized and recovered. There was 381 firearms that we seized and recovered. That's more than one a day. And those are firearms typically that were illegally held or that were used in the commission of a crime. The next item I want to point out on this slide is the number of persons shot. For 2022, we had 47. Of those, 8 were self-inflicted. When I compare that with 2021, we had 51, of which 6 were self-inflicted. But, and I just want to emphasize that, again, that's a slight decrease of 7.8%. And go on to the next slide. This is just to give you some idea of who's in charge of what specific area. This is the way that we break out the city. District 1 is composed primarily of the student contacts area. It has, as the district commander, Captain Finelli, and his XO, executive officers, Lieutenant Charlie Ward. District 2 is the rest of the city, and the captain for that is Captain Victoria Young, and her executive officers, Lieutenant Lisa Scott. As you can see, this is something that's really publicized for the public so that they could look at and find the lieutenant that's responsible for coordinating services in their area. We have their phone numbers on that list as well. It's something that we make readily available to our community. We want to make sure that they're able to contact and work with the supervisors for their respective areas. Reviewing District 1 operations. District 1 had, again, this was in relation to the gun violence. They had a Gainesville United program that they put together, Community Expo. They had partners listed here from everyone from the Alachua County Victims Advocates, the RAD 2 Fiesta, Code Enforcement, Lamont, Demand Action, which is the big partner of ours, and we appreciate them showing up and being supportive of our efforts. We also have, and we have a couple of photos here just to give you some examples of the type of events that we have and who we're working with. We work with the child advocacy groups and any other group that's really willing to work with us. We try to partner with them and hold these different events. This is the list of some of the crime watches that they attend. You see Oakview, UPNA, the Porters, Fifth Avenue. These are all very active crime watches and organizations that we meet with. The additional meetings of student government, Downtown Coordination Committee, UF Health Security, Homeless Services, and Regional Violent Crime. Opera details we've conducted for violent crime, burglary suppression, Archer Road and Butler Plaza area, and we've also used opera funds to deal with the results that we arrested 3 felonies subjects and recovered 40 grams of MDPV. The District 2, this list is too exhaustive for me to cover. I just point out a couple of highlights here that they met with we've attended the Faith in Blue event that was conducted by one of our local churches. We also had a coffee with a cop, and this is just a listing of the activities month to month, and you can see October, November, and December. The recurring meetings that we attend or events that we have. 2 Fiestas, another partner that we have and we work with, and we do bi-weekly broadcasts or podcasts with them. Homeless services meeting that we have, coordinated primarily with city personnel and really Grace personnel. And that's hosted by Chief Dixon. Mental health corresponders that we meet with monthly, and we have a host of other entities that are listed there. District 2, this is the Gainesville United program that Captain Young put in place, and these are the events that she conducted during that event. The Unity Walk, Community Expo, Police Youth Dialogue, which I attended and participated in, and it was very interesting to get the perspective of what our youth think of the police and what we thought of them. And we had a good exchange and look forward to doing that again in the future, and would invite any of you that would like to attend to see exactly how that went. But Chief Jones, I think, coordinated that and did a good job with that. The crime watches, there's a list there of the different crime watches we attend. Azalea Trail is one of our most proactive crime watches. Black on Black Crime Task Force, Fletcher's. And the other category, quality of life issues, we've been dealing with Carver Gardens, marketplace trespassing, and trespassing seem to be a big issue right now with some of the local businesses concerned about the amount of litter that's being accumulated on their property by some of the folks that are deciding to set up camp on their properties. This slide just kind of go over what we talked about earlier, reference the amount of homicides that we've had and the clearance rates for them. As you can see, the national clearance rate is 61.6%. Our worst year was 87.5% in the last 3 years. We were 100% in 2020 and 100% in 2022. This next slide is the Criminal Investigations Bureau. This is an issue that happened right around Christmas. We were very concerned for the safety of the youth. We had a report that the subject was missing. We ended up dealing with the reporting, not parents, but caretakers that were grandparents, and we had some concerns for the safety of the child. We worked diligently through the Christmas holidays and ended up being able to locate and recover the child, and ended up charging several subjects in that the grandparents, quite frankly, would neglect. And I think the charges that we levied were child neglect and contributing to the delinquency of a minor. It was very concerning that we had thought we had quite frankly, someone that may have been seriously injured and or killed. And I have to commend my detectives because they came out on Christmas Day. They were working the entire time, not just one or two, but the whole group, trying to find this child, and thank God that we were able to recover him. This next case is a homicide investigation. Male subject was stabbed. Mr. Reginald Flowers was lying in the roadway and was found stabbed in the chest. He later succumbed to his wounds. We were able to locate and arrest the folks that were involved in an altercation with him. Tessarius Townsend and D'Angelo Bridges were the two subjects that were engaged with him, and we ended up arresting those folks and moving them on. Special Investigations Bureau, we had a overdose that occurred. We were able to conduct a detail we had information that indicated someone had sold fentanyl to the subject, and we were able to conduct that investigation and identify the person that actually sold the narcotic to the victim. We did a buy bust. We purchased the narcotic from that subject. It tested positive for fentanyl, and we subsequently arrested them and had them incarcerated. Another area of concern for us is the traffic crashes that we've had, and this is just giving you some idea of how many people we lost in the last quarter or the first quarter of the fiscal year. We lost 2 individuals during that time period. We had a total for the year of 2022 of 24 fatalities that occurred in 2022, and that's for the entire calendar year of 2022. We also showed that we had in 2021 23 fatalities. When you look at the those fatalities that resulted in serious bodily injury, we had 2 in the last quarter, and for the year we had 22, which matches the amount that we had in 2021 as well, 22, that resulted in serious bodily harm and not death. This slide is a little more disconcerting in that, you see the steady increase in the number of traffic crashes that result in homicide and the amount of homicide investigations that we have. We've lost lives that has been increasing since 2008, and we need to try our best to do something to try to curtail that. We are going to add, I think in about another 3-4 months, another officer to that traffic unit. But this is more about education for some folks and making sure that our folks have a good idea of why people are losing their lives on the streets. The next slide. This is the co-responders program. This is one of the, I think, crown jewels of what we do. I want to note that we have 47 people that we diverted from jail. They weren't resident with jail. We had 70 Baker Acts that we also diverted, and 28 emergency diversions. You look at the total number of calls that were handled for the quarter, 754. 289 of those were people were contacted. Patrol assisted with 357. And then we had 16 Baker Acts, 14 voluntary. Just kind of highlights the amount of contact that we have. And the homeless makes up 20% of that, veterans 10%, and college students 4%. Just to give you some illustration of how effective that unit is. And those are all people that, quite frankly, in most cases, avoided jail. We found alternatives for them. And the correspondent program, again, is one of our crown jewels, and we appreciate our partnership with Meridian to make that happen. This slide goes over the pre-arrest diversion program. It shows that for the year we had 93. For the quarter, it shows a total of 11, and that's the demographical breakdown. We are in the process of reevaluating that program, and trying to reestablish it, identifying a person to take over the program. The last program manager for that is no longer with us, and so we're going to be trying to put some enhancements into the program and make sure that we can keep up with the equity in the program itself. The Neighborhood Policing Initiative, that's something that we started a couple of years ago. It continues through this year. I believe most, if not all, of the department has gone through it. Sworn personnel, in particular, worked with several neighbors. We had 3 trainings in the last quarter, about 50 attendees. And again, this goes more to our trying to remove those barriers that exist between law enforcement and our community, making sure that we look at our problems from one perspective and try to solve them from one perspective, and that as community members. Youth and community services, I think, as you're aware, the community services and youth programs have been given their own department, chaired and led by Chief Jones, and the Juvenile Justice and Community Support Program Department, and that started October 1st. They're composed of crime prevention, Rikers House Youth Academy, Bold Outposts, and Inspire Interrupters, with function from the JJS-CSP while maintaining coordination with GPD. And Chief Jones and I meet weekly. We interact and really collaborate on how we're going to approach certain problems such as gun violence and what kind of programming we can put into place, how we can build our relationships with the community. And we have quite a bit on the table right now that we're trying to get done in that vein, and you'll be hearing about that later. The crime prevention component, they have 3 neighborhood watches that they're trying to establish that with neighborhoods that are interested in having a neighborhood watch. There's a host of crime watches that are up now that we're working with and trying to coordinate that through Chief Jones's department. Rikers House Academy recently expanded to initiate a golf academy with 20 members, and they also participate in the youth dialogue that we had and provide some valuable interactions with us. GPD personnel, as always, a challenge with the vacancies that we have. You see 44 there for sworn, 14 civilian. Personnel lost, 8 sworn and 7 civilian. Recruiting efforts, we're everywhere trying to reach out and grab folks, and they had some activity with Santa Fe women's basketball team and reaching out with youth and speaking with youth. The college career fairs they attend, they're gone all over the state. They were in Tallahassee at the academy, police academy there recently, and I believe they went down south as well. So we're trying, our preference, quite frankly, is to recruit from local. You know, we want people who are vested in this community and people who we think will stay with this community and make it a career here. GPD personnel, again, this is the police. It went from cadet program to Public Safety Academy. And that was the name that we worked out with Santa Fe College and Career Source Center. Those are our partners for this program. This program, we had an initial kickoff with a fair open house, so to speak, in January, beginning of January 14th. It was, I think, fairly attended. We are looking forward to furthering our activities with that, and our goal is to try to get this program and get the folks identified on board, I believe, May of this year. So there's quite a bit of work to do between now and then as far as recruitment, making sure we get the right folks on board. Excited about it. There's folks already, a couple of folks I know already that are asking about the program and looking to join. It's up to the different entities to try to recruit for their respective departments. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief Scott. I really appreciate you and appreciate you bringing this information forward to us. It's my intent that we do this on a quarterly basis so that your department's numbers are before us consistently, and the needs of your department and of the community as they relate are in front of us on a regular basis rather than every now and then. I would ask that when we go to the community for questions here in a moment and on the commission that we keep in mind that we do have a similar item following this, and in the interest of time, if your item, if your question, your comment relates more to the second part, hold on to it till then if you would, so that we get all the impact of all of it at once rather than saying the same thing twice. So with that, Commissioner Duncan-Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for this update. I just have a couple of questions to start.
Yes,
The interrupters program, can you go a little more into detail about where we are with that? I know that we had provided, what was it, roughly $1 million to the police department a little over a year ago in order to kind of build out that program. So I'm interested to hear where we are with that, what the success has been with that, and what it is that we might be able to do to help bolster that. Can you tell me about the success and any of the challenges too that you might face?
We brought the program on, and this is under Chief Jones' tutelage. The program, was intended to put folks out on the street to, really try to help to address and resolve some of the conflicts before they become violent. The program is mirrored off of other programs that have been established around the country. We have, over the past year or so, been identifying folks who work in that capacity. But the one thing that Chief Jones and I agreed on was that we needed to have in place a manual of how these folks were going to function. There are other locations, there's been some violence that has occurred to the interrupters in other locations. So we want to minimize that potential here. And so Chief Jones sat them down, quite frankly, until he could get that manual on board. And I know he has it now because he's mentioned it to me, and Chief Jones probably has more detail to this than I can provide.
Thank you very much. I see him standing behind you.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, everything he said was correct. The other thing that we realized with the ones that we had as a prototype out there was trauma. We didn't have anything to deal with the trauma, and they saw some pretty rough things in doing their perspective. So where we are today is that we are doing an academy for them this month. Get them all back. Some of them did leave. They saw some things and they said this was not for them. These are part-time individuals. Some of them are just as involved in the past, but they are known throughout the community. They have did a tremendous amount of work. I got their supervisor back there. He can kind of tell you some cases and some numbers and stuff that they have did. But we envision having them back in the community toward the end of this month, very first week of next month. We're working with Human Resources to get them back on. They have proven to be a valuable source as far as prevention in the neighborhood.
Thank you very much, Chief. I felt the need to ask that, first of all, because I personally wanted the knowledge, but I've been asked by a number of people in the community who
Yes, ma'am.
Were excited to see some of the work that had been begun, and they had asked, what happened? So thank you very much.
Yes, so we're retooling, but they will
Absolutely.
be back out.
Absolutely. So we're working on a manual, and we should be back out.
Yeah, we finished the manual. Now we're doing the training. We're doing some training. Self-care is part of it as well.
Absolutely.
That was something that, blame me, I didn't look at that part of it, but that was an essential part that we have to deal with.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
To that end, one of the things that's always been a concern of mine is mental health.
That's
Access
correct.
to mental health for all of our officers. That's a job that not very many people can do for a number of reasons. And so I'm always interested in how we are providing that, how our officers are accessing that. Are we doing enough on that end? And is there anything else that possibly we can do from the dais to help to advocate for access to mental health?
He could tell you that. And then I was on the phone this morning for the interrupters, getting that squared away with them, with the provider.
Thank you very much, Chief Jones.
Yes, we are keenly aware that we have folks that go through a lot of trauma. We have certain protocols in place that when they experience a traumatic event, that we bring them in for a group debriefing, and really with a psychologist. We go from there that anyone that may need to have individual sessions can do that. Something that I toyed with, but it's going to need more study. I want to see what other agencies are doing. Is that we are looking at maybe coming back with a 5-year check or something like that, where we have them sit down with a counselor just to kind of review we do it when we hire you, but we don't check you again until something comes up. And so that's something that we're looking at. We also have an app that we use, a mental health app called Cortico, and that app provides providers that they can interact with and they can talk with, and it gives them also an outlet where they don't have to go through any mechanism to get some services. So, yeah, we are keenly aware of the impact that it has. I mean, we've been blessed that we haven't had anyone that has suffered some of the consequences that other municipalities and law enforcement agencies have, where folks are suicidal and things along those lines. So we've been blessed with that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chief. And my last question before I conclude. In terms of attendance at these events, you all are producing a lot of events, and I'm grateful for that. I know I've had a chance to attend a few when I've known about them. I came to your Who's in the Box?
Yeah.
Doing a lot of wonderful work over with the Day Spring Church,
Yes.
And a number of other events. I'm curious, Chief, because I know you have extended some of the reach, particularly with regards to what the police department is doing with gun violence. There's an effort to reach the youth in a certain way, and I'm just curious how they are responding, how their attendance is at these events. What are they saying?
You know, I think attendance is fair. It can be better. What we focus on, and we're in the midst of quite a bit of planning right now, trying to get some things off the ground. One of the things that we realize we have to grab is a parent. Mm-hmm. We have to have the parents involved in this. You know, without the parents, some of our effort's going to go wasted. So we're coming up with different devices. We have different groups that we're meeting with, everything from educators, to pastors, to landlords and businesses. We are reaching out to folks who have what we call street credentials, you know, people that can, so we have these different entities, and we don't believe that we have the solution. The solution is going to come from this community. All those people, all those parties are going to have to get together, and we think that they can help us with reaching out for more youth. We're talking with, and we're supposed to be scheduling our outreach to the schools. I've spoken at Oak Hall, which isn't in the city, but I was asked and I went. I think I have something scheduled with Easton.
We annexed.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, you're right. That's one of those senior moments. And we also have something scheduled with GHS, you know, and meeting with the superintendent this week, and they're full partners with us on going out to some of the other schools, and we're going to be talking with people who are having issues with behavior in schools and offering some alternatives. We've been talking with the Children's Trust about some things helping them. So we have a host of different programs to try to reach the youth and try to get them involved, but we have to talk to the youth to get them to tell us what they need from us. So we're in there and working with Chief Jones. I mean, he's setting up these different activities for us, and we're trying our best to reach out to them and become a resource to the parents and to the youth as well.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
I conclude.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, and it's a remarkable presentation. I just wanted to give you guys kudos. One, just the work that you all have done. I see did I get that right? A 100% homicide clearance rate?
That's correct.
I mean, you got to give that. It's an amazing outcome. That's families that have been victimized within our community that now have just a bit of justice, and just to be able to clear everything is amazing. Seeing the real focus, not just on enforcement, which you guys seem to be doing very well, but on outreach and trying to not just enforce at the time, but to really solve these big systemic issues, the relationships with our mental health providers, our relationships with so many, just really trying to get ahead of these problems, I find remarkable. And really, and then going back to, I noticed on your slide as you showed the different sections of who within our community policing, just a real diversity that you saw there. I mean, it really reflected the way our community looks in terms of who's overseeing each one of these. And I know that that's been a lot of work that you guys have put into it. I know that's, and so I just wanted to give you all kudos for that. I wanted to ask about, we have a project, of course, Grace Marketplace, our low barrier shelter that I know you guys have that you guys work closely with. I was hoping to get a little more background on your relationship with them and the work that's been done there.
With the shelter?
Yeah.
Yeah, we, our dealing with this homeless issue as a whole, I mean, it's coordinated by Chief Dixon, but we've been interacting with folks for I don't know how long. We meet and we try to come up with solutions, and that's the biggest part for us. And our primary partner in that, quite frankly, is John DeCarmine and the Grace Center. We work with them extensively. We met with them this past week, come up with a game plan about how we're going to deal with some issues in and around Grace. Our activities with St. Francis, I mean, all that's been good. I don't think we have, right now, our biggest issue is that we have some folks who don't want to live in Grace. They don't want to live by the rules, and so they go to places that become problematic because a lot of it is littering and things along those lines. So the business owners contact us and want us to be a little more progressive in addressing that and trying to resolve those issues. But our partnership with the homeless folks, with the Homeless Coalition, I think the representations for that has been good. We have to go on property sometimes and say, okay, this property, the owners, this property needs to be cleared. We try to be respectful and give them enough notice. When I started, and back when Chief Jones started and we were riding horses, we used to go out there and give them immediate notice. You need to vacate the property, you're trespassing. Now we go out, we tell them verbally, we may give them a handbill, we make sure the property is posted, and we tell them in a week from now you need to be gone. And that's typically generated not be from our perspective, but because someone is complaining about it and wants that property cleared. And so we take whatever actions we can. We refer them to St. Francis or to the Grace facility. We have the outreach team members that typically go out ahead of us and make that contact with them before we do to say, hey, we can help you out with this. We can help. It's everything from, you can get a facility here, we can do this, or hey, if you need a bus ticket to go back home, whatever it is, the outreach group works very closely with them and works closely with us. So we're appreciative of that.
And so thank you for that. The other thing that really stood out to me was, of course, we had passed a motion to claim a traffic violence crisis at the city-county meeting recently, and I'd known that traffic fatalities gone up, but I saw from 4 fatalities back in 2008 to 24, a 600% increase. The population hasn't grown anywhere near that amount. What is, and part of that motion was that we would increase education, which you referred to, enforcement and engineering. Can you talk a little bit about the enforcement mechanisms of that?
What we're currently doing is the sergeant for that unit, Sergeant Valdez, identifies locations that she would like to have enforcement concentrated on. That's passed down to the shifts, and in their time when they're not busy, they start focusing on that. The captains have emphasized that over the last a month or so, that we need to be focusing more on issuing traffic enforcement activities in and around the locations that's been identified by the traffic sergeant. Quite frankly, it's a numbers game. It's us getting more folks on the street, being able to get them out to handle that. When we have priorities, when you have priorities of someone currently being injured and traffic enforcement, the officer is going to go toward the person that might be injured. But our goal is to increase our traffic enforcement, particularly in the areas where folks are being hurt. One of the issues I think, when you look at that, I think you also can draw a parallel between the increased use of social media on phones. And I'm pretty sure some of that is also driving some of that activity, be it from the people that are driving or people that are walking. I think that may be a contributing factor. We work closely with the public works folks, traffic engineering. We identify issues that might be out there and trying to get them to be proactive in addressing it. They've been very responsive to that. from that aspect, I think the only thing else that we can do is concentrate on that education. And I think sometimes folks, particularly sometimes students, they're used to a certain speed and traffic conditions on campus, and they step off campus, and it's a totally different venue. So that's, again, part of the education and making sure that folks are aware of it. The proliferation of drugs, proliferation of folks that think it's okay to drive under the influence is another concern. But when I look at those numbers, I think probably the biggest impact is people on the phones.
You touched on this in what you just said, but is having conversations with you guys before, obviously these staffing shortages are one of the biggest issues in terms of getting just across the board with GPD,
Right.
and also as well as traffic enforcement. I saw 44 vacancies for sworn officers and 14 for civilians. For your sworn officers, what is the incoming salary? What is the
Right now, about $48,000 for an officer. We have incentives that can take it up by $8,000 over a year and a half. So it's competitive for this area. Could it be better? Yeah, there are a couple of things that we can tweak to make it better. Right now, I think money is a concern, but probably the bigger concern is the public support. You know, you don't become a police officer because you want to become a villain. But when you have, you know, foolish acts that occur in other municipalities and it reflects on your profession, I think it impacts the amount of folks that we can get. Again, people become police officers because they want to be heroes. And if you're not seen that way, then you don't want to join. And I think that's some of the problem that we have nationwide with recruitment for law enforcement.
Well, thank you. Jumping off from that, I mean, I know obviously police officers are held to a very high standard, as you should be. But just for anyone who happens to be hearing this, I would, what I have seen on this presentation, what I see in general, is a police office that is really focusing on trying to work on systemic issues, trying to reach out to people with compassion while still ensuring that victims are taken care of and that we're, you know, enforcing what we need to. I think it's if you are the kind of person who has never seen yourself as being a police officer, I think that our police department is the exact place that you should be. It seems like we're trying to lead a way toward a better way of doing policing and into the 21st century. And so hopefully you're able to get that. Hopefully you're able to get that.
I appreciate that. And, you know, we have the one community concept, and the concept of that, quite frankly, is that we don't want to distinguish ourselves from the community. You know, I think when you do that, you start to us versus them, and then you can do something to someone and not feel their empathy. We want our folks to treat our citizens, our neighbors, as if they were family, you know, and neighbor at the worst. So you wouldn't do that to a family member, so don't do it to our neighbors. And so we emphasize that. The Neighborhood Policing Initiative was all part of that whole philosophy of trying to remove those walls and having really the police officers seeing the citizens as part of our community, and vice versa, the community seeing us as part of the community. We take off the uniforms, we are father, mothers, grandparents, you know, uncle, brothers, the whole deal. And so we have this common cause of trying to have a safe environment for all of our community and maintaining that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief Scott and Chief Jones. Two comments, neither of which necessitate a response, just some food for thought. And I also want to be brief because I think the Mayor Pro Tem has some things that will probably dovetail. That'll be really informative for us. The first thing deals with the 300 and something guns, which we get over one per day, and the fact that 100 and something of those came out of conveyances, came out of cars.
Yeah.
And which I think that the vast percentage are going to be unlocked cars or at least unsecured vehicles. And that makes me think about maybe some innovative partners. I know that there's been no lack of problem solving as it relates to gun violence. That particular one, maybe a couple innovative partners to think about would be the Gainesville Apartment Association and how they can maybe use that lever, and that may have already come up. And is there any innovative ordinance or legislation, which is a very difficult thing at the local level because of state prohibitions related to weapons, that maybe skirt firearms but somehow deal with culpable negligence? So that's just a comment as it relates to the guns. and weapons in unlocked cars. The second one is just looking forward. We have an aligned spring break, the second, third week in March. So both UF and Santa Fe will be out of school, which probably gives the police a little bit of break in calls for service for that population. What it will not give us a break will be the public schools, which will put them out on the roads for basically 8 or 9 days. And I would just love to see the plans that you all have for programming and scheduling for some of the youth that are in our juvenile justice and community support program, and our Reichert House youth and our BOLD. And if the Madam Manager will even allow me, I would certainly love to be involved in that for that week of spring break for the public schools.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willits.
Quick question for the data on gun-related statistics, just so as we know, as we head into future conversations, the number of shots fired, there was a big increase. How are those reported? Is some of that related to the willingness of the public to report, or are they reported then confirmed? And so a little bit about that interaction with the public, whether are we just receiving more because the public is more willing to talk to us? They're, whatever, on an app reporting it. So that's my question.
No, I believe it's an increase because it's more happening. And for us, if you see it show up here, that means we went to the scene and we were able to verify that there were shots fired either through multiple witnesses or through finding casings in the street or holes in the wall or car. When that happens, from our perspective, we count it to make sure that we have a listing of it. We keep track of it so that we know how to direct some of our proactive measures in the future. But yeah, what you see here has been verified, and it's an increase. It's definitely an increase in the amount of folks that are shooting at one another in our community. Well, nationally, everywhere there's shooting. There's more shooting that's going on, and how do we address that and how we curtail that is the big question right now for us in the community.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Duncan-Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one more quick question, Chief. Very excited to learn a lot more about the new department, Youth Services Department, and I believe Chief Jones is the one that is kind of shepherding that. If Chief Jones wouldn't mind just stepping back briefly to the mic. I'm just interested to know where we are, Chief Jones, on that and what a vision might be as we roll that out.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioner, one of the things that we were doing right now is kind of repleting the resources because some of the divisions came over. They did not have enough people to work it. But we have been actively working with the Gainesville Police Department as well as the community with a lot of the events that you saw up there. We were a part of it. And we are doing youth dialogues because, as the chief indicated, we can tell what we think they want to hear, but when you get out and do a youth dialogue, they kind of tell you what we want to hear. Our officers, our staff are in the schools, but a lot of kids may not go to school, so you have to go to the community where they are, and sometimes you have to meet them on a basketball court or a street corner, and just what's going on. What would you like to see within the community? One thing that we also did this past quarter was listening sessions. We teamed up with the Black on Black Crime Task Force, and we went to a couple of locations, and we just sat and listened. We wanted to hear from them, what is the issue? What is the problem that you see that contribute to gun violence or violence altogether? And it was a potpourri of responses from school to community to lack of support, lack of jobs. It was a whole host of things that they were coming and tell us, and our role was to be quiet. Let them talk. Let them talk, not us try to lead a conversation. So, yes, ma'am, we're doing a host of things right now.
Okay. Did I hear you say, Chief, that there was an issue with funding? Is that what you said at the time?
No, when I said firearms, that's what I meant to say. Firearms.
Okay.
Oh, there's always an issue with funding, but we work on that. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that. I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that. No, there's always a resource issue.
For sure.
But we try to really work around it with what we have. The city manager has been gracious to us. And so we try to work with what we have to try to meet some of the needs of the kids.
Absolutely. The reason I asked is because this is, and Madam Manager, you can help me here, built into the budget, correct?
It is.
And
Yes.
do we know the amount? What is the budgeted amount for that department?
For the chief's division chief, I don't have that number right now.
It's okay.
I researched it prior to that. But I also, if I might, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, talk about the importance of ARPA, the American Rescue Plan, and its interface with the ability of juvenile justice and community support services. The fact that there is a significant amount of resources there, he's using it with the listening sessions to interface with the youth in the community, also working with Park, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs to organize activities interfacing with the youth, particularly in the area of cultural affairs, areas where our youth generally thrive in terms of music, poetry, etc. A lot of that is happening right now related to juvenile justice community support services at ARPA, Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs, even Gainesville Fire and Rescue with the new health director that they have. We actually have a lot of energy going there, and Chief, I just wanted to add that. So the resources are always an issue, but we actually have been helped with the ARPA money to work on that and address our youth issues from the artistic angle. I'll just use it that way.
Thank you, Madam Curry, and thank you, Chief. I do believe that answers my question, and Madam Manager, I do look forward to getting that line item.
Absolutely, Chief.
Thank you.
Certainly.
I conclude.
Okay, thank you. We have no other lights up here, so I will go to the citizens. If you have a comment or a question that is specific to what we've been dealing with in this presentation, please feel free. If it is about gun violence in general, please hang on for the next item, if you would. Come on up, but in the future, we're going to ask the folks, please do sign a card to be recognized.
Don't worry, you're talking to an expert now. That's someone who just gives responses because they don't have answers. My name is Gordon Bernstein. Most of you know what I don't do is play games and play loosey-goosey with homeless death. You folks ask for raises while people are lying on the street dying due to your negligence for trusting John DeCarmine and other people at the Alachua County Commission for Homeless and Hungry.
Sorry, I will ask you, please not name folks who are not part of the board.
Well, any person whose job it is to touch homelessness in any way, whether they're on this dais or not, is responsible for legislation that affects homeless people to their deaths. Now, if anybody hasn't driven here and seen a homeless person on the street, come on and raise your hand. But if you're looking for an expert, you're not going to find one in John DeCarmine. John DeCarmine's only expertise.
I'm going to ask once more.
The head of the Alachua
name
County
other
Coalition of Homeless and Hungry, Grace Marketplace, his only expertise is making sure that he doesn't become homeless. The U.S. Interagency Council of Homelessness has already conceded they have no plan of action. That means John DeCarmine has no plan of action. That means
The next time you bring somebody up individually who's not up here on the dais, I'm going to ask you to please conclude. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. I see what we're doing here, and that's fine. However, the U.S. Interagency Council does not have an answer for homelessness. Nobody who visited anybody anywhere at Grace Marketplace has a viable answer. You ask questions that you didn't get a straight answer for. Other people on this dais have been very careful to not allow anybody with answers to enter into the homeless COC. So I, Gordon Bernstein, am coming forward to tell you that anybody who is part of legislating death because they don't have plans of action, real plans of action like I do, that work to help those who are dying on the street first. Not people who you're just going to fail year after year after year. I want a count from origin. I want to know how many people have died in Alachua County from homelessness And I want to know where else they might have died. I can't get these answers from anybody, especially people from this dais who I can't explain. But you have inherited a ghastly problem that no city has the resources to fix because they don't have the intellectual wherewith, nor do they have the experience, nor have they come from the hell that is indeed homelessness on the streets. I have. I can't afford to play loosey-goosey and let everybody here control me because I'll be dead before you guys make a decision about what's more important, your pay or citizens dying on the street.
I'm going to ask you to conclude, sir.
Excuse me?
That's your time. I'm going to ask you to conclude, sir.
Should include the time that I was interrupted by you.
Sir, your time is finished. Your time is finished. Please conclude.
Does anybody have any questions for me?
Sir, please conclude and step away from the lectern. Thank you.
Debbie Martinez, followed by Donald Shepard.
Yes, thanks very much. I served on the city's homeless task force in 2002 to help the city draft a plan how best to deal with our homeless population. Several of us traveled all over the state and studied other homeless shelters, and we took the best. Let me give you an example. If you're going to open a business, would you model your business out of someone who went bankrupt, or would you model your business after someone who was a success? So we took those suggestions, and they were denied by the city commission. So, I don't understand this game about you can't just mention the names of city staff or contractors, but anyway, when the city awarded the contract to the current contractor to manage Grace Marketplace, we were inundated with calls for service. There were sexual assaults out there. Homeless people were being physically, sexually abused. It was just a mess. So our city manager, assistant city manager, please don't handcuff me for saying his name, Mr. Fred Murray and Ms. Betty Baker, hired an outside consultant to come back and look at the problems out there. They said the place needed to be bulldozed. Management was a disaster. And Ms. Betty Baker and Mr. Fred Murray presented a list of recommendations to improve it, because we don't want to stop helping our homeless people. This is about protecting the homeless people who are out there trying to seek services inside. So it's not about starving people. It's about separating those who aren't willing to undergo a police clearance and serving their meals outside and protecting those who are going inside to give them the safety, and for our staff. This is located in East Gainesville. This does not, it metastasizes through that whole community. The problems that we're having out there, they don't stay in the parking lot. They don't stay inside. So I will get that report, because I don't know if it's been burned or whatever happened to it. But, you know, I found Mr. Fred Murray and Miss Betty Baker total professionals, and not looking down on those in need, but wanting to protect those in need who were coming to us to seek services because we're the ones funding it. So I think when there's issues raised, they need to be taken seriously and saying, oh, you don't care about the homeless population, because it's not so. Thank you.
Donald Shepard, followed by Collie Blunt.
I would ask that we focus on items related to the presentation that we had and not have a public discussion at this point on homelessness.
Okay. Can you reaffirm me of what that was?
There's a report from GPD on the last quarter's numbers.
Okay, thank you. What I step up here to say is that I'd like to know when that copy of the book that they're talking about in the meeting is available for the public, because I'd like a copy of that.
The presentation is available in the backup.
Okay.
Presentation is currently available in the backup, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you
Right
for
now.
bringing that to my attention. Okay. The other thing is what had been said as far as the homelessness, if I can talk about that.
This is not if you want to talk about a variety of topics that are not on the agenda, you're welcome to do that at open public comment. This is not open public comment.
Okay. I'll wait till then, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Colley Blunt.
The comment I'm about to make is a piece of what I would have made on the next item, but since so much was said about Reichert House, I felt compelled to speak on that because I was around when Reichert House started, when Richard Baxter, a dedicated social worker as well as a fantastic musician, opened the Reichert House out of his job at Corner Drugstore in about 89 or 90. It was imbued with the principles he had as a professional social worker. And I know because I was there, I was coming in to do African history and African folk tales with the kids there. And I saw tremendous successes, even though it was in a ramshackle little house, not the beautiful building they have now. Mr. Baxter was a powerhouse. He was a little guy, about my size, but he was a powerhouse. But he had this real tall cop friend who was willing to come in and help and bring resources. And somehow, through that interaction, Reichert House switched over to being a police department program. I don't feel like the connection that happened with Richard's social work ethics happens under the police rubric. Kids behave great while they're there because they're surrounded by cops. Many of them are compelled to be there by a court order. So I would love to see that program go back or recapture some of its human value, human service ethics that came from a professional like Richard. And I think can be restored there. That program could do a lot better job of truly connecting with the kids, making a long-term, ongoing difference in their lives instead of just ruthlessly managing their behavior while they're on the site. That doesn't really change their lives. I know they've had some great successes, but I would love to see their great success rate go to into the 90% instead of a few anecdotes.
That's all? Okay. So back to the dais. I don't see any lights. Here's what we're going to try to do is go through the next item, and then we will take a half-hour break after the next item, and then we will come back and run with the afternoon's business. Madam Clerk.
The next item is item number 2023-104, City Commissioner Desmon Duncan-Walker, gun violence as a local crisis, with the recommendation that the City Commission discuss and take action as deemed necessary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to just begin by saying thank you to everyone here who I recognize who has come out for this item. There are a number of people here from communities and organizations, and several of whom were not able to be with us today, but I really greatly appreciate you for coming out to talk about this very important issue. It does very much dovetail the presentation that we just had, but this conversation today, colleagues, I'm hoping we can just have a very candid, organic conversation about ways that we can move forward, addressing gun violence, centering community. Because what we understand is that the police department has their strategy, and they just outlined much of the work that they're doing and that they will continue. But we understand clearly, and the statistics have shown us, even national trends have shown us, that preventing gun violence takes more than police. I'd like to start off by reading an article that was published at the Brookings Institute back in 2022, and I'll read just a little bit of it. Gun violence is one of the most devastating and burdensome public health issues in the United States. taking almost 21,000 lives, not even including suicides, in 2021, and having an estimated economic toll of $280 billion annually. These statistics heavily impact Black communities where homicide is one of the leading causes of death for Black males. Alongside nationwide efforts to reduce violent crime after a 30% increase in murders between 2019 and 2020, further research is needed on the factors that predict violent crime and gun violence in particular. We are beginning to see the targeting of social factors within high crime communities become integrated into cities' public safety initiatives more and more. Mayors in Houston and New York City have implemented police reforms that fund and incorporate violence prevention training, mental health support, and interventions and services for survivors of domestic violence. Also including hospital-based interventions, youth programming, after-school activities, job training, stable housing, and more. If you'd like, please feel free to go on and grab the article entitled "Preventing Gun Violence Takes More Than Police" at the Brookings Institute. I don't need to go much further because I think I probably would be beating a dead horse. There's probably not a person in this room that does not understand the fact that our approach to gun violence is going to require all hands on deck. I was very excited, Mayor, that we were able to fold what was intended to be a conversation and a meeting about something else into at least a preview of this conversation today. And I'm very excited to hear from my colleagues about what your thoughts are and how we can center community. I will have a motion after we complete this conversation, but I'd like to just get some of my thoughts off of my heart and into your ears today, and they're just a few. This is an exhaustive issue that is being researched all the time across this country, and there's so many good ideas. You heard the chief say earlier today, it's going to take everyone, and I've often said that. So just for a few moments, I would like to say that in light of our commitment to recognizing our Vision 1 goal, or Vision 0, goal, and our recent acknowledgement that pedestrian safety is a priority for us and acknowledging that as a crisis, the first thing I would like to do today is acknowledge that gun violence is a crisis in this city of Gainesville. That will fold into a motion that I make at the very end of this conversation. How we move forward in addressing that crisis is what this conversation is about. I'm hoping that we can draft a resolution to the effect. I'm also hoping that we can authorize the mayor to draft a letter to the county commission asking them to join us and declare gun violence as a crisis in Alachua County as well. We have just created a public safety committee. And what an amazing opportunity to interact not just with ourselves, but to interact with the community and local agencies and how to address this matter. I can envision potentially a gun violence subcommittee and several events and talks and programs that would come out of that. I'd also like to see us convene a gun violence strategic partnership. And what I mean when I say that is that there are many community organizations that are already working in this space. There are local government agencies that should come to the table. There are individuals with personal experience, and there are institutional partners, Mayor, that we discussed the other day, who should and who have expressed a desire to come to this table to help the city of Gainesville address this massive issue of gun violence. I'd also like to figure out a way to collect the data on this issue. The Gainesville Police Department has their statistics, but when we start to roll out our programs, when we start to partner with the individuals that we are going to partner with, I think it's important that we collect the data. And I am being very specific in saying we, because I want the city to lead this. Are we the experts? No. But do we have the opportunity to take a leadership role in this? Absolutely. Do we have the ability, and should we take leadership on collaborating and bringing partners to the table? I believe so. And if we do that, I believe that we need to be the owners and the shepherds of whatever data is collected. I had the opportunity to take a trip several months ago with the intention of seeing the Sportsplex in Birmingham. I couldn't just go to Birmingham and not soak in the history. Very, very rich in civil rights history. I traveled after my trip to Birmingham, I guess a couple of hours down the road to Montgomery. I went to the museum that Brian Stevenson created that's known as the Legacy Museum. They have an amazing exhibit that many of you have probably already been to, and if you haven't been to it, you may have heard about it, because there are those who are taking pilgrimages, if you will, to what I believe is one of the most important spaces to recently be created in this country. From enslavement to mass incarceration. The Legacy Museum. From enslavement to mass incarceration. I'm a big coffee table book person. This is one of the things that I brought back, one of many. Why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this because I believe that this is required travel for youth, required travel for us, required travel pretty much for anybody who wants to work in this space. I'm going to focus, though, on the importance I believe that this trip would have to youth. I'm particularly interested in reaching out to those young people who are not necessarily in school, those who are most susceptible to the lifestyle that we're trying to prevent, because I believe this voyage, combined with conversations, combined with programs and intensive work with them, can begin in that prevention and intervention strategy that we're all so concerned about. I think this is just one small piece. I'm pouring out my heart here today. These are just ideas. But what I realize is that for every idea that I have, there are hundreds more that the community has. And those are ideas that we need to hear. Over the next few weeks, probably months, I plan on holding a series of conversations so that I can hear and bring back to this commission what the community is saying. You are an invaluable and essential part of this strategy. I don't want to talk too much longer because we've already had a long morning, and I think it's important that the people who joined us today, to the extent that they wish to, have the opportunity to come and share their thoughts. But I would say this, that the purpose and the intent of this item today, Mayor and Commissioners, is to, one, declare the crisis, and two, chart pathways forward as to how we will empower and bring in community to address it. So thank you for allowing me to make these opening comments. I look forward to your discussion.
Commissioner Duncan-Walker, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan-Walker. Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Duncan-Walker, I see in the backup the, what I believe is the resolution you're proposing.
No, ma'am.
No, it is not. That's not yours. I just want to make sure.
It's okay.
Because it's in the backup, so I don't know where it came from.
It's okay, it's okay. No, that is not mine. I will say that several months ago, when I did the gun violence town hall, I worked with the city clerk. You'll remember that gun violence town hall, I had roughly 1,100 people. Out of that, we went into a meeting, a GPC meeting, where I put forward the idea of a cultural arts facility that, thank you all, you voted for unanimously. That resolution was not the one that I came up with. I actually started drafting one that I never submitted. So this resolution is not the one that I'm talking about. The one that I'm hoping we will actually arrive at will take a look and address gun violence as a public health issue. That's really what I'm looking towards us doing today.
Okay, because I was gonna have a follow-up question of if you intended it to be a binding or non-binding, and if it was this, I have questions, but it's not this, and I assume you don't have a copy with us today, and it's to be worked on and brought back.
Absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
in that case, I'd be more than happy whenever you finish, because I know typing it takes a toll, but that was the extent of my question, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights, I will, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to bring, can we have Chief Scott come up for just a moment? I just wanted to bring up one last thing, and I'll try to make it quick, is that this is a crisis. I'm really excited about what you're trying to do to bring community in and try to solve these issues. I did want to bring up that we are coming into a legislative session, and there is one particular item that has been getting a lot of notice around the country and around the state of Florida around a concealed carry, and I just kind of wanted to hear from Chief Scott, as someone who's on the front line every day, dealing with victims of gun violence and finding guns that are not legally on the street, what your thoughts were broadly about having something that you would no longer have concealed weapons permits to carry guns, and what impact they may have on the exact issue that Commissioner Walker is talking about here.
With the increase in gun violence that we've experienced recently, I don't think the solution is putting more guns on the street, quite frankly. I think having a permitless carry is going to cause us a little more, it causes me a little more concern, because my office is going to be encountering more people who are armed, and we don't know what their intents are, and that's going to be a dangerous situation when a law enforcement officer encounters a person that has a weapon on them. We don't know for what reason, and again, we encounter people all the time, traffic stops, maybe we have reason to stop them because we believe they might be involved in something. I think that this measure is going to add another measure of safety concern for my officers and, quite frankly, for the public in general.
All right, thank you. I want this to stand on its own. I think it's important that on its own we talk about the shine light on the gun violence crisis, but I would like to at some point perhaps come out as a body against this that will that could very well and probably will increase the number of gun deaths that we have in our community, but I'll leave that for a different time. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. So again, thank you, Commissioner Duncan-Walker, for bringing this forward. As many of you heard me say almost a month ago at our swearing in, this is one of the primary things that we need to shine a light on as a community. And I say shine a light on because the idea that we are going to solve it all alone on our own here in Gainesville when it is a national crisis, it's probably not realistic. But we have to shine a light on it and do the things that we can and that we are able to do together to minimize it in our city and to support folks who are victims of gun violence in our community, given the restrictions that we have. I'm going to go to Commissioner Chestnut, and then we'll go to the community to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to applaud Commissioner Duncan-Walker for stepping forward. And I am particularly interested in your youth town halls over the next series of months. And I think that's going to be very, very beneficial for us. And I'm very interested in hearing from your guests you have invited today.
Absolutely.
Hear their concerns.
Absolutely.
Their solutions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. If I may, Mr. Mayor, sure. To Commissioner Chestnut's point about town halls and youth town halls, one of the things that I have become increasingly aware of, actually, I started becoming aware of this in my work in Miami. You all always hear me talk about the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center. There's a reason that you always hear me talking about it. And it is because it was in the heart of an incredibly embattled community on the corner of 62nd and 22nd, and it saved lives. It gave kids an alternative. But to that point, the opportunity for youth not just to tell us what they need and what they want, but also to lead in this effort, I believe is critical, and I think that's where we're going to start to really see the change. Putting them in leadership positions where they actually have the opportunity to be peer-to-peer. There's another organization that I'll just take a quick moment to mention here briefly that I'm hoping we can duplicate, if not actually become a part of it here, is the credible messengers. I'm not sure how many. I see Chief Jones nodding his head. And some people might think it is somewhat related to the interrupters. It can be similar, but the credible messengers is particularly exciting to me because it takes those that were previously justice involved with the experience, and it positions them as mentors to the youth who would be involved in gun violence. That's particularly interesting to me because sometimes our youth are not listening to the police. Sometimes they're not listening to parents, but they might just listen to someone with a shared life experience and someone who has been there, done that. The statistics and the numbers show that it is an incredibly effective program, and it is something that I'm hoping that we can find a way to duplicate here. Once we know we at this dais cannot jump into everything, but how we can once again empower community to do this work is really what I am excited to assist in, and I look forward to being able to do that. I conclude and look forward to hearing from the folks that are here.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Keep wanting to touch this.
I know.
Debbie Martinez.
I remind everyone that this is 3 minutes apiece. When you have a green light, you have plenty of time. We get to yellow, there's 1 minute left, and when you get to red, I'll ask you to conclude.
Okay. All right, this is going to be continue with, first I want to thank Commissioner Duncan-Walker for bringing in the agenda. I have been coming last few years talking about my situation. For people who doesn't know, my son been murdered November 4, 2019. The way his case was handled is crucial, very complicated with all the mistakes and negligence been done with his case. And it's not about gun violence, very, very big issue. Everything people talk about is important. Money is very important, but I think life is more important than money. Because in my son's issue, everybody was talking about budget, not investigating about this criminal to put away. 2 of them are free, one dead only 10 years. But about crimes in Gainesville, continue with Ms. Chief Scott. Crimes in Gainesville is 39% out of 1,000 people. It's very high. Gainesville, 3,953 crimes compared to other states. Texas, California, name it. Gainesville, little town, it's very high. Very high. I'm doing my part as a mother who lost a child to do what I can. And I didn't know where to begin, but I reach out writing letters. These are the letters I'm writing and sending out, mailing, emailing. The only person first called, it was Commissioner Duncan. I really appreciate it again.
I'm going to ask you to speak into the microphone so the folks
Yeah,
at home can
I'm so appreciative you brought this. Recommended agencies, with all due respect, I am learning what they're doing, but it's different than my son's situations, murder. Police needs to do a lot. With all due respect to Chief Jones, his officers, Chief Scott's, police needs to do a lot. 6 offenders in Gainesville, 200, almost 300 out of 370 or 730,000 is high. Homelessness. I say first start with drugs. Fix the roots. If the roots doesn't get fixed, if you're building, the bottom is losing, it's gonna fall.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm hungry and I can't speak too fast. So, yeah, I am so sorry, but in my part, we didn't get treated the way we should treat. I think my family deserve to get treated better about my son's case to be handled. I need
but I need you
justice
to
for
wrap
my
up.
son.
Yeah.
And I need response to all these letters. I do my best for community fund as much as I can
I need you to wrap
for
up.
you guys do your job. And again, thank you for bringing this up because it's very important. It related to everything, mental health,
Ma'am,
everything.
please.
Homelessness.
Thank you.
Ms. Debbie Martinez, followed by Carly Blunt.
And please forgive me for thanking Commissioner Brian Eastman first, because I'm afraid I'll forget to thank him for bringing up that important proposed legislation about this open carry, because I'm just as concerned about it, if not more than you. I'm just a woman. I would pass out if anyone pulled a gun on me. I look brave because I come here and take on issues that I'm concerned about with powers to be, but I'm not. I'm in panic over that. So thank you. And I want to thank Commissioner Desmon-Walker for recognizing that this truly is a public health crisis. I'm a retired registered nurse, and I understand public health. Now, I also appreciate what you're saying about having folks come with shared experience to speak to our youth. That's very important. As a substance abuse counselor for the corner drugstore, I taught the prevention of alcohol and substance abuse in the high school and middle schools. And I would bring along, it brings tears to my eyes, but young people in this community who had overdosed on drugs, that one was paralyzed, to talk with those students. Because even though they preferred speaking to me, the students listened to me better than law enforcement because they knew I wasn't there to arrest them, that I was giving them information to keep them alive and to keep them well. I cared about their well-being, not about punishing them. The first thing I would ask them is, I want to see a show of hands of everyone who thinks people that abuse alcohol and drugs are bad people. They all raised their hands. I said, no, their choices are bad. They're not bad. But anyway, another suggestion that I'd like to make, you talked about focusing first on those young adults that have already dropped out of high school. I'm all about prevention. I love intervention, I'm all for that, but it's a lot more costly. If we can prevent more people from dropping out of high school. I live down the street from GHS. I watch our young people walk to school, and many of them turn around and leave. At one time, we had vocational education. Please don't preach to me about all the good things at Santa Fe. I know all about them, but we used to have vocational education in the high school where everyone felt a part. Everybody belonged with their peers, and they could learn a trade and gain financial independence. Many of them were earning part-time money while they were in high school, and they got full-time job opportunities as soon as they graduated. So I think we need to, it wouldn't cost a penny to send a letter to the school board asking them if they would please reconsider bringing more real vocational education back into the high school, not at a remote location where they're there with their peers and they feel part. Thank you so much.
Carly Blunt, followed by Donald Shepard.
I know there are many moving parts to this gun violence issue, but I think that a very large proportion is black youth harming each other. And that's the concern I want to feel focused on. It's hard to say enough in 3 minutes, and I'm a little discombobulated because of the burglary of my house the other day, but I am grateful to the officers who came out and helped me get my mind a little settled. Our kids are striking out at each other for some very complex reasons, and they have to do with a lot of history and a lot of lack of history. Only one group was ever brought to this country. Of all the immigrants who have made up this country, one group was forcefully, violently made to surrender every vestige of their story of self. Names, food, religion, clothing, everything, and become somebody else's economic equipment. And if you look in the DSM, the Diagnostic Manual for Psychiatry, Psychology, under amnestic disorders, the signs and symptoms under that heading look like a description of behaviors I can go out on the corner in my neighborhood and see young people manifesting. That needs to be fixed. And what's terrible is we're at a time when state government is trying to suppress history. I spent several days recently at the Medieval Fair filling in some history gaps, and one thing I told people, all humans make history. Only humans make history. So when history is suppressed, that is denying or diminishing someone's humanity. And we can't go back there. But we need programs that also engage the kids. You know, just straight up lecturing. I've tried lecturing to a group of kids. I cannot hold the attention of people under 15 or so, and they have to want the history. So it's going to take very talented engagement, and it's going to take people who have experienced it. The value of history lies in retaining the great things we've learned and done in the past, but also in avoiding the errors. We have a chance to utilize people who are willing to give up their lives as examples of the errors and share with these kids. And I'm talking about people who are re-entering from incarceration. Commissioner Walker has met with some who are willing to let their lives be the example, the proof of what not to do. It has to be proved, and it has to be engaging. And if we can spend a whole lot of money sending some commissioners who are in their last week of office on a transatlantic pleasure trip, we can certainly send some kids to EJI in Montgomery. The Reichert House group is ripe and ready. I say send them right away, because we're losing, 3 to 4 lives a month. We have to move fast.
Thank you, Mr. Blunt.
Donald Shepard, followed by Amanda Goldsmith.
Mr. Shepard, so I want to ask everybody, because we are so far behind, if you would please, if you know that you're next, kind of be prepped to be up there. Thank you.
I'd like to forward for my time for later, okay? Because I do have comments about this gun situation, but I'd like to save them till later.
Well, now's the time to talk about gun violence. If you want to talk about it, now's the time.
Okay, short one. Gun violence is talk. And I've been a police officer for 47 years. And I see this fight go on forever. And it's going to go on. As long as we have this common thought that there's racial division in the family or the world, we're going to have. So let's pull that aside. We have programs like Hannity. We have great many people like Leo Point that have said, let's take this and give it back to where it belongs. Put it in the history books. Put it out there on videos so that the people can see it. That choose to see it. But to keep bringing this up is, in my park, trailer park, the children come to my door and say, why is this going on in our city commission? Well, it is because what it is. Those people's opinions is what I tell them. And I said, I don't agree with it either. I think that we were all born by God, and so that we should take that outlook and take and run with that, not take and bring it out as a racial issue. That needs to stop, and that's my comment. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard.
Amanda Goldsmith, followed by Marnie Wiss.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Amanda Goldsmith, and I am a public health consultant, and I study evidence-based policymaking. I am also a gun violence survivor. This spinal brace I wore 23 years ago when a man shot me. The bullet ricocheted off my spine, went through the main artery to my left kidney, through 2 different areas of my colon and intestines, and out, and it shattered my little sister's toy across the room before I hit the ground. When I hit the ground, the man stood over me with the gun pointed in my face and pulled the trigger. The gun jammed, and he fled. I survived, and I am here to be a voice for the community and the children. I am here to give a voice to those who do not make it. Do you know what it's like living with PTSD? Always being hypervigilant, always on guard, always looking for exits. Do you know how hard it is to try to self-regulate? I do, and no one, especially our children and the members of our community, should ever have to feel this way. I see hope in the future generation, while at the same time I worry endlessly for their safety, as I have 3 children in public school. I know the tummy aches, the headaches, and the anxiety. I see the trauma in the active shooter drills, and I know that trauma. No one should ever feel that. And we want better for our future. We must engage and invest in our communities. We must educate ourselves about how to counteract this growing issue. We need an interdisciplinary task force to address this. We must reach out and connect with the lower socioeconomic areas of the community and educate about safe storage and lift them up out of poverty. To raise the bar of their educational goals, we need to extend public transport beyond city limits into the rural areas so that they can come in and get jobs and have those better education opportunities. We need to bring back apprenticeship positions and skilled job opportunities that blatantly I've seen the vacancies open for a very long time in some positions. We also need better services for gun violence survivors. We are at a pivotal moment in modern civilization, and what we do or do not do will impact everyone today, tomorrow, and for decades after. What are our future generations going to say about us? What will our legacy be? What will your legacy be when the descendants tell your story? Thank you for all who have come to the table to help us solve this public health crisis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Evelyn Mickle, followed by our final speaker, Mr. Robert.
Marnie was she on the list?
Oh, yes. Marnie? Yes. Weiss? Marnie Weiss?
We got a little out of order there. Sorry.
Marnie Wise? Or West? Is West?
I want to thank Amanda for her courage for what she just told us all. And I want to cede part of my time, if I can, to Robin Lilly, who is another survivor of gun violence. She has to leave because she's going to work for the school system with kids that were
Right. So what we don't do, we don't cede time. Everybody gets up to 3 minutes. So.
Yeah, that'll be 2 seconds.
So if you conclude, that's
I'm giving up
Great. Okay.
that part of, that's what I mean.
That's perfectly okay. Nobody has to speak for 3 full minutes. We don't require it.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm also a gun violence survivor. My son was murdered 3 years ago and left for dead for three whole days. And Commissioner Duncan-Walker, I love you. I thank you for everything you're doing. I heard somebody comment about the Reichert House and what they want to see come back. I love the Reichert House. I was a part of them back in 2000. I was I was the parent president of the first club, thing that they had there, and they did a lot. My son, who's murdered, was a part of the program. He just eventually grew up and went back down south, but they went above and beyond. They went above and beyond from their own families to take care of our children. Any resources and funding and anything that's available for them, I would love for them to have. And the things that they used to do to allow them to continue to do. because it worked back then, and I hope it can still continue to work. That's part of my time. I got to go pick up the kids from school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So
Oh, is that it? Oh, I can't finish the time.
that's not the way we do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
We-
misunderstood.
If we wanted some different rules, we should have talked about some different rules.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
That's okay.
Fill out a form? Is it too late for her to fill out a form?
I assumed that this was her.
This was, it just that Robin had to leave, so I gave her this time.
Go,
That's
go,
okay.
go ahead and talk for another minute or so, but I'm going to ask that people please try to, I will tell you what the rules are.
Yeah, the rest of
It's-
us are not talking. She's the only one talking.
Okay, great.
Okay.
But there are 3 minutes for each person to speak. And we don't have a practice for seating time and moving back and forth. I want to let you finish because clearly we weren't clear about that.
I'm sorry.
But that's what, it's my fault, not yours. But I don't want to mislead anybody else. You get 3 minutes, we don't cede time. When the 3 minutes are done, we're done with that topic. And you get to talk about another topic later, that's fine. But that's how we do it for anybody else who's here and signed up. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Now I know. I thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, for your attention to this. I think I've spoken to all of you we have spoken to all of you in our capacity as Moms Demand Action volunteers, and I know you are all looking for ways to address this issue. And thank you, Commissioner Eastman, for bringing up. I just want to acknowledge that we are working in an environment where the state is doing things that are not just not helpful, but actively increasing the chances of gun violence. So I appreciate that we appreciate that this commission is working so hard in the space that has been left to you. So I just want to say that we love the approach you're taking, Commissioner Duncan-Walker. Gun violence as a public health concern, that approach is evidence-based. Check everytownresearch.org. Lots of good evidence there on how well it works. Having the youth lead is also, we believe, the right approach. We believe that the people who are closest to the problem, which in most communities are the people who are living in Black and brown communities, historically under-resourced, they are the people who are closest to the solution. So opening this conversation up, listening to those groups, those individuals, we are all for it, and we look forward to working with the commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Ms. Evelyn Mickle, followed by Mr. Robert Mounts, our last speaker
Okay.
for this item.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor,
Welcome.
commissioners, and each of you, my fellow citizens. My name is Evelyn Mickle, and I am the widow of Judge Stephen P. Mickle for years. And first thing I want to say is that gun violence is really a compilation of symptoms of many issues that have been ignored over time or addressed in many ways, but the time has come that our Commissioner Desmon Duncan-Walker and you are bringing to light, and you're shedding light on these issues. It is a public health crisis. I have worked with children all of my life. I come from a very large family. So some of the things that I may say may sound very archaic, but I want to say that the first thing is that I thank you for the collaboration that you're beginning with the city and the county. It is a public health crisis in Alachua County and the city of Gainesville. We really cannot worry about what the crisis is in other counties. This is your domain, and this is where you work, and this is where you serve, and we are the community that you serve. I would also say that we work with those who are increasingly affected, including health care. Health care is very much affected. Any gun violence issue, mental health, physical, social, ethical problems, they're going to come through the healthcare system. And so we're going to have to work with them. So I like the idea of town hall meetings. I believe much is accomplished in town hall meetings. Do not be afraid of town hall meetings. You're going to get people who cannot come to city commission meetings, and you're going to get people who cannot and will not come to county commission meetings. And so if you continue to meet and collaborate and listen, this would help those who come to these meetings to see where they fit in. Because we all fit in. We all have to fit in order to solve an issue, a problem. These are problems that have come to our doorsteps, and we can no longer turn our backs. If it affects me in the East Side community, it's going to affect you in the Northwest and the Southwest communities. So working together will minimize the class system. We do have a class system, but working together, we can minimize the class system. I don't say we can eliminate it, but we can minimize it, because we will begin to see the wholeness, the worth of every individual, from a social, mental, emotional, physical, and a spiritual standpoint. We are one. We are one. So we work in
Ms.
this
Mickle, I'll ask
regard,
you
I
to
believe.
Wrap up for us, please.
Short range, mid range, and long range goals. We cannot get it all done in one fell swoop. There is no magic wand that we will be able to extend.
I need you to wrap up, Ms. Mickle.
I believe my thing says 37 seconds. I'll be finished.
Because you've gone over.
Boys, listen, boys need meaningful work to do with their hands and with their minds from a very early age. Girls do too, but boys especially.
Thank you.
Our final speaker.
Mr. Mounts, you going to wrap us up? Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Robert Mounts, man enough to be a mom, a supporter of Moms Demand Action, and a supporter of Commissioner Desmon Walker's resolution. And I look forward to the concrete things that at the city level, county level, can be done to address gun violence. It goes much further than this resolution. I know more is coming, and thank you for that. There are two things that you can do now. One is pass a resolution opposing House Bill 543, which is permitless carry, authorizing anyone, whether or not they've had training or not, licensed or not, to carry a concealed handgun, firearm on their person. And the law also allows you to briefly display that weapon, as long as it's not in an angry and non-threatening manner. But if I display a weapon to you, I'm kind of saying, you better not mess with me, right? You know, it's very threatening as it's phrased. In addition, it doesn't go so far as open carry any further than that, but the language is very ambiguous. It talks about it is an offense if you display it in a rude, threatening, angry manner, that sort of thing. But the whole idea is foreign to public safety. And I bring to this discussion 43 years experience working either in or around the military as an advisor, as a lawyer. And the second thing I would bring from that is that many, many times the military is castigated for not doing enough about crime, but especially sexual assault, things that occur downtown. And the one thing that they can regulate, and you can regulate, is when people are allowed to drink downtown. And I hope that you will get around to revisiting, as Commissioner Sacco suggested last year, the open container ordinance. Because right now it allows people to get their last drink as they leave the bar at 2 a.m. with a paper cup or a plastic cup full of alcohol and go outside, and they have 30 minutes to consume it. And I just can't believe that's right. You know, we have a problem downtown, especially on the weekends after the bars close. So please revisit that at your convenience when you can. I know you want to do things. That's one thing you can address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. So that's all? Okay, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in the interest of time, you can put the 3-minute timer on me and I'll be done. So thanks to the Moms Demand Action who came in group, and especially to the 2 survivors of gun violence. When you hear actual efforts and actual real impacts, that makes a difference to the way that we think about what we're doing and the difference making that can occur. So I really appreciate that. Very quickly to the Mayor Pro Tem, I'm on board, so that's the easy thing. I'm on board. That's the way that goes. As it relates to the comments that I made before, after Chief Scott presented, all I'd ask Madam Clerk is that those also are brought forward, because those 2 comments are also relevant to some of the Mayor Pro Tem's thoughts and envisioning related to strategic planning. And Mayor Pro Tem, maybe something I would consider as you draft your resolution is think in your strategic plan about potentially amassing an inventory of the existing resources. So perhaps that's some language that you'll consider putting in there, because there are probably a lot of resources out there that are operating independent and are overlapping. And if we can put those together and we know what they're at, and I'm guessing that some of that inventory may already have been done by some internal city. I'm looking at the Madam Manager and shaking her head. We probably have some of that already, but it will certainly show where we have gaps in what we already have, and then be more effective than the existing resources that we have. So perhaps an inventory in your strategic plan may be part of your resolution. I managed the Reichert House, so a lot of people don't necessarily talk about that, but I managed it for some period of time, and it is it's a dynamite program. So regardless of things that you may read in the past, or efforts related to back-end issues, the actual work that's done with the youth is the transformative work that actually does things that in the long run prevent gun violence or prevent violence in general. And I hate to have to quote Chief Jones, but I will tell you that tax taker, you want to say that, sir? Yes, you say it. No, you say it. I'm telling you to say it.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, one of the goals of the Reichert House is that we want to transform these individuals to be taxpayers instead of tax takers. Many with this population, if they tax takers, they're incarcerated. And so they're going to cost society. So that's what we try to instill in them. Forgive the grammar, but that's what we came up with.
Thank you. It's the first time in my career that I've ever ordered the chief to do anything, so he'll do that. And Ms. Mickle is absolutely on target as far as figuring out what you have and looking at the programs and then moving forward. And I'm on board. That's what I started with.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Mayor Pro Tem, I think you're going to find most of us are on board. I am on board. This issue, well, first of all, I also want to make sure that the public knows and the commission knows that there definitely will be a second on a motion about House Bill 543, from me at least. But this issue, I feel like, has evolved some. 10 years ago or 15 years ago, Great Recession, we would have only been talking about jobs, 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 jobs. And we still do, right? The training, because when you have young people who are not in education, employment, or training, this is one of the difficulties. This is one of the, gun violence ends up being a symptom of this. Jobs, jobs, jobs. We're in an economic situation now with super low unemployment, which may not always reflect reality in both our nation or our local community. I do understand that. But, jobs is not as easy of a identifiable area to focus on. And I want to make sure that when we talk about this, that we've mentioned on this body, and we're going to continue to mention that housing is upstream of so much. And I can't imagine being a young person now and being told about education, employment, and training, when even if I got the education, the employment, and the training, I wouldn't be able to afford a house so that I could get off my my mother's couch or basement, or my uncle's spare bedroom, and go have my own little piece of Gainesville and go live the Gainesville good life. And so I just want to make sure that when we this is a wicked problem, as County Commission Chair Prizia mentioned a few weeks ago, And it is wicked in the sense that there's multiple problems, where it comes from can seem like we cannot solve it at all, but clearly locally we have an interest to make action, to work towards what solutions we can, what is in our domain, but that this approach, we may not be able to fix everything. We may not even be able to include it all in this resolution, but I want to make sure that I let you know that my commitment to this goes beyond possibly just one resolution, that those upstream things like housing, like education, employment, and training, that they are a part of it, and that I'm committed to those as well. Those are obviously much bigger. I don't want to say much bigger. Those are part of the wicked problem that we might not be able to address today or in your planned resolution, but it's definitely part of it. And also, thank you to Moms Demand Action for being here, for communicating to us well in advance of this. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, before we go back to Commissioner Duncan-Walker, I will say thank you to you for bringing this forward. Thanks to Moms Demand Action. I appreciate you all very much, as I think most of you are very well aware. I've been supportive of your organization for many years now. I've been to Tallahassee with you. Will continue to be so. One of the first things I did after being elected was join Mayors Against Illegal Guns, which Mayor Castor of Tampa is currently the president. So she understands some of the specific things that we have working against us here in Florida that maybe some other states don't have to work within. I appreciate Students Demand Action as well, and everyone who has a hand in this, everyone who has a concern in this. It is certainly an issue that I have said for years needs more direct action, and I'm glad we're at a point to be able to do that. With that, Commissioner Duncan-Walker, do you have a motion you want to put before us?
Just really quickly, thank you to all of my colleagues. I really appreciate your support. Commissioner Willits, you hit the nail on the head. In its purest definition, as being recognized as a public health crisis, and also in addressing the root causes of violence, certainly access to affordable and safe housing is one of those things that's right up at the top of how you get this work done, as well as providing access to resources. There are so many root causes to this gun violence that you're right. We will only begin to scratch the surface with the work that comes out of the resolution. But thank you very much for identifying the fact that you will commit, just as I will, to addressing those root causes of violence that we've spoken of so many times at the commission before. So I am going to thank once again. Big work. Big issue. And everyone that is in this space today, I appreciate you so much because you will be a part of the solution. I thank you for dedicating your time to that. It was not lost on me, the time that you took to be here this morning. I did want to speak to, my granddaddy told me always, never single anybody out because you always forget someone, and that's the truth. But there's a powerful showing of support, not just for something that Commissioner Duncan-Walker brought forward, but for the need to protect each other. That's what this is about. For the need to secure a safer future. For the need to lay out safe streets and safe communities for our children and their children that will come. And so I thank everybody in this space for dedicating the time to that today. Thank you, community. Thank you, Moms Demand Action. Very powerful testimonies. Very powerful testimonies. Thank you. So this motion will sound a little something like this. I move that we declare gun violence a public health crisis in the city of Gainesville, and that we draft a resolution to that effect. That we authorize the mayor to draft a letter to the county commission asking them to join us and declare gun violence as a crisis in Alachua County. drafting a resolution as well, and that they partner with us in this effort to prevent and stem gun violence. I move that we begin to lay the foundation for convening a gun violence task force, and that we ask staff to bring back ways that they can expand or tailor programs that we may already be doing here within the city to specifically address gun violence. Not sure that this should be a part of the motion, but I'll acknowledge my desire to do this. And there are a couple of you who are on this board with me here, so you'll just hear my heart. That we be able to expand the Public Safety Committee. We haven't met yet, but to include a gun violence subcommittee. I also would move that we ask our staff to develop and conceive what the addition of this information and this effort to a website would look like. Now, that wasn't part of my initial conversation. I get it. But I'm going to ask that we include that, because I don't think we can begin this work without being very transparent and being very clear about what we're doing. And so all I'm simply asking you to do is bring back what that would look like and how we could accomplish adding it to the existing city website.
Second.
That's it.
Second.
All right, we have an extensive motion and second. And I would say, Commissioner Duncan-Walker, that I don't think you need extra authority for the gun violence portion of the Public Safety Committee. I think that's part of the initial mission, and I'm sure that you all can work with that as such. All right, does everyone understand the motion?
Yes.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to thank you again, everyone, for on the dais. Thank everyone here who has participated. I appreciate you, your patience and your forethought going forward. We're going to take a break until 2 o'clock, and then we will start the afternoon agenda at that point. I will have some additional agenda management at that point. And I apologize, if you can't make it back quickly, then, take whatever time you need, commissioners. As long as we have a quorum up here, we'll get rolling at 2.
Thank you. 2 o'clock.
Let's find our seats. Let's find our seats. We are back in session. And only an hour off, so that's not bad.
Not bad.
I'm going to ask everybody to please come to order.
Gavel.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. All right, we are back in session, and I appreciate everyone's patience and sticking with us, and particularly Ms. Fowler, thank you for your patience and being with us. Ms. Fowler is here today to help us with our Gainesville History Minute once again. So I will invite Ms. Vivian Fowler to the lectern.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. I'm very pleased that you give me this opportunity to come and speak with you. I was here before, and I thank you for that opportunity as well. We're into Black History Month. I just want to start out by sharing this with you. Black folk don't get black just for 1 month out of the year. We study our history 365. So we realize for us, this is not a challenge in getting all of our history in a month. It's a challenge in seeing how our counterparts are going to absorb look for, read, try to understand, talk with, and try to get more involved in Black history. The reason for that is if you don't know Black history, you just plain old don't know American history, because we are America. So in Gainesville, I like to talk about the affluence or lack of, but certainly the business side of Gainesville as it related to the African American community. We realized during Jim Crow and segregation that we were not always welcome in certain businesses, and we were not always welcome in entertainment centers, and certain, even not the hospital. I have a whole nother story you're going to hear later about the hospital. But I will certainly talk today, and I'm going to take my time to go through. Well, I'm not going to ask for extra time. You just tell me when it's over. But I'm going to say I'm going to meticulously go through some names that you may not have heard of. Some of our young people may not have heard of. But I came to Gainesville in maybe 1945. And I'm not ashamed of the fact that I will be 85 come June, because if I wasn't, I wouldn't be able to give you firsthand experience that I'm going to talk about today. And I'm going to talk about the fact that Fifth Avenue, which was then known as Seminary Lane, a very important part of Gainesville, and the way that we distort our history has to be stopped, because now it's being called Seminary Street. Streets don't even run east-west, and so that's a piece of history that's being misquoted, and I'd like to have that changed. It was Seminary Lane as we knew it, and we had to know it because so many Black businesses were there. And I'm going to name them just so that some people who listen to me remember. Not a lot, though. DeBoe's Barbershop was sitting on the corner right there where Santa Fe College is. Lenard's photography shop was farther down on Fifth Avenue. He took all the school pictures and did all of those things. Sarah's Place belonged to Miss Sarah McKnight, who ended up being an entrepreneur with 3 businesses in Gainesville. Wabash Hall is where we went after school to have our dances. The Lincoln Theater, a Black theater on the end of Fifth Avenue. Reverend Cato's Sundry. One woman quoted me, and she wrote in her article, Reverend Cato's Joint. And I was offended, because in our culture, joint negates, makes it a very narrow and a very unheard of place to go. It was Reverend Cato Sundry. He was a minister and the nicest man in the world. And it was great to go there with your 35 cents and get a hot dog and a cherry Coke, because you're saved. That's your allowance for the week. That was so good. Safety Cab Company. All of these are Black businesses. Fred's Grill on the other end, right down near Mount Carmel Church. You could get a full meal there. Reverend Walter Walker's Barbershop. Walter Botman's Barbecue. University students were always there to get barbecue. Princess Beauty Parlor, Oscar Gilbert's Shoe Repair. Mr. Oscar could fix any shoe, put any heel on, and everybody went to Mr. Oscar Gilbert. Another barbecue shop was YT's Barbecue. There was a candy shop, but I don't remember the name of it. I sure visited it a lot, though. And also Wigwam's Lounge, place I wasn't allowed to go. The also was Fletcher's Bar. St. Paul AME Church, we're still on Seminary Lane. And the famous Duncan Brothers Funeral Home, of course, is on Fifth Avenue. But more historically in Gainesville, Florida, was a world-renowned and historic Chestnut Funeral Home, which has been in Gainesville and which has a family that can trace their history way back to Carolina. I think that's a big part of what we are proud of today. Then we're talking about the cleaners that were in Gainesville that were African Americans. Mrs. Saunders had a cleaner store, as well as, let's see, the other one was, I'm talking too fast for my own notes. Mac Hall had a place on Waldo Road. He would come and pick up our laundry and clean it and then bring it back. There was a little Savoy restaurant. Glasper's Cleaner was just up the street from our house. Robinson. And then there was those people that didn't own the business, but they made sure that Black people came. On 13th Street, there was a place that sold fish. But the man in there that drew the crowd was the man that made the hush puppies. There's hush puppies in the whole world. He was an African-American man. And when he died, left there, I think the business went down. Now, I've mentioned all of these because these are names you may never have heard because they're not written down. Because the Gainesville Sun only wrote a little small portion of Black History. Mr. Charles was the editor. We would take our things there. They sometimes would get printed. But as we know, during segregation, we were not heralded. We were not talked about. We were talked about in negative ways, but our history was not printed. I appreciate the time you've given me today, and I hope I've lived up to what you want. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Ms. Filer. And so everybody's clear, we're not just doing Black History Month for these history moments. Black history is Gainesville's history, and we're going to have a history minute, history break, let's call it, at the afternoon session of every city commission meeting. That is my intent, and Ms. Filer and Donna Waller and some other folks are trying to help organize that. So we have this at every meeting. This is not just a Black History Month event, though. This will be throughout the year. So thank you very much for that, and thank you all for listening. And I hope that it helps us all understand our community a little better. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is early public comment on agenda items.
Right, so this is for items that are on the agenda. If you want to speak to something that is on the agenda later but don't want to stay for it when it comes up, please to take this opportunity to speak to that now, and we have a list of folks, I think.
We have Mr. Nathan Scott.
Yes, and I'm going to speak on multiple items, so may I please have my 5 minutes, please?
And which items are you speaking to, Mr. Scott?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to speak on the residential rental permit program, the standards and duties of the city internal auditor, as well as the Bloomberg proposal.
Thank you.
All right, so if I may have my 5 minutes, please. And I'll try and keep it shorter than that.
There we go.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the agenda items, particularly the ordinance specifying the standards and duties of the city internal auditor, I know that changes are being made, but historically with the state audit that was vilified by the commission said it was a complete waste of taxpayer money. It was a legislative witch hunt. But they changed their tune when the final audit report came out, validating all the concerns that were brought forth by well-informed citizens, including myself, including Ms. Martinez, Joe Beatty, Brian O'Brien in the audience, many others, that the commission had negligently ignored for nearly a decade. So I am perplexed as to why there's a need to change the duties of the auditor consistent with language. It says consistent with commission priorities or whatever. Auditor needs to be independent. They need to be looking at all aspects of city government, not being taken direction from the city commission. You fired one auditor, Carlos Holt, your other auditor who was very competent, but the commission started to neuter the duties of the auditor. Ginger left, and now we have an interim auditor. I just think the auditor is a resource and it should be valued by this commission, not viewed as a hindrance. I know that y'all don't want auditors looking at your slush fund for travel expenses and all the things you're spending taxpayer money on, like that you're gifting yourselves, but history has shown there's been fraud, theft, and waste in the Parks and Recreation Department, at the parking garage. Your internal financial controls are inadequate. There's been a complete lack of effective management oversight by the Gainesville City Commission on city government because you spend time virtue signaling about everything. So the auditor is a resource in helping detect this before it becomes a self-proclaimed crisis that you guys like to refer to everything as crisis. The city's financial state on the general government side is a crisis, but you guys don't refer to it that because you excel at virtue signaling, excuse making, gaslighting GRE customers, bashing the citizens. So I really question what's going on here in terms of changing the standards and duties of the auditor. With all due respect, because I think the existing ordinance was perfectly fine. Unless you guys can convince me otherwise, and I haven't been convinced by reading what I read because it seems to be cute semantics other than plain language, which I think was perfectly acceptable. With respect to the residential rental permit program, ongoing issues about that. I think that you're concerned about affordable housing, but you continue to put additional restrictions and things on property owners that further exacerbate the affordable housing problem that you guys claim to have. these costs are going to be passed through to renters, these additional administrative costs and burdens. You had an inspection program and you had some things that weren't working well, right, and you keep changing things, but I would be cautious in terms of putting additional restrictions in place that would otherwise compound the problem with the existing residential rental permitting program, because I think a lot of that's unnecessary. But again, the market will respond appropriately, because at the end of the day, either landlords are going to put up with the additional commission intervention and oversight, or they're just going to sell their properties and it won't be affordable rental property anymore. So, again, failed policies of the commission have ramifications and consequences. And finally, on the Bloomberg thing, I think that's commendable, but I would note for the record that the backup for that agenda item was certainly on the agenda well before the meeting, unlike the other items such as the commissioner salaries, not the charter officer salaries. There was no discussion of the percentage increase. It was all buried. So it's funny, on items that are important, singular important to this commission for virtue signaling purposes, get put on there, and then on fiscal responsibility, there's none. There was no discussion of the Hartward $700,000 giveaway. I think you guys can do better. Thank you, and I wrapped up early. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
We have Mr. Kamowitz.
Mr. Kamowitz, so is there anybody else? Hold on just a second here. I want to make sure that we make this convenient for Mr. Kamowitz. Do we have other folks on early? Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay. Mr. Kamowitz, before you sit down, you can go ahead and, it's your turn, Mr. Kamowitz. And here's what I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Kamowitz. Since you indicated you wanted to do regular public comment as well, general public comment also?
Let's address. My name is Gabriel Hillel. I would like to address the two items that were discussed this morning, one of which concerned salaries of interim officers made permanent, and the other related to gun violence. With regard, and I'm sorry that apparently my translator, the only person who understands what I'm talking about, is not here, and that would be former police chief Tony Jones. I think you will see what I'm saying in a moment. First, with regard to the interim officers, I would like to object to making any offer to the city attorney because he has a conflict of interest in violation of the charter. He is married to and lobbied for a judge on the circuit court locally, and any case that has the city in front of it is therefore prejudiced by his presence on the as the city attorney. I have objection to the appointment and an increase for Tony Cunningham, the GRU director. Tony has been very candid about the idea that his department is dysfunctional, that at the moment he can't have anybody read meters, and I have my own personal experience with that. I tried to get an energy survey of my home, and they sent the same person, the only person working in energy service, Will Hanson, the same person who did the study in the summer, came back to do it now. There's nobody else on staff. My meter is not read by any human being, and it just is whatever figure goes down there. We cannot have this. The only reason all of these interims were made permanent is the fact that the mayor vouched for them. Oh, he knows them all, and they're all good people, and everybody agreed. My argument with regard to the issue of gun violence, I would like, first of all, everybody who owns a gun to leave the room so we can have this discussion. If any own a gun, nobody owns a gun. I'd like all bald men to leave. What am I getting at? You have had a discussion about youth violence, mostly youth, without a single young person present. Not only a single young person not present, but almost invariably they've never been present. How can you do that? All blacks should leave. You don't have the people you're talking about. Now, where can you find them? This is another issue. You can find them in juvenile detention. Go and have your meetings at juvenile detention. Go and have your meetings at the Alachua County Jail. That's where you'll find people with experience who know what you're talking about. My own experience is I've been representing juveniles since 1968, the year that Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. One of my first clients was my son in juvenile hall. Today he's trying to save the forests of the world. What am I getting at? What I'm getting at is the fact that we have a situation where you guys are reinventing the wheel. Do you not know that the Kwanda Jaw had a 15-person youth council to address issues of youth violence? Do you not? Well, you won't know that what I'm about to say next. Not only have I represented kids, but I've represented a 15-year-old, my first case in Detroit, who killed her sister. She got off with probation because her mother agreed the sister deserved to be killed. I represented in Orlando a 9-year-old boy who shot his younger sister with his brother's gun. He got probation because we got him social work. Okay? You have a separate problem with juveniles. But beyond that, what you're dealing with is an issue that, how about dealing with driving while black? How could you not consider Terrence Bradley relevant to this discussion? How could you not consider Tyree Nichols relevant to this discussion? How could you not consider driving while black relevant to this discussion? That's for my past.
So,
I'll wait for my-
well, hang on just a second. Would you like to sit down, or would you like to move on into regular public comment? If we don't have any other...
I would rather wait to do my public comment with the public comments.
Well, this is public comment. We're moving into that right now,
This
sir.
is early public comment.
Early public comment is finished. This is general public comment. I'm offering you another 3 minutes, or
Thank
you
you.
can
I
take
will.
it after somebody else.
All right. Let me get my head around that.
Okay.
You have not functioned as a charter review commission, as a charter officer form of government since a vote was taken during commissioner comment with only one member, and I'm shocked that Commissioner Book was not on it, but only Commissioner Willis had the sense to understand that you cannot have a motion passed and carried of significance during commissioner comment at the last session where nobody was present from the public to address it. You repeated that error this morning. I couldn't believe it watching it. You had a long discussion from the public. Then Commissioner Walker made a long resolution. What was the vote? Oh, whatever it was. You asked the people to speak to the motion. You come up after the motion. The mayor did a brilliant job of combining two subjects, the police salary and, the police statistics and the issue of gun violence. What did he do by that? He took away 3 minutes of time for anybody who wanted to speak separately to the two issues. You guys are playing a game. You're running it like the mafia. I now say the mayor is the godfather. That's what we've got, a godfather-led commission. Thank you for your time.
Madam Clerk,
So we are doing general.
this is general, yeah.
So Debbie Martinez.
Debbie Martinez. I'm happy. I come here today once again to use some of my 3 minutes to talk about some positive things about our community. First, I want to thank Commissioner Cynthia Chestnut for bringing up a concern one of her constituents raised about the way Commissioner Book was treated by some of his colleagues during last week's agenda review meeting. Most of all, I'm happy because I want to thank residents of East Gainesville who were among the first to recognize that the City Commission's 2009 fiscally irresponsible multi-billion-dollar biomass tree burner project to generate electricity that we did not need was one huge political scam that lower income people would be left holding the bag. Brilliant, smarts in East Gainesville. Had it not been for former president of the NAACP, Dr. Michael Bowie, sending his letter on March 1st, 2010, here's his letter, in case y'all get rid of some of your public records, asking the commission to withdraw their support for the costly and risky biomass tree burner plant, and his request was ignored, we probably would have never gotten the commission a few years later to conduct an investigative review of the city's biomass contract with the out-of-town speculators. Democrats and environmentalists took to the streets collecting signatures calling for a forensic audit of the contract. Over 1,000 signatures were collected, most from well-informed residents living in East Gainesville. I'm clapping for them, not me. That forced the commission to conduct an investigative review known as the Navigant Report, showing that the city commission championed and voted for one of the worst utility contracts in the country, not the city, not the state, in the country, causing GRU bills to skyrocket and pumping more carbon into the air than our coal plant equipped with scrubbers that capture carbon. As a result of all their honorable work, the public now knows the biomass plant that many refer to as a forest burning incinerator is no more renewable than when the government tried to convince people that corn fructose in margarine was a healthy food source. Yes, we do have so much to be grateful for. Thank you for your kind attention.
Collie Blunt, followed by Nathan Scott.
Nurses are so engaging. Thank you, Debbie. I want to hit a couple topics if time permits. The first is about RTS. Just recently, I tried to go by bus from the Hippodrome downtown to the senior center. Took 2.5 hours. Is this a level of service that people consider reasonable? And it amazes me when I hear RTS complain about losing ridership. What's to attract ridership? I know people who are making every kind of sacrifice, maintaining some hoopty they cannot afford because they know their life cannot work depending on RTS. On one of our really cold mornings recently, one of those mornings when it was 28 degrees at sunrise, I was on a bus. I saw someone running for a stop. As the bus approached it, they were maybe 40 feet away from the stop, and the driver looked at them, kept going. And there are very many drivers who are kind and helpful to people. RTS has some strange rules about when and where the drivers are allowed to let people on or off the bus. But when I see cruelty like that from drivers, I realize also that they are paying forward for some bad treatment they feel from management. We obviously have a driver morale problem when you saw 36 drivers quit a couple summers ago all at once. My other topic, try to get my head, like I said, I'm a little discombobulated because of behind that burglary, but thankfully one of my neighbors had one of those Ring doorbell things, so great pictures of the perpetrator. If you're listening, you are going to be picked up. Your only hope is to bring my stuff back and beg for forgiveness and hope I don't find you before the police do. My other thing is about the inclusionary zoning proposal you're about to get back from the Housing Division and your Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. It has no component of ownership. It is strictly multifamily rental. So I guess we think that low and moderate income people don't have the right to aspire to ownership. It is set to demand 10% affordable housing in a given development. It is set to hit 80% of AMI. That's 3 strikes and it should be out. There absolutely must be an ownership component. It should be 20% requirement of affordable housing, or you're not making a difference. If you're trying to transform something and make it better, you have to make a difference. And 80% AMI is skimming the cream of the crop. The bulk of the need is well below that. It should be 50%. So this one is fluff. It's window dressing. Make it better.
Madam Clerk.
Nathan Scott, followed by Joe Beatty and Tana Silva.
Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. So on a positive note, it's my understanding that the solar project is going to be coming back before the commission. Now has community support, subject to the agreement that was announced, and I think there's some additional action that the city could take finally in good faith, since some of the hurdles have been taken with respect to a resolution, and I hope that commissioners will take light of that. On a somewhat critical note, I and others took exception to the comments that were made by Commissioner Willis and the General Policy Committee meeting about not wanting to listen to all citizens, a subset of citizens. I think that the comments made were stereotyping and marginalizing those citizens seeking to hold our elected officials accountable. I think that's unacceptable. Either this commission needs to be welcoming to everyone or you're not. And if you're not going to be welcoming to everyone, then you need to stop saying you are and stop pretending you are. And I think that's a fair and reasonable ask. I think we all can have civility, but y'all should listen to what we say, because 9 times out of 10, I'm probably better prepared than anyone up there about the items you're being asked to vote on, despite not being a commissioner and not doubling my salary. With respect to the credit downgrade, yes, it happened, largely in part to the debt from GRU. Mayor Ward, I think it's sad that you continue to gaslight GRU customers with false narratives. For the record, GRU has 14% of equity left on its balance sheet. I mean, Commissioner Ward, you said GRU's financially strong. Well, really, seriously? Let's talk about balance sheet. You want to compare FPL's balance sheet to GRU's? I don't think you do, because FPL has far more equity on its balance sheet. But GRU has 14% equity left in the utility. It used to be Florida's flagship municipal utility. It's emblazoned on its gates. The utility is owned by those it serves. It's not owned by those it served. 86% debt. It's owned by Wall Street bankers. Let's talk about GPD staffing real quick. There were 2 shootings last night, 2 fatalities, 2 victims. The city commission has dismantled the aviation unit, wants to dismantle the K-9 unit, wants to defund the police, wants to have interrupters. Ask the chief whether all hands are on deck in that shooting last night. For a single shooting, who was protecting the rest of the city? No one, understaffing. And finally, on the JLEC, on February 9th, which is my birthday, there's going to be a hearing. Again, Commissioner Ward, I think your comments, you'd be well served at being nice to the legislature, particularly that you want money in light of all your fiscally irresponsible spending, but you continue to say you don't understand why you're being called before the committee. But I would encourage citizens to show up in force to counter the false narratives that obviously are going to be presented by the mayor and staff. I think you should be conciliatory and acknowledge the obvious rather than continue to gaslight GRU customers and make excuses. There's work to be done fixing the existing problems, not virtue signaling. Thank you.
Excuse me, before you start the time, could you do something about this timer? I noticed Mr. Scott was maybe 30 seconds into his thing and the yellow light was on most of his time. I think that's what happened earlier when I was trying to talk. I think it wasn't working and it really messed me up. So is there anything you can do about that before I start? Yellow light is on. The green is not.
apparently we have a problem with it. If you'd like, I can hold up my pen when we get to 1 minute, if that's helpful to you.
Good afternoon. Once again, Joe Beatty. I'm going to go back, and 3 of you were not here, but I think you really need to pay attention, and I think you really need to do something. Back in November, there was a recess called, and on the way out, Ms. Sacco asked, wasn't I dead yet, and that I was wasting her air. I think, first of all, this is the elephant in the room. It came back when the meeting resumed. The mayor basically canceled the rest of the meeting, and nothing happened. 2 of the commissioners indicated some concern about earlier behavior in that meeting and said that there should be a discussion among the commissioners about the decorum and what was going on. I came back at 1 o'clock. Ms. Sacco wasn't here. I informed you I hadn't heard the remarks directly. I had had several phone calls, people that were concerned, people worried about my health, people worried if I was offended by this. I came back and read to you from the charter that you are charged with governing yourselves, governing each other. And that behavior was unacceptable. The public sees it as unacceptable. I've yet to have any kind of apology, any kind of acknowledgement. And it's the elephant in the room. This is how I'm not the only one that gets mistreated in these chambers. You heard what Ms. Castillo said earlier about, other things, about the gaslighting, about, you're trying to cut off our ability for citizen. No, it says 1 minute, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. I said I would hold it up when you had 1 minute left. I was trying to be helpful
Stop
to you. I'm
ticking
sorry.
down my time. Okay. Thank you. I'm telling you, this is a very distraction. So, Ms. Sacco didn't come back, and there were very few meetings. The existing commission did nothing. Now, unfortunately, I think it's time for this commission to do something. If you all need to go back and review what happened, if you need to see the behavior of your colleague, I think something needs to happen. I think I am entitled to an apology. The public is entitled to an apology. You're worried about equity. Those of us that are older than you, seem to be vilified, people that spend their time and try to do our homework. You want to get rid of us. You should listen to what Ms. Filer said. Cultures usually venerate their elders and in what wisdom we have to shed on you. I ask that this commission step up and do your duty as charged in the charter and govern yourselves. And I do ask for an apology for the way I was treated that day.
Please close. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tana Silva. I appreciate Ms. Mickles' remarks all the way through, and especially that every voice counts, and encouraging you to have roundtables and town halls for listening and learning, not you educating the public. Before your retreat last month, I read that Harvey Ward had 15 priorities he was going to distribute, and that each of you was asked to contribute your 3 priorities. And I hope the public gets a chance to see that. I would like to say that's 33 potential priorities there. Rather than, if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. Lee Feldman's consultant friend, I think, in 2020 had a 340-page tome that the commission was dragged through for 2.5 days to present a strategic plan that's totally generic, that the top goal of the city is to be a great place to live and experience, whatever that means. The General Policy Committee morphed into an every other week full commission meeting with all the commissioners, all the charters, top staff. How do you get anything else done? How do you set priorities? And the policy research team of college interns has produced 100 reports so far. You know, it's all a blur. More resources are devoted to SPIN, PR, and manufacturing consent, to millions to consultants, and you end up with bad policies with nice names. Did you know that zero waste criminalizes food retailers who don't follow obscure rules for giving away food they don't sell, 60 days in jail, and $500 fine for each day of noncompliance with those rules, whatever they are. And other punitive rules like $1,000 a day fines for businesses displaying signs in their windows, obscure things like fence heights, shopping carts, clearboarding, and expenses on smart tech, and et cetera. Anyway, that's, you know, those things are easier than tackling the real issues, the budget, GRU rates, debt, spending, staffing, actual growth management, and actual environmental protection. But it's hard to seek accountability, checks and balances, and real-world input and set actual priorities. So I would ask at the beginning of this 4 years, and some of you, I think, will be on the commission for longer than that too, to really, it's impossibly hard because none of you have served on a commission that had, you know, more accountable ways of setting priorities. Thank you.
Wrap up. Thank you.
Next is Ms. Angela Castillo, followed by Ms. Zara Abiz-Najad.
Hello, Angela Castile. The Cambridge Dictionary gives the definition of a crisis as experiencing a time of great difficulty, danger, or suffering. These GRU bills, I would say, reflect a true crisis in Gainesville. Think about this. If people cannot pay their bills, this leads to more crime and also more homelessness, people losing their vehicles, etc. Now go forward, or shall I say backward, to 2022. GRU customers have heard many times that it was their fault. They need to cut back because it was an unusually hot year. Oh, you must have leaks, blah, blah, blah. Then it was that there were lack of meter readers. So we had estimated bills, lack of meter readers for everything under the sun. But then when meters were read, they were read wrong, if they were read at all. As a matter of fact, several stories of reads more than 2,400 kilowatt hours over the actual. That's $400 more than that bill should have been. Once again, let's go to a definition. Merriam-Webster says gaslighting is a psychological manipulation of a person, usually over an extended period of time, that causes a victim to question their own thoughts, perception of reality, or memories, and typically leads to confusion, loss of confidence, and self-esteem, uncertainty of one's emotional or mental stability, and a dependency on the perpetrator. I am here to tell you that GRU customers have their eyes wide open now and completely see the gaslighting and abusive lies being told. Mr. Eastman's response to media is just that, gaslighting. Mr. Eastman also said it was because of the biomass. But weren't you about 15 years old at the time? Do you do your own research? Because responses to media seemed as though you didn't know what Chuck Clemens and the others were literally saying in the meeting on the 24th. Did you even watch the meeting as I had suggested? If not, then let me tell you, it wasn't just reflective of GRU, but all municipal utilities. How can you say it would raise rates when it would make utilities equal within a few dollars rather than roughly $62 higher than FP&L per 1,000 kilowatt hour. Also, what is that credit rating downgrade going to do? That trickles down to the
Ms. Castile,
customer.
We're going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, that trickles down to the customer, higher bills. This is the true crisis. This is the true crisis. Definitely not the pure oversight. We don't need the pure oversight of the mayor and the commission that's physically irresponsible. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
That's it for speaker. Well, I'm sorry, Ms. Abez-Danaj is our last speaker.
Okay.
Hi. Okay, first of all, I want to thank you all willing to support Miss Commissioner Duncan-Walker's. Sorry if I don't know everybody's name. There are a few new ones. I apologize. But I want to thank you guys for the efforts you want to put for the Public Safety Committee. I hope it works out. When I was and am still desperate asking for help to get justice for my son, I came to you guys as I feel you guys would do something because the issue is a big issue in town. For people who don't know, my son been murdered, and the murderer are walking in the street. They're dangerous. There should be something done about that. And their roots is definitely what other people talk about. I agree with people today. There are a lot of people that done researches and talk about it more than me. But I agree with their problems. There's lots of problems, and there's lots of help you guys need. You are in system. You can ask for help if it's body, physical, financial. You guys have the power to ask, and I'm sure the sources are there to help because it's a big issue in town and people need help. I am exhausted being here, and I'm not working every day, and I understand that on your part. I almost want to just leave this and leave this here and leave because I don't feel good. But it's big issue. I have to get justice for my son to be able to sleep at night because it's the humanity issue. People have to be here. The problem needs to be acknowledged and fixed. What else I want to talk about? A lot of stuff. 1 minute, okay. Yeah, about the people homelessness. When I drive around town, it's truly depressing. And this is going to affect my mental health too, because I see all these homeless people. In 2009, when I moved here, I seen only one man homeless. One man, 2009. And my son was alive, and he always helped this guy talk to him. He didn't want to talk to no one. He didn't even have voice. But now every corner of the streets, the homeless people asking for money. And they are in drugs, some of them, not all of them. So there are issue of the drugs needs to be brought to table to take care of these problems. I know it's a lot, but you guys asked for it, so you got to get the job done. I'm sorry. All right? All due respect, I love you all. I pray for you all. Please pray for me and help me to get justice. As you see earlier, I write a lot of letters. I send letters for everyone because I think it's important, and it's international. I know it's all over the United States, but it doesn't mean it's okay. It doesn't mean just let someone else take care of it. We can't do that. We have to do something about it. Even I was wrong to not get involved with politician because I kissed politician and religion goodbye when I was in high school. It's a long story. You don't want to get headaches for that, but it's wrong. Yeah, it's wrong to do that because awful things happened to my son, and he was religion person, and it's just sad what we go through. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Hi, Brian O'Brien. This is a general public comment?
It's been general public comment, yes.
Okay. It's appropriate that today is Groundhog Day. because what's going on in Gainesville is a repeat of the prior years. As you know, my topic is the finances and the accounting. And the other topics are near and dear to my heart. I believe in contributing to the community and making progress on all fronts, but this has become such a large item that I've had to narrow my scope to just the finance and accounting. And a lot of folks at home don't understand this, and maybe some folks in the audience, the different layers. So I wanted to take this moment to try to render a picture to the people who are interested in these audits and what's going on with these audits, that we could discuss it and try to make it a bite-sized presentation in 1 minute and 40 seconds. So there are 3 levels of audits that go on. There's a state auditor general, which had to intervene into Gainesville's business because Gainesville was not taking care of their business. And that relates to how you keep your checkbook. Most folks at home have a checkbook or a debit card. You've got X amount of money. You can only spend as much as you have. And the deficit spending that's gone on in Gainesville has created this huge problem, to the point where the top level, the Auditor General of the state of Florida, who is a non-political person, Miss Cheryl Norman, the state Auditor General, is a second-generation state auditor. She has extensive qualifications, and it's a professionally run, non-political entity. They've called the city to come up there next week, and so, we'll see how that goes. But it's not a good situation when you're being investigated, and now you've changed auditors internally. The internal audit was a fine professional lady named Ginger Bigby, and she was gaslighted out of here, and that will all relate to the comments about the current changes you're trying to make to your internal auditor rules today. The final step is the external auditor, and that's Miss Barbara Boyd from Purvis Gray, who for 5 years has been asking you to please balance your checkbook, and that has not been done.
Mr. Bryan, Brian, would you please conclude?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, our next item is business discussions.
So hang on just a second. Mr. Friendall, are you coming up for public comment?
Yes.
Okay, this will be our last public comment. It's a half-hour procedure, and we're bumping up against that. I would ask everyone, if you want to make public comment or any comment on any item, please sign up so that we know and we can.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations on your election. I'm glad the other guy didn't win. I'm Bruce Friendall. I'm a homeless advocate. I'm not associated with any organization. So that I get all these things in here in my 3 minutes, I want to give you an action plan to start out with. Number 1, regarding homeless persons, what I call street persons, life on the street, and Grace. Your action plan is to get a change in management at Grace. Second thing is to investigate the destruction of homeless property by bulldozers adjacent to Grace. Second on your list is GRU, change in management. Let's start out with a new name. Let's call it Gator Power, and a new overseeing independent agency that will report to you. And third, regarding school violence, I have sent this to President Biden, and I would like the city of Gainesville to adopt this slogan: not one more child dies in school. And the way we're going to do that is 2 things. Number 1, one way in and one way out in schools, and we keep weapons out. I don't care about gun control. That's going to be argued until the end of time. So we keep weapons out of school. We use video cameras, we use an armed security guard, we use metal detectors, anything we can do to keep weapons out of school. And number 2 is to have a mandatory mental health screening for every child at every grade level every year. And that way we catch people who are going off the deep end into depression and into violent tendencies before they go out to a sporting goods store and get an AK-47. So basically, that's what I have to say to you. I have issues with GRU as far as high rates are concerned. I think that they're not doing the things that they used to do before COVID and helping people keep their bills low. Basically, that's it. I think that's enough. I think that's enough for you. You have your action plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fredall. Okay, that'll be it for public comment, for general public comment. I want to do a little agenda management. Madam Manager and Mr. Attorney, is there any reason that we can't put 2022-366 and 2022-380 in the evening? Those are the last 2 items on the afternoon. All right, so those are going to be at the end of the evening's business. We'll attach those two to the end so we can hopefully catch up. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is item number 2023-87, Mayor Harvey L. Ward Jr., Bloomberg Philanthropies letter of support with the recommendation that the City Commission authorize Mayor Harvey L. Ward Jr. to write a letter of recommendation supporting the UF College of Arts for a Bloomberg grant.
Great, thank you. So this should be hopefully a very brief item. Folks from the College of the Arts at University of Florida approached me a couple of weeks ago with the idea of applying for a grant through Bloomberg Philanthropies, and they need a letter from me to a recommendation to move ahead. I wanted you all to be aware of that before I moved ahead with it. The letter I intend to write is very specifically a letter of recommendation, not a commitment from the City of Gainesville to administer the program or anything, but a recommendation that Bloomberg fund the application that the College of the Arts will put together.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. Any comment? Ms. Beatty?
Yes, this is going to be quick. I think that this letter could have been pre-drafted if you are asking for permission. I have a problem just the commission giving anybody carte blanche to do something, and I think you have in mind a letter that you are going to draft. I think it would have been good for transparency for the public and for the commissioners to know what they're authorizing you to do. You're all equal. The decisions are decisions of the commission. And I think when you bring things like this forward, you could have just as easily come with a draft. I've seen previously, here's a draft of a letter I'd like to send. Does everybody agree? It's you may think it's just a technicality. I think it's the same as you weren't given direction and parameters for negotiating these salaries. It's the same thing. None of you have any kind of absolute power, and for the commission to just say, okay, go draft a letter. I think it's wrong. I think you don't sign things without reading them, and I don't think the commission really should be authorizing just, yeah, go ahead, just draft this letter. So that's my 2 cents, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
Mr. Donald Shepard?
Hi, my name is Donald Shepard. This is my first time back here at the City Commission. And I would like to take and say that I haven't seen the letter that you are to write or have written. I'm asking a
The
question.
motion is to allow me to write this letter to support their grant. That's all it is.
I think it's a good move, to give you the permission to write this letter. But I think also that the public should hear what that letter is addressed in the letter so that we can make our own opinions about what we think should be wrote in support of this. So I'm in support of it as of now. Thank you.
That's all? Okay. All right, Commissioner Duncan-Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question that perhaps the city manager can help me with. First of all, I appreciate the College of Arts. Thank you for thinking of us, and y'all are doing some great work. Thank you for that. So, Madam Manager, if I am correct, several months back, we had a request that asked us for a letter of recommendation for something similar, for that to the, we're doing the One Nation, One Project. Was there a letter of recommendation required or requested before that?
The item actually, if I might, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. If I recall, the item came to a general policy committee meeting. The College of Arts was there, they made the presentation, and the commission supported the application be submitted. And of course, we were one of 8 or 9 communities that was approved.
Right.
That's how that went forward.
Got you. I needed just a little bit of a refresher, and I probably could have asked Mr. Craig to come up and answer that just as well. But I will say this. I just want to make sure, Mr. Mayor, that we are very clear, and I thank you for articulating the fact that we are not signing up for any type of provision, for any type of financial support at this point. The One Nation, One project is something that's incredible. It's a wonderful opportunity for us. But I think that the way that that process unfolded was a little unclear when it came to us back then. So I just want to make sure that we avoid that as we're moving forward. So if this is just the letter saying, great job, UF, go with God and do a great job, then that's definitely something I can support. I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, you asked us to contact the school of the College of Arts. We did that. I know that Roxy Gonzalez, the Park Recreation Cultural Affairs Director, also had some conversations, and again, just being clear about what it is that the city is being asked to do from a financial support as well as staff capacity to support whatever, is involved in the grant. It is important for us to have that understanding up front, but I understand the letter of support is just a general letter for an application, and if that is it, staff is good. We're just concerned about capacity and how far we're stretched already working through the One Nation, One Project item.
Mr. Craig, may I ask you to come forward? Of course. To kind of speak to that. Thank you so much. Dr. Craig, excuse me. Dr. Craig.
Good afternoon, everyone. Commissioner Duncan-Walker, Mayor Ward. 2 specific things. This is a 2-step process. This is the first step. To submit basically an idea, and to Commissioner Duncan-Walker's point, our hope with this is to bring potentially $1 million of resources into the city of Gainesville to in many ways link to the work that was originally planned with One Nation, One Project. In addition to that, to extend the work that the college is doing with the Spark 352 initiative and link these things together. One of the specific differences is that in the One Nation, One Project submission, it was to use ARPA money that was in-house. This would be money that's coming from outside of the community in to support this work. In the conversations that we had with Ms. Gonzalez, one of the conversations was capacity. Like, do we have the ability to pull this off? The challenge that we have now is that this preliminary application is due February 14th, which feels like for us is tomorrow. So we have been in conversation trying to make sure we're clear on the details. We have a meeting that's going to be scheduled tomorrow with Roxy and her team to really connect the details, make sure that everybody is on the same page. Again, there is not any obligation that we have outside of putting this application in. in many ways, we have time, hoping that we get selected after this first application to work out a lot of those details before we do the final application. So our hope is to get ourselves into the conversation with the opportunity to bring these resources back to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Craig.
Thanks. Okay, any other questions? Okay. We already had public comment. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, I will get that letter written. Madam Clerk.
Our next item is our ordinances, adoption reading. So, item number 2022-536, amend future land use map for urban mixed use high UMUH to planned use district PUD number PB 21-00219. This ordinance, ordinance number 2022-536 is an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map for the comprehensive plan by overlaying the planned use district PUD land use category on approximately 1.11 overlaying, approximately 1.11 acres of property generally located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Southwest 2nd Avenue and Southwest 10th Street. As more specifically described in this ordinance, providing land development regulations, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager, you had comment?
The city attorney is.
Oh, city, okay, gotcha, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My button wasn't working, but I just wanted to jump in, and I apologize if it's not welcome in that the next two items both involve the same parcel of property. There's a legislative land use decision that is about to be presented, and it's going to be followed up with a quasi-judicial rezoning application. And I'd just like to remind you as to the legislative, of course, the commission has a great deal of discretion in applying the information provided to you in the relevant law. When it comes to the quasi-judicial matter, of course, while a formal hearing hasn't been requested, it will still be quasi-judicial in nature, and as such, any decision that you make could be subjected to a review that would entail ensuring that you've afforded the due process of law, meaning that there's been adequate notice and opportunity to be heard, to present evidence and to contest evidence by the applicant and affected parties, that there is a allowance of an unbiased decision maker, so that if anyone has had any sort of ex parte communications regarding the project, it would be incumbent upon them to disclose that, so those communications could be understood by those taking part in the decision-making process and confronted if appropriate by them. And make sure too that essential elements of law are complied with. Our office, of course, and the planning staff will assist you with that. And lastly, that your decision, whatever it may be, is based on competent substantial evidence. Competent substantial evidence being largely evidence that a reasonable person would rely upon in making a decision of that nature. So if there's any particular questions as we go forward, of course, feel free to turn to us. The legislative one is the first item. The next item is the quasi-judicial one, related to the same property.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Sacco.
No, I was getting mine.
Oh, well, hit it again, sir. Okay. Mr. Edelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Attorney, for setting that up. So this, some of you have seen before. It's a combined presentation that discusses the land use and the zoning change. If it's easier, of course, I can separate those out or hear them however to your convenience. Want to go ahead and pass on my apologies from the entire world of planning to the deputy clerk for having to read through the planning jargon at the beginning of that. We are endeavoring to make all of that easier to understand for our citizens and frankly for us as staff as well. We do have two presentations that were in your backup tonight. One was from the November 17th meeting, and the other one should be dated to today. There's a couple of different slides there, so I'm hoping that this one is actually the presentation for February 2nd. If this presentation is not, it is in your backup for the slides that I'll talk about, and maybe I can pull up the PDFs here. So, good afternoon, Forrest Edelton, Acting Director for the Department of Sustainable Development. I'll be presenting both these petitions. They started as our old petition numbers, PB 21-219 and 21-220. You will see them on the agenda here, as you heard the clerk say, which is 2022-536 and 537. These are requests by CHW on behalf of CA Ventures. So the petitions before you are the land use change, as we said, from urban mixed-use high to planned use development, and that is, of course, coupled with associated rezoning from urban 9 to planned district. So the difference there between separating out the land use and the zoning, the land use largely is to talk about a broader sort of idea for how this property could be used. In this specific case, what we're looking at is the allowable density, and then also the planned use development allows for unique or innovative proposals to be considered by the commission and by staff. So that's the basic for the land use part. For the zoning, we get into a lot more details about the number of units, the height, and things like that, which we'll also get into in this presentation. So as I discussed, the PUD and PD designations are intended to provide a means for property owners to provide or propose these unique or innovative projects that the existing comp plan or code language may not have thought of. It may not have really contemplated or addressed directly. That being said, there are, of course, review criteria that the process and the request require. And this proposal requests relief from several criteria and regulations in order to facilitate providing workforce rate housing in perpetuity. And workforce rate in this proposal is defined as households earning between 50% and 80% of the area median income. So specifically, this proposal requests an increase to the allowable height, an increase to the allowable density, changes to the building placement, modifications to compatibility requirements related to historic districts, which I will get into further here, into more detail. Also, the number of units per building is a request at issue here. So I'll go into describing the location. Again, some of you have already seen this presentation, but for those of you that maybe aren't familiar, and I remembered to point in this direction this time, Mr. Mayor. So as you see, there's the Innovation Square here, University Heights Historic District. We got 13th Street and University Avenue to the north. The subject property is right in the middle of the designated University Heights Historic District here. This is a close-up. You'll see Infinity Hall here on the right-hand side. This is a 5-story building. And on the left-hand side here, this is the subject property. These are medical office buildings that are vacant, and of course the associated parking lot. On this slide is showing that proximity to the historic district and the 100-foot compatibility buffer that we will talk about here in more detail. You can see the district is in this light blue section here. This blue line is what designates the 100-foot distance, and the hashed line here around the property is the subject property. You can see this blue line cuts through the subject property here. For the land use, as we said, it's currently urban mixed use high. Directly to the east here is our urban core, is our highest land use district, where Infinity Hall and the Innovation Square is. Urban mixed use high is that second less dense or active land use that is associated with this property. You can see the historic district has a different land use designation here for the mixed-use residential, so a less intensive use associated with the historic district. The zoning, we have U9, really second to our downtown zoning as far as height or number of units and density or intensity. You can see that downtown zoning directly across the street here. The U9 zoning for the subject property, and then of course extends to the west. But then we have a different zoning for the historic district here that is less intense than the U9. So some building details here. Of course, again, the item or the petition in front of you is for land use, but certainly as a part of the conversation of whether or not this meets the threshold, your own threshold of innovative or unique, for these requests for PDs and PUDs, it is often the case where more detail is needed about what is being proposed. What is the detail? What are we going to see here? Sure, the land use is something that we can generally agree on, but what are the details? You know, what can we actually look at here and see what's happening? So this was the original proposal that the applicant brought to staff. Well, I apologize, not the original proposal. The original proposal was something different, and to the applicant's credit and their team's credit, worked with staff for a number of weeks, if not months, to redesign this building, and several iterations came out of that process. So what was ultimately moved forward is what was presented on November 17th, which I'll go into a little bit more detail here. And then, of course, also at your wish, the applicant is here as well. So you can see to the north side of the building is the smaller or shorter version. This is the north facing University Avenue on this side. We have Southwest 2nd to the left-hand side of the image here, or the south of the property. You can see facing from this direction, from the east elevation, this would be if we were standing in Infinity Hall, looking back towards the university. This is the side here, the tall side of this building, and you can see that this is 5 stories for the northern building here. This is the south elevation. So if you're standing on that Southwest 2nd and you're looking back north towards University Avenue, this would be the facade that you were seeing from the street there. So you can see the full height of the building and the full extent of the subject property. This one is a little bit harder to visualize, especially if you are not used to looking at plans. So this is looking from that west elevation. So if you were at Tigert Hall looking back towards downtown, you can see it's a little bit shaded out here. That's supposed to be letting you know that it is farther away in the distance. So this is the closest to you, and you can see that it's solid going up on one portion of the building here, but pushed back or recessed on another building. And that recess is a direct result of working with the historic buffer and the compatibility buffer, and working with staff to try to address any concerns there. And this is from the north, looking at more closely at the smaller building or the shorter building. And then you can see that's the larger building is recessed. And this would be the roof section here of the shorter or the stepped down portion of the building. And so the building steps down in its height towards that historic district, really in reference to that historic district. So project details, we tried to wrap it up into a table here. This one is particularly difficult because of the change, the request for the change in the density and several other requests for relief, but also this historic district compatibility buffer. A lot of times we can look at very easily, you know, if we're going from this zoning or this land use to the next one, here is exactly what the different numbers are. That is made more complicated in this case because that historic district compatibility buffer also has its own limitations to the allowable heights. So when looking at what is allowed by right, what could they do here now, what could happen today. Those conversations are made a little bit more complicated by all of the factors that go into this. So rather than go, table by table here or box by box, if there are any questions specific to some of the height or the changes in density or bedrooms, stories, things like that, absolutely happy to answer those questions. And I'm sure that Mr. Dienbach will go through some of those as well.
I don't see anything right now. Didn't have a question.
So, as I said, there are criteria for assessing and analyzing this that staff goes through for any request for the land use change, but then also for the zoning changes. And that policy, of course, is the 4.1.3. And generally speaking, staff has found that this proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan in that it directly addresses several goals and policies within our comprehensive plan, including elements within or policies within the future land use element, policies and goals within the housing element, and the transportation element. More specifically, in speaking directly to Section 30-3.17 of the Land Development Code, the proposal is consistent in that it provides multiple housing options, including workforce rate and student housing. It adds increased density to a mixed-use area. It protects and promotes transit options through closing curb cuts and adding pedestrian and street access. The proposal conforms to the PD purpose, that zoning portion, by offering an innovative and unique development in that 10% of the units will be dedicated to workforce rate housing in perpetuity with equal access to amenities and finishes. Staff has provided an analysis of existing code and comp plan language and requirements. However, whether or not a proposal is unique or innovative enough is largely the purview of the commission. Staff is really able to provide detailed analysis on clearly defined things and clear definitions of things. Where staff is only able to get the commission so far is in this determination of what is unique, what is innovative. And in assessing that, questions of character and compatibility should be addressed, but as not to step out too far out of my realm here, but I believe the city attorneys will tell you one of the most difficult things to discuss are compatibility and character. What do those things mean? And in a lot of places in our code and our comprehensive plan, we have answers to that. In some places, that is really left up to the commission to make that determination. Internal compatibility, as you see as one of the criteria here, largely refers to how uses relate to each other within the project area. Since this is two buildings and one sort of campus with equal access to all of the users, the proposed internal compatibility is consistent with the code requirements. External compatibility refers to the proposal's relationship to the surrounding neighborhood and the area. Several improvements are proposed that will enhance that external compatibility, such as street-level pedestrian access for the units, closing of the curb cuts, which I mentioned before, an increase in density and intensity in an area that is directly between the University of Florida and downtown. However, there are significant concerns with the proposal's compatibility, massing, and scale with the surrounding properties, particularly within the historic district compatibility buffer, and specifically for historic preservation element 1.4.4 and the Land Development Code section 30-4.8. The northwest and south sides of the project are within the compatibility buffer and are adjacent to 1- and 2-story single-family structures and small-scale multifamily structures. The image on the slide here shows a top-down and street-level view of the proposed building from 2nd Avenue. So on this top section here, let me see. This, of course, would be looking at the street. as we, or from the street as we described similarly earlier. These are some of the existing buildings and their heights. This is Infinity Hall next door, and this is the proposed. This would be the top-down view of the massing view here. And this also gives you some of those height numbers. So in attempting to address the historic district compatibility buffer, the applicant has worked with staff to reduce the height and massing on portions of the property that are within that compatibility buffer. And as I described, this is why there's that cutout, or what we've called on staff side is the blade. Actually, Mr. Diedenbach may have come up with that first. In terms of policy and code, outside of the 100-foot buffer and outside of the district, the historic preservation element and the policies do not really address that compatibility and character with the historic district. So outside of the 100-foot buffer, there really is not a lot of language that talks about how would these buildings really relate to that historic district. Within the 100-foot buffer, we do have language in the comp plan and in the code that refers directly to how districts relate to the uses adjacent to them. So this project is located, let me make sure that we'll go into here. The project is located at the meeting point between the Innovation Square District and University Heights South Historic District, as I discussed. The primary entrance and prominent roundabout at 2nd Avenue and 10th Street, be right there. And at the time the district was designated, the University Heights South District, in 2002, the area that was left out, this cutout portion, was done so due to the buildings in that area not being considered historically significant. So you saw the picture of the medical office buildings earlier. Those were really left out as non-contributing structures. And the idea at the time was that their inclusion in the application for this district would have really weakened that proposal for the creation of the district in the first part. So that's just to discuss, you know, why would we have cut out this keyhole-shaped thing from a district? Today, the district contains 150 contributing structures and 32 non-contributing structures. Your staff report shows a couple of images here that give numbers to the buildings, and then there are also associated images that have those numbers with them. So you'll see some of them here later on in the presentation, but in the staff report, it goes into detail for how those images relate to the map here. By establishing the district, the commission found that the area is significant to city planning, architecture, and local history. The staff report goes into much greater detail on the district, and you have heard from the November commission meeting, and then of course also the plan board meeting prior to that, the April plan board meeting, further discussion on this. So I will go through just a couple of the images here where you can see that the pictures line up for buildings that are shown. And then again, here's the slide showing the 100-foot compatibility buffer for the historic districts and the relation to this proposed project. So really, as I discussed, that buffer was created to limit directly adjacent development that's out of scale with the districts, either visually or through the intensity of use. In addition to limiting height to 4 stories, the buffer requirements also limit multifamily development to no more than 6 dwelling units per building, and shall be in the form of single-family attached dwellings or small-scale multifamily. So through the district here, you'll see some of the buildings that were shown on that earlier image that are adjacent to or directly or close to the proposed project. And so if any of you, have been in this area, went to UF here. I'm sure that I rented several of these houses. We're all very familiar with the district itself and some of the materials, of course, for some of the houses. Something that should be pointed out, and again, I'm sure the applicant will, that for that first story level of the proposed building, a lot of the materials that are in this neighborhood are being proposed for that first street level. So a lot of the brick that you see, you'll see that being incorporated into this building design. And you can certainly see the brick here. So in reviewing the proposal, staff also reviewed previous planning efforts and the existing architecture of the area. And as you can see from the following images and of course the previous images, the existing character of primary corridors and the innovation district is largely that of 3 to 5 story buildings with more modern materials. The proposed project offers a nod to the historic district's typical materials by cladding most of the ground floor in brick. However, above the ground floor, the majority of the facade is clad in materials that are not typically found within the historic district, but are found within the innovation district. And while these images show what has been built, it's important to point out that this is not necessarily the limits of what is allowed by right today. Just because this is what is there doesn't mean that that is what they are necessarily limited to. See some more images here showing the existing and more images focused towards that innovation district. So also important to point out are the previous planning efforts that have been undertaken in this area, specifically the 2018 Multimodal Corridors Visioning Study and the 2012 Innovation Square Master Plan. The visioning study was largely geared towards planning for creating ideal conditions along the corridors, but also analyzed existing densities and recommendations for potential infill. The study recommended providing careful infill developments with residential neighborhoods that care should be taken not to provide development that will overwhelm existing neighborhoods. The 2012 Innovation Square Master Plan focused on the area's potential for the collision of strong community and an innovative research community. The goal here was to combine the two motivations to provide a highly walkable and livable neighborhood. Now, it is important to point out that previous planning efforts do not carry the weight of law or code or regulations. However, these efforts provide insight as to a long-term vision for the area. These are planning tools, but should not be construed as sources of requirements or restrictions on you all's decision. So again, as I mentioned, the PD intent is intended to allow these consideration of unique or innovative or narrowly construed land uses or land use proposals. That because of the specificity or that uniqueness or innovation have not been contemplated or fully thought about by the comprehensive plan or the land development code. The PD districts are intended to provide a particularized zoning district that recognizes those unique conditions and promotes planned diversification and integration of uses and structures. And again, this proposal provides for 10% of the proposed units to be reserved for households earning between 50% and 80% AMI in perpetuity. And so our original recommendation for what I just described, the blade, the step-down building, was to recommend approval of both of the petitions with the 4 conditions that you see here. The applicant must record a covenant memorializing the provision of the 10% of affordable housing units. The building placement and frontage zones must continue to conform to the U9 standards, and so that largely deals with that roundabout and the distance back from the roundabout and that usable space in the public realm. So maintaining on that first floor level the width for pedestrian uses, bicycle uses, and that space between the vehicular use of the roundabout and the more pedestrian and activated space of the building itself. The applicant must utilize the memorandum of understanding that they have executed with the Gainesville Housing Authority, and the landscape zone standards may be modified to protect the existing trees on that site. There are some associated recommendations with this. As I mentioned, the Plan Board in April also heard this and recommended to deny this petition, or both petitions, the 219 and 220. The Historic Preservation Board also passed a resolution in opposition to
Mr.
the
Elton,
requested land use and zoning.
Question.
Sorry, just a quick question while we're on the slide, if I may. As far as that plan board meeting, my understanding from one of our members who sent us an email is it was originally a deadlock because only 6 members showed up that day for the meeting. And it was originally 3-3 until one just said, fine, I'll change my vote to the negative so we can continue forward. But the original was a tie, correct?
Yes, there
but
was
we
a.
don't allow ties.
Yes, there was a deadlock. There was continued discussion over motions, and eventually time ran on, and there was that discussion, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was
Yep.
noted.
And then on November 17th, 2022, the commission voted in support of a third option. And that third option was really filling out that block to the south of the 12-story building completely for the 12 stories on that side. It really extended the 12-story portion across the entire building rather than having any of the recess or the step down. The, of course, flip side of that is the increase in units, increase in the affordable housing units that would be provided in perpetuity. So there are still several goals in the comprehensive plan and in the land development code that would be achieved and would be addressed by this third option. However, staff is continuing to support its original recommendation to stick with the blade shape, to stick with the step down option, particularly to.
Take another
yes.
break, Commissioner Chestnut.
Okay, so, excuse me, so to go back to the November 17th vote, would that increase the affordable housing from 20 units
It would increase the affordable housing units, yes.
to what number?
Do you have that number on it? 33 altogether.
Okay, thank you.
But that's not what's on the table
No,
today.
I see that now,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Gotcha, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Staff is not recommending the third option. Staff is continuing to recommend the step down option. And I believe that that is the end of my presentation. So of course, if there are any further questions for me, happy to answer them.
Commissioner Chestnut, is there a question on?
Yes,
on that?
it
Okay,
is.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the step down would then, I guess that would be on first, would have 5 stories?
The shorter building has 5 stories and 60 feet. The northern building, the smaller building.
Yeah. And then the one facing second is the 12 stories.
Yes. And that also steps down. In the step down version. In the third option, there was no step down.
Yeah.
Except for that northern building is shorter.
I went over there yesterday and I walked this area. The step down is really kind of, not really a step down. It's really kind of interesting from what I looked at in terms of how different this would be, I guess, from the hub. Because I think what I was using as a sample was the hub on University. I was using the hub because the hub has a step down. So that is concerning because doesn't really, you don't really, it is not significant. That's what I was looking at yesterday. It's not significant. But the 500 units are separated by that little alley. That's what I'm calling an alley. And the 500 units, I'm just concerned about the traffic there, students getting out. And first I tried driving down First. And of course, only one car can go down that street at one time. So, and then there really isn't any place for anybody to pull over anyway there. It was just, the congestion was just quite concerning to me. Now, when you get to the 12-story building, are they tearing down Dr. Foote's old office? Are you tearing that down? And you would be next to the swamp. Okay, well, when we get to discussing it, I'll come back, but the density is quite concerning. Thank you.
Were there any other, is that a question?
Yeah, I have a question on that.
So I'm,
If it's questions, I'm cool.
yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to get into discussion until we're up for discussion, but I did want to ask about the external compatibility. Is there, and on Commissioner Chestnut's point, are there any 12-story buildings currently being built or nearby this? Can you go to the map and see?
I'm not sure if it is on any of our maps that were on this image.
Where?
Kitty Corner to the northeast. Okay, so about a block. All right, thank you.
Let me see if I can get a. Here we go.
Just for a name of it.
What is the name of?
Yes, I know where they're talking about.
I think we still have just a number on that one, an address for that building.
Okay.
931 West University.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
then, and then the hub is a block off the screen to the right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, the hub is, okay, back that way.
This is
Sorry.
that step down.
Okay.
Right in there.
And there's another one coming up here that's 12 stories as well.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Here.
One question before you
Here.
leave.
Sure, and then I get back down to this end.
And so what is the height on the stadium?
The Ben Hill Griffin Stadium?
No.
The Stadium Club.
What is the structure called on 13th Street?
The Roberts Stadium Club?
No.
The Standard.
Standard.
The Standard.
I'm calling it the stadium.
That one is 10
Standard.
stories.
That's
how many?
10.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we've got stadiums, standards.
It's so many.
Commissioner Book, was that a question or?
I do have a couple of questions. They're
Yeah,
probably
good.
similar to the vein that we're discussing right there. I walked it, I drove it, just understanding the complexity. So early 2022, we were talking essentially about potentially a graded up structures on this footprint. In November, it basically changed to one gigantic building across the nature of the entire footprint. And we're somewhat back to some of that original planning, which is five-story, small, potentially alleyway, something like that, and then 12-story adjusting to that, farther away from the historic district. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And then the plan, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the plan that was discussed on November 17th actually changed on that date. So now we're back to essentially some of the original things with affordable housing in there.
Yes, if I'm understanding your question. On the 17th, we presented this version of the building, and at that meeting, a third option was developed by the commission, if you will.
All right, so then the last question deals with that MOU and Gainesville Housing Authority, and the nature of the affordable housing units that would be in this would be how many units? Remind me of that.
It was going to be the 33 units at a full build-out.
But now we're at 20.
Yes.
Down to 20.
Yes, 20.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Willis, did you have a question or do you?
Yes,
Go ahead.
question. The Southwest First Place, some people have already referred to it as an alley. It is a street though, technically by.
It's a right-of-way. It's a public right-of-way, yes.
Okay. And are there any of those contributing structures that, for lack of a better term, face their front to that street?
I do not believe so. That street or that alley would be right here. The front of this building faces First Avenue.
Okay. And then the original option is 20 units for the affordable housing.
It's the 10% of the total, yes.
10% of units. How many bedrooms and what are being discussed, and how many total bedrooms, and then how many units at each bedroom type or number?
So for what we're recommending, we have the bedrooms and the dwelling units here. That's 557 and 204 dwelling units.
Or just at the affordable portion?
That's for overall.
Okay, so it's 20%, or excuse me, sorry, it's 20 total units. How many bedrooms? Are they all one bedrooms, or are there some 2 and 3s within those affordable?
We just have it designated by the dwelling units themselves, and then also the provision that those amenities and options be equally accessible to everyone that is in the building itself.
Okay, and third question, are those affordable ones, are they equally spread out between those two buildings, or are they just in the smaller building on the northern portions?
They are supposed to be, the intent is have them spread out throughout the building so that there are equal access and options to the amenities, ground floor access, pool access, things like that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
So recognizing that we do still have a presentation from the applicant, correct? I do have a couple of quick questions. Some of them have been answered. We're talking about potentially 20 affordable, and by affordable we mean workforce between 50 and 80% of AMI, scattered throughout the building, or the two buildings. I may not be able to get an answer to this, but I'm trying to remember how tall Alachua General was at its maximum. I know it was at least 6, but I don't know how much taller.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be going by memory, and I was very small then.
Yeah, it's been a little while. So
yeah.
What did they say, 5? Did they say 5 or 6?
Yeah,
it was
I
at
would
least
guess
6.
6.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was trying to get historical scale. We know that future scale, and by future I mean a year or so, is going to be a couple of 12-story buildings nearby. I was trying to get a remembrance for what the historical scale was. Okay, that was my only question for now. So no more questions up here right now. We'll move into, if you're all finished up there.
I'm finished.
Okay.
Unless you have more for me.
Okay, well, let's invite the applicant up.
Let's see, I think Raul or Scott will get that up. Very good, thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Madam Manager, Mr. City Attorney, Tony has left, and Madam Deputy Clerk. My name is Jerry Diedenbach from CHW, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant today. A couple pieces of housekeeping here, since we do have two different types of actions today. As Mr. Nee stated, you have legislative action for the land use, and then you have a quasi-judicial action for the rezoning. Prior to the meeting starting, I gave the clerk a list and a box of exhibits that will all go into this record for PB 21-219 LUC and for PB 21-220 REZ. Those comprise the application for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment and its justification report, the city staff report for PB 21-219 LUC, the city staff PowerPoint presentations from PB 21-219 LUC from May 26, 2022, and then from the February 2nd, 2023 commission meeting. The executed memorandum of agreement or memorandum of understanding with the Gainesville Housing Authority, which was official on March 1st of 2022. The application materials for rezoning, PB 21-220 REZ, and its associated zoning report. The city staff reports on petition PB 21-220 REZ from May 26, 2022 from the City Plan Board, and from the September 15th, 2022, and then February 2nd, 2023 City Commission meeting. The city staff PowerPoint presentations from PB 21-220 REZ from both the May 26th, 22 City Plan Board meeting and the February 2nd, 2023 City Commission meeting. The applicant's PowerPoint, which are now PB 21-220 REZ, and then our PowerPoints from the May 26, 22 Plan Board, the September 15th, 2022, and then the February 2nd, today's City Commission meeting. Also in there is my resume as CHW Executive Vice President, Jerry Diedenbach, and member of the American Certified or Institute of Certified Planners as an expert witness. The GSE Engineering and Consulting Summary Report of Geotechnical Site Exploration. Data and analysis of the historic district market values, which was conducted by CHW. Our trip generation and distribution letter, also prepared by CHW professional engineering staff, dated April 7th, 2022. Traffic impact analysis generated by CHW on March 8th, 2022. The PD layout plan, which was generated by our office. The CA Student Living Gainesville, Roman numeral 3, LLC, authority from the Florida Department of State of Divisions of Corporations to transact business in the state of Florida, dated February 23, 2022. And then lastly, a memorandum dated February 2nd, 2023, regarding the applications before you today, PB 21-219 LUC and PB 21-220 REZ, which outlines the step down in the buildings. So I'm going to give that exhibit list because
Thank you.
it's a shoebox size group of paper that we have put in the record that covers all of this. As a bit of background to this application, since we have two items before you, and I'm going to be preparing and presenting a tremendous amount of competent, substantial evidence today. Most of you know me. My name is Jerry Diedenbach. I'm the Executive Vice President of CHW Professional Consultants, and I am an AICP Certified Planner. I'm representing CA Student Living Gainesville 3, LLC, and I hold a bachelor's degree in landscape architecture, which I received in 1989. I'm a certified planner through the AICP and the immediate past chair of the Urban Land Institute's Gainesville chapter, and I'm also the chair of the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority. So I like to volunteer when I'm not doing this fun portion of planning. I've worked as a professional planner for 32 years, 5 months, and 12 days, including working for both public and private sector. I initially started out at the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council, where I worked in transportation planning, which ultimately, through my interaction with the MTPO, became the kind of genesis of transportation and land use decisions. I'm the executive vice president at CHW, and I'm a principal owner of the company, and I've been there for almost 20 years this June. In my practice, I have specialized in both regional and urban planning, transportation planning, historic preservation planning, and community facilitation. I'm an expert in comprehensive planning, land development regulations, the application of Chapter 163 Florida statutes to planning and development issues, and the analysis of comprehensive plan amendments and historic preservation planning. I've served on Alachua County's Planning Commission, which is an advisory board to the Board of County Commissioners, and during that tenure, I was an officer on that board. I've served on the City of Gainesville's Historic Preservation Board, where I met Ms. Boyce, who is the project attorney, and others in this room today when I lived in the Duck Pond. I chaired the board during a portion of my term, and I have been an applicant as well as participated in the review of numerous certificates of appropriateness and consideration of other policy decisions and initiatives during the adoption of several historic districts in the City of Gainesville. I've analyzed and interpreted the city's comprehensive plan numerous times, including the capital improvement element, the future land use element, the conservation element, the transportation mobility element, and of course the historic preservation element. I've worked on hundreds of applications over the last 20 years in the private sector and dozens prior to that when I was at the Regional Planning Council. I've also routinely analyzed and applied the provisions of the Community Planning Act, Part 2 of Chapter 163 Florida statutes in my work as a consultant. I've been an expert witness in multiple administrative proceedings, most recently supporting the City of Gainesville via Department of Administrative hearings for projects in the City of Gainesville. I've been an expert witness in hundreds of land use and quasi-judicial proceedings across the entire state of Florida. Every city, every county pretty much that wraps Alachua County, and throughout the Southeast United States, in other states too. I've reviewed and participated and presented in hundreds of comprehensive plan amendments in Alachua County, specifically also in Gainesville. And I would think that, roughly speaking, at least 2 a month for the last 24, about 24 a year for 20 years. So it's about 400 and some, I'm sure, that I've done. My resume is on file right now with the city. CHW was retained by CASL to prepare a small-scale land use amendment on 1 acre of land and a rezoning application for presentation to city staff, the plan board, and the city commission. I and my professional staff of planners, engineers, surveyors, landscape architects, and other professionals in our office placed these materials before you and prepared the entire application and conducted the neighborhood workshop on these applications, which we'll address in our slideshow. I have visited the site numerous times. I have pounded public notification signs. I have replaced signs that have been either kicked or destroyed from the site. I've also lived in the immediate area. When attending the University of Florida, I lived all along 4th Avenue, and I had numerous friends and spent many, many hundreds of hours in this area throughout the 80s and continue to do so today in the Innovation District. I've been both involved in public and private sector planning. Some of the plans that Forrest had up there were actual CHW projects, and we also worked with Perkins and Will on the Innovation District master planning. To prepare for these comprehensive plan amendments and rezoning applications, I reviewed the City of Gainesville's comprehensive plan amendments and the goals, objectives, and policies, particularly the policies in the future land use element and the historic preservation element, Chapter 163 of Florida statutes, and the definitions contained therein. I've also reviewed the City of Gainesville's Land Development Code and the materials provided by project architects and designers, property appraiser information about the surrounding areas, neighboring property information, data analysis to support the city's historic preservation element, and then the preliminary and final traffic data collections that we did for traffic analysis and for mobility around the buildings and this site. We've reviewed the utility information, demographic data, various maps, aerial photographs and videos, survey documents for the site, conceptual layouts, due diligence information, emails submitted by various members of the public, a resolution of the Historic Preservation Board, and numerous social media presentations or social media postings on the project. I've also reviewed the video recordings of our previous plan board public hearing. I've provided data analysis to the city staff in support of the comprehensive plan amendments throughout the application materials, which were prepared by me or under my direct supervision over the last about 2 years. I'm offering additional data today and analysis in support of the CPA and also through my presentation and testimony. And I would like to request that this commission accept into the record this land use and zoning application and all the materials provided to the clerk as a part of the proceedings today. So I'm going to jump into the presentation because that's just the housekeeping. Thank you for your indulgence there and allowing me to do that. Before you is the actual public notification, and I personally sent this out through CHW Professional Consultants. I conducted the neighborhood workshop where we effectively had 2 interested parties. One party who lived across the street and owns a law office, and then we had participation from Linda Dixon and Trevor from the University of Florida because of their interest in the Innovation District kitty-corner to this property. Those were the only 2 people that participated in the neighborhood workshop process. You can see here is a timeline. We held a first step meeting in October of 2021. Our neighborhood workshop was just prior to the holidays on December 15th. We submitted application materials the following day, and they have been in staff review through the early part of 2022. They were at the City Plan Board on May 22nd. They were actually heard by the City Commission in their first hearing on September 15th. And then we are now here at a second hearing several months later, and we are anticipating that we hopefully will have a tentative second public reading and second final reading here on February 16th. As stated, and I'm glad there was clarification, there was a question. During the course of the plan board meeting, I was standing at this dais, and there was a deadlock in a vote. There was a 3-3 to deny, there was a 3-3 to approve, and it was a tie. And so we, as the applicant, said, please, since this is a lengthy meeting, we were there very late in the evening, we asked someone on the plan board, please change your vote one way or the other. And we said, we'll accept the denial, we just want to move forward. And so that's how that proceeded there. So the applications that are before you from CA Student Living Gainesville 3 LLC, they are requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment on urban mixed-use, high-intensity land use to planned use district. And this is specific to allow increased density. And one of the unique components about this, one of the unique components, is the voluntary inclusion of workforce housing in perpetuity in our partnership with the Gainesville Housing Authority. And to my right over here, your left, is Malcolm Kiner from the Housing Authority, who has been a partner in this process. Submitted concurrently with this is our rezoning application. I'm going to be focusing specifically on the land use only, as Forrest did during his presentation. Sitting next to Patrice is Tommy Sinat of CA. He's a frequent Gainesville visitor these days. And the young lady over there who was graciously standing up and helping point is Pierangeli Simone Pietri, the most beautiful name for a very talented architect who has also been a very frequent flyer here to Gainesville, working with Sarit Bonsella, your city architect, and other staff on the design of this building. This is somewhat her baby. This building and this project will deliver some really key infill elements into our community. Collectively, we will be bringing residential amenities for all. That means the workforce housing units are not cordoned off behind an elevator, or they're not stuck on a certain floor. They are interspersed so that the residents can interact and live together as one in an equitable and fair manner. So access to any amenity is available for all. The Housing Authority, specifically in our work with them, had requested a certain blend of units. So we have a dozen single family type or single bedroom type units, and there are 8 2-bedroom type units, and that was at the request of the Housing Authority. So to answer a previous question, 8 times 2 would give you 16 beds plus another dozen, so you're getting 28 beds there out of 20 units, and that was at their request. They did not want any 3-bedroom units or 4-bedroom units. And of course, I'm sure that they are pleased with the fact that the units are equitably and equally placed throughout the building for all. This will also bring enhanced urban pedestrian realm and safety to the 2nd Avenue and 10th Street area. I will show you some slides here, but during the course of our design efforts, one of the key things that we were looking at was crime prevention through environmental design. I've been there over the last, let's say, 30 years that I've lived in this area. And walking these streets as a student, you wouldn't go down to the Windjammer at the corner of 6th Street and 2nd Avenue 30 years ago. You would stray away from this, but the tremendous investment that has been made here in the Innovation District, and you can see buildings coming up here, Hub 1 and Hub 2, 800 2nd, which we did for one of our clients, Infinity Hall. These buildings are changing the course of our community. And right here on this portion, just north of Infinity Hall, is another one of Mr. Sinnott's projects, which is a 12-story building with a step down to the historic district. Pierangeli is the architect on that one. By bringing these buildings in and effectively building to the Transect standards, we are increasing the sidewalk areas, the pedestrian realm. We are enhancing the lighting, the visibility, and the utility of these spaces by employing crime prevention through environmental design elements and techniques. These projects are also the first 2 projects to voluntarily bring forward a workforce housing component. We did this on the Lincoln Ventures project, a block to the north, which is also 12 stories. It sits at University Avenue and 12th. And this is our second one, so we hope to have a proof of concept that this will work. Unfortunately, we have been unable to get the financial institutions to go above 10% in the mandatory quantity, but after the proof of concept works for a while, I'm sure that they can get there. But right now, that is the limit of where they will go. And those units, though, the good part about that is that the market rate units in here somewhat help pay the freight, if you will, for the workforce, so that these units will be offered in perpetuity forever and ever. The opportunities that we see is taking, number one, a parking lot, another parking lot, and 2 single-story aged office buildings that were there for decades, and converting those to active, vibrant residential buildings in a residential portion of our community, supportive of surrounding business and reinvesting in the community. I've heard, and I think I've said this to some of you, having stood here since 1990 in various projects and all, parking lots are placeholders in cities. It is time for this to mature itself into a residential use in a residential area of our town, immediately adjacent to the University of Florida, UF Health, Santa Fe College's tremendous reinvestment in downtown, the Innovation District. We are placing a residential use proximate to multiple education opportunities, employment opportunities, and then new business opportunities that are forming on research and development in our Innovation District. We will be definitely, and I will show you pictures of how we are improving the form and safety of the pedestrian realm in this urban corridor. Our office is responsible, and we did the design plans for Southwest 2nd Avenue. Some of you probably remember it as a 5-lane road. The reason it is today, 2 vehicular lanes with dedicated bike lanes and sidewalks and on-street parking was an effort to humanize that and make that a safer space. We will be doing more of that with this project. Our other opportunity is to realistically improve and increase the housing supply and diversity in the redeveloping core of the city of Gainesville. These are real units, and they will be there forever. And what we're doing is we're providing much-needed walkable, bikeable, and transit-friendly workforce housing that contributes to resolving a tremendous community need. The site is already served by a regional transit system. There are routes that go up and down 2nd Avenue. There's sidewalks, there's bike lanes. This is where people need to live so that they can walk to work, to entertainment, and to social and recreational opportunities. Here is the overall project site area. And as you can see here, here is the University of Florida. There's a 12-story building being constructed here right now on University Avenue. CA's other project is right here. We had called it 931 West University Avenue. It is now called Evolve. So in context, there are 2 additional buildings that are being built of similar size and scale with step downs in them here and here. These are other new projects that have happened over the last decade, and we have more that are coming forward in this area because of the focus between the University of Florida, Santa Fe College, and the downtown, placing residents in walkable urban environments. Some interesting data here is that in looking at the walk score, the city of Gainesville gets an overall 37 and a bike score of 69. Specific to this site, though, when you dial in on this, the numbers go up tremendously. This is a walker's paradise with 93 out of 100 points here because of its connectivity to University Avenue and surrounding features. And the biker's score on this is 99 because of the inclusion of existing bike lanes as well as a downtown rail trail that is along the 6th Avenue corridor. In addition to the inclusion of workforce housing, there are several other innovative elements that are going into this planned use district and planned development. With a high walkability score like this, CA is going to include bicycle amenities, which include a storage program and a maintenance facility, and a share program for their residents. You don't have a bike, they will supply one for you. And they will have a place in the building, just like they're doing in their Evolve building, so that when you come down, you need air in your tires, you want to adjust your seat, there's built-in bike maintenance in the community. There will be a shared vehicle program that is memorialized in this, so that if you come to campus without a car, as so many do when they live 2 blocks from campus, like in the Standard, which is a project that we did several years ago, 3rd time's a charm. We were the lucky consultants who finally got it on the 3rd go round. They found years after building their tremendously large garage that they weren't filling it. While we propose some structured spaces in this project, we're going to have a racking system, so cars can be stored on the ground, but also cars can be lifted. So if you come to town and you don't need your car till spring break or till you go home to see family during holidays, you can rack your car under the building and it'll be out of the way. But then, if you need to make a trip, they have partnered with Zipcar and Car2Go, and they will actually have cars available in the building or on demand for these residents. There will be preferred parking for green vehicles. So if you have a hybrid or an electric car, it will be prioritized in the parking spaces so that you can charge it there. And there will be charging stations and a scooter sharing and a scooter charging facility in the building. So those are some of the other innovative components. As you saw, this is the 1.11 acre area across the street from Infinity Hall. Today, if you're standing out there, you see open parking lots, and in the backdrop, the new Swamp Restaurant is on the other side of these single-story medical buildings here. This is the streetscape today, facing east, looking toward downtown. And because of these trees, you can't even really see Infinity Hall, which is a 5-story building here that's actually penetrating into the Historic District 100-foot buffer. This is looking down Southwest First Place, the alley here, which we'll be rebuilding actually for a portion of because of the fact that it does not actually follow exact property lines. And in replacing the infrastructure, meaning potable water, sanitary sewer, fiber optic, natural gas, there will be restructuring of that to make this safer. I too, Mr. Mayor, like stated by Commissioner, have driven up and down this multiple times, nights, weekends, weekdays, and various times of the day to look at how this works. So in clearing this up, which is a very undelineated paved surface, which often goes into dirt parking lots behind the houses where people park, this will be cleaned up and reconstructed as a part of this project. This is the building on the north with its associated parking lot, and here you can see Infinity Hall here, which is a 5-story building that actually penetrates into the historic district buffer. These are pictures of the northern buildings that will be removed, the single-story dated office medical buildings. So what we are effectively asking is that this urban mixed-use, high-intensity land use be elevated to replicate what's across the street on the urban core. I often think when I walk around cities is that density is an invisible concept to pedestrians that are walking and riding their bicycles or driving here because they don't see that one side of the street is a different zone than the other when you're in a urbanized area. We're asking to do that creatively through the application of a planned use district, which will allow us increased density as if we were in the urban core right across the street. And by doing that, we're able to put some more units in there and help bring a unique project to the city of Gainesville. The zoning that we have is U9, which is forestated as the second highest zoning right next to the DT. We are effectively asking, in a way, to bring that DT across the street. Now this is unique because by doing this, some folks might think that this was a spot zoning, but it actually is the antithesis of that because this rezoning of a small land use area, again, this is 1 acre of land, okay, does not differ measurably from the zoned land uses that surround it. It's not like we're saying, we want a car dealer here near this neighborhood, or we want to change this to an industrial site. We want to increase the density for people to live in an area that is vastly residential and mixed use. Moreover, the proposed rezoning is in the general public interest because it conforms to the future land use and comprehensive plan policies, and it promotes the health, safety, welfare of the community by reducing vehicle miles traveled, by reducing carbon emissions, by making crime prevention through environmental design and improvement of the urban space a reality here. Today, you see 4 and 5 foot sidewalks here. The plan that you will see here will show you how that promotes Gainesville as a more walkable, bikeable, and pedestrian-friendly place. So to do that, we have to innovatively design. And what we are proposing, as you saw, is a building that steps down here that is within the 60-foot height of the city of Gainesville's historic district, but we're asking to squeeze an additional floor in it. So have 5 floors on this, but stay within the height. Very similar to the 5 floors and the 60 feet that it's right across the street. And this building clips that district too. And in this area, we will have the taller portion of the building along Second, but immediately step it down in the back so that it is compatible, consistent with the city's code. So our proposed building will neither exceed nor encroach into the 100-foot buffer, and that's an important note. As Forrest stated, during the September commission meetings that you all had, you moved around with the design, pushed forward on a higher design. We are stepping back to a building that respects the 100-foot buffer with the request that we can have an additional floor in there, but not go higher than the 60-foot regulation. So in nowhere does the building exceed the height limitation of the historic preservation buffer. Everything that is inside this blue cordon area will be less than 60 feet tall, roughly the height of that building there. So the comparative analysis, Forrest had a little bit more black and white table, but we're asking to go from a 6 to 8 story by right and performance bonus to a 12-story on a portion of the building. Here's the interesting part. In the U9, we would be allowed 116 feet of building height. We are asking for 120 feet, 7 inches to 126 because the ground slopes slightly. So the most we're asking for is about 10 feet different than what the by right U9 zoning is. We're not asking to triple or quadruple or do a multiple of what the by right height is. We're asking for a slight increase in height. That's why I highlighted this one in blue. And you would be allowed 4 stories and 60 feet within 100 feet. We're asking to do 5 stories. Because of the construction type we want to use on this, the interstitial height of the floors between floor 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 4 and 5 are thinner, and we can actually get an additional floor for people to live on and still be within 60 feet. And the building ceiling heights interior will still be able to be 9 feet at least in tall, which is significantly taller than tall Jerry standing here. The density that we'd be seeking is to go from 138 units that would be allowed with density bonuses up to 204. And that's how you get 10% of that, or 20 workforce housing units in perpetuity. The bed count, 379, would go to 557. And while there is no requirement for workforce housing under the current land use and zoning, the PUD-PD memorializes this not only through the Memorandum of Understanding with the Housing Authority, but there would be a recorded covenant upon the property that would mandate that that stay there in perpetuity, that those units will forever be there on 2nd Avenue and 10th Street. So really, when you're looking at this, our request is approximately to ask for the same sort of density that exists over here on the east side of 12th in the DT zoning, where 194 units would be allowed. We're asking for roughly 10 more units than what DT would give you, okay? Just on the other side of the street, in this area, that's parking lots. And a building that is 10 feet taller than the by right U9, okay? So I know this is difficult when we look at flat pictures, so we've got some better pictures here. This is in the City of Gainesville's Land Development Code, and this predicates how step downs should occur. And Mr. Mayor, I believe Commissioner Chestnut said she walked there and she saw the hub. I don't know how that got done, because all they did was take this and they flattened that portion along that entire northern portion of the alley on the block north of us. But what the code says is that it shall contain no more than 6 dwelling units per building and shall be in the form of single-family dwellings, attached dwellings, or small-scale multifamily. We are asking for relaxation of that specifically on that smaller building because we want to utilize that 1/4 of an acre to put more than 6 units on that. And in the step down, we want more units in there so that they're not failing to meet, the needs of housing in our community. You will see development standards in the PUD, and I don't want to talk about those right now because we are here in the land use. So here's proposed PUD conditions. 10% of the units in perpetuity will be workforce housing. They will be constructed equitably to market rate units. Equitable access to all amenities for tenants will be there in perpetuity. Subsidy vouchers provided to qualified tenant applicants determined by the Housing Authority is a part of our program, and then the memorandum of understanding was unanimously approved and executed with the Gainesville Housing Authority, and Malcolm can speak to that. There is that actual document, and you can see that it was signed and accepted on March 1st, almost a year ago. What that means is that at 50 to 80% AMI, a one-bedroom unit adjacent to the University of Florida, the Innovation District, Santa Fe College, downtown will cost $768, and a two-bedroom unit will cost $922. That's astonishing. When you see beds now that are rating in other apartment complexes that are $1,200, $1,400 a bed, that is a two-bedroom unit at $922. We know that workforce housing is needed here in Gainesville. We've consistently watched the cost of housing increase here. It's essential to have a workforce that we can provide housing to proximate to the best jobs in town, the university, UF Health, the VA, Santa Fe College, the Innovation District, and certainly downtown and the court system. Lack of housing options, and you all are experts on this, causes added pressure on a finite transportation system if these units have to ultimately be built on Tower Road or west of town. It causes longer commutes for people, which increases pollution. It increases traffic congestion on our narrower roads. It causes that pollution and carbon emission. And then what it does is it causes underemployment. People say, I'm just not going to work there, or I'm going to do something different. But this is putting people where we want our city to grow. The guaranteed workforce housing in the urban core will increase our ability to retain and attract essential workforce. It will encourage even greater pedestrian and bicycle opportunities. It will facilitate the use of public transit. It will reduce the strain on the transportation system and public utilities because, again, the site is already surrounded by potable water, sanitary sewer, fiber optic, natural gas, and certainly every bit of telecommunications that you would ever need. The infrastructure is there. This is filling a piece into the puzzle, and it will bolster the vitality and the longevity of Gainesville's economy by representing a $100 million investment where two parking lots are today. So for consistency with the comprehensive plan, I don't want to read all this, but I want to highlight certain portions of this because this is very important. The planned use district in policy 4.1.1 says that this is an overlay and may be applied on any specific property in the city to bring unique, innovative, and narrowly construed land use proposals in because of the compatibility with the character of the surrounding land uses, residential to residential, with unique design features which might otherwise be not allowed in the underlying land use category. If we were across the street in DT, we wouldn't be standing here. But that's not the property that's for sale. It's this property that is up for sale, and this property is a vacant property. So what our PUD is asking is a request in density, such as on the east side of 10th Street or a block to the north if we were on University Avenue, compatible with the character of the surrounding land uses. The additional stories are a modest height increase, and we're asking for some flexibility on the building count to allow consistent design elements, and that unique design feature will provide an economically feasible provision of workforce housing in perpetuity within this structure. I'm going to touch on these policies briefly as part of the record. Consistency with the comprehensive plan. Both Mr. Edelton, the city staff report, our professional report prepared by CHW, and my testimony and Forrest's testimony lets you know that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. There's no evidence when we talk about compatibility in land uses that surrounding residential properties cannot coexist over time adjacent to other residential buildings, whether in a historic district or not. Surrounding land uses offer an urban mix of high-density zoning, non-residential, and residential rental uses, including the DT right across the street. So this is a compatible use. It is people living next to people. There are no environmental impacts or constraints because the site is a parking lot. We have no wetlands, we have no floodplains, we have no major trees except at the perimeter, which we're going to do our best to save and keep that canopy along the sidewalks and the bike lanes. This supports urban infill, and it reduces urban sprawl in the bigger picture of things. It impacts affordable housing positively by bringing units into perpetuity in the city of Gainesville. And our impact on the transportation system, as noted in both our application materials and here today in our testimony, there is no impact to the transportation system. There is adequate capacity on the roadways, the bikeways, the sidewalks, and the regional transit system in the urban core. And so this site achieves a 93 walkable score, which makes it an ideal location for infill development. We have looked at all of GRU facilities surrounding the building. While some internal to the alley will require being rebuilt, it does not require the extension or modification of major utility lines throughout the city. And the city has to look whether or not additional acreage are required in the future land use category. With the repeal of 9J5, there's no longer a need to prove that you need a certain land use classification. This discourages urban sprawl by pacing development in the downtown area. And in item number 10, the need for job creation, capital investment, and economic development to strengthen the diversity of the city's economy is obvious here. There are multiple construction jobs. There will be staffing jobs that will be created that will be in perpetuity as the building and the residents live there. The development will be a signal to reinvestment, and the housing on the project site will place job seekers in close proximity to employment. We like to talk about the halo effect. When you bring in an element that is a tremendous amount of reinvestment, this will spur on the success of the Swamp and other restaurants and retail and commercial offerings along University Avenue. Bringing these residents here has a positive effect on the overall economy of the city of Gainesville. And the need to modify land use categories or development patterns with antiquated subdivisions is not applicable because this isn't a subdivision per se in terms of like a residential neighborhood. Section 163 of Florida statutes in the urban sprawl analysis, we have clearly gone through here, and none of the indicators or the 13 elements in 163 are triggered. This is not an urban sprawl issue. So now to the fun pictures and the closing. The previous designs considered were initially to create a building that kind of looked like a backwards E. It had 327 units with 810 beds. We worked definitively with city staff to bring compatibility to this by carving these two tower portions here out of the north side of what we call the blade along 2nd Avenue and brought the height of this down. A second iterative concept involved flipping the E to face 2nd Avenue, but still had a higher building in the back. And you can see, since we have the same architect, here is the CA Ventures project, 931 West University Avenue, or Evolve, that has a 12-story section, and then it has step downs in it. So what is presented to you today is to do effectively this. Reduce the height of the northern building to 5 stories and below 60 feet, and as that blue line would intersect the site, bring these portions of the building down within the 60 feet and promote the compatibility by having 5-story near 5-story, and the maximum height that would be on this portion here by the alley would be 5-story. The bulk and the massing of this building exists along 10th and along 2nd Avenue, and then immediately steps down on the north side. So that three-dimensional, what Pierre Angeli calls a jelly model, shows you we went from a massing here that had 32 workforce housing units to a building here that has 204 total units and 557 beds. That sculpting allows us to be consistent with the historic 100-foot buffer. In our analysis of property values in the area, we looked specifically at this keyhole notch, as Forrest called it, that surrounds the property. It's on the south side of 2nd Avenue here. It goes over here and picks up what were contributing structures. And as Forrest stated, these medical buildings in here were not part of the district because they're not historic nor contributing. We looked at these property values here and analyzed from 2016 to the present tax rolls to determine if the introduction of large-scale structures caused a decrease in property value. In other words, did building Infinity Hall cause these properties to go down in value? Did building the hub here harm the appreciation of these real estate investments? We investigated every parcel over the period 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and we found that in no case were there any results that showed that the decrease in property value occurred, nor was there any deterrence in urban reinvestment by those buildings coming into this context area. Moreover, every real estate entity in there, or every rental property, appreciated in value. And that's really important because we did a timeline, and when Lynn Court Square was built down on 12th, okay, 2016, Infinity Hall came on, 2013, Infinity Hall came on in 2015, Cascades came in 17, the hub was finished in 18. Real estate values on the surrounding area all continued to appreciate. So there is no evidence that building a larger building will hurt the value of the existing real estate there. Also, when we did that analysis, here is our project site. Again, this is 1.1 acres. Every single property that surrounds this property is non-homesteaded rental real estate, either for the purpose of renting for offices or office apartments or apartments. So this is all investment property around here. There is not a solid fabric, if you will, of homeowners and families here. These are investment properties in this area. With regards to improving the safety, today there are multiple curb cuts surrounding the project site. Here on 1st, here on 12th, again at the alley, again here on 10th, and then down here. All of these red openings in the sidewalk where driveways are will be closed in favor of solidifying and formalizing the sidewalks around the project site. The footprint of the building is, as you can see, the ground floor will have limited parking with racking structures in there to lift up cars. The buildings will be pulled to the street, to the north, to the east. The pedestrian realm will be increased in size with widened sidewalks consistent with Transect zone requirements and along 2nd Avenue, and residents will occupy the entire frontage along 2nd Avenue and along 1st, and the open community spaces and the central core spaces will be along 10th Avenue to provide additional lighting and pedestrian realm enhancement. So there's the flat images, which we've seen. This is what it looks like today if you're looking down 2nd Avenue. 3 to 4 foot sidewalks, planter beds, kind of a dodgy environment, so to speak, where it's not the safest place in the world. This is our response. This is an inverted corner here on the entry along 2nd Avenue and 10th to reflect and mirror the entry of Infinity Hall right across the street. Underneath the canopy and underneath the individual balcony canopy areas here is additional lighting to cascade along 10th and 2nd to improve the crime prevention through environmental design appeal of this. Also, by placing glass along here, as you come down and you're either studying in the lobby or walking through the lobby, you can see what's happening on the street. There are no obstructions, there will be low-level planters, and each of the residential units, which are reflected in the brick structure area here with canopies, are doorsteps. So residents and neighbors will once again be able to see, interact, and talk with each other, and these portions of the building here have tremendous visibility down on the street. Looking at that parking lot directly today, again, we will work to save the tree canopy that's along the existing street, but that will be the eastern face on 10th. This would be as if you were at Infinity Hall looking across the street. Tremendous amounts of glass, large lighting, under canopy and eave lighting here, under canopy lighting here that'll open this up and really improve the quality of life and safety. Multiple handrails with lights in the stairs to prevent this from becoming a skateboarder's paradise. But again, the design is to keep eyes on the street and make this a safe space. This is looking directly north across 2nd, and you can see Infinity Hall, which again is a 5-story building. You can't see it really because of the trees. That is the new look. Places for residents to communally hang out or enjoy, the outdoors and study, as well as having direct balconies, and there are study coves that are built along the street front so people can gather together and do schoolwork or just have social type activities. This is 2nd Avenue, and here you can see again, these are the actual residential units with sconce lighting on the building, under canopy lighting at the doorways, and then lighting underneath the building here to provide greater lighting as well as the enhanced street lighting along 2nd Avenue. So this is the improvement to the pedestrian realm, and here's one of the studied coves here on 2nd Avenue. So in closing, city staff's recommendation has been consistent since April of 2022 for approval of this project. While it has gone through a couple different forms, we are here today requesting the smallest of the form. Unfortunately, has less housing units in it because it's a smaller building, but we are hoping that you follow the staff report and the staff recommendation that was presented to you today and think of this. Infill can and does occur without detriment to the fabric of our city. We appreciate the time that you've allowed us to present this very complicated and very lengthy series that's happened. I am here, Tommy Sinnett is here, Patrice is here, Pierangeli is here, and Malcolm. Certainly, if you would like to say a few words on behalf of the partnership with the Gainesville Housing Authority and bringing these residents housing, please.
Come on up, sure.
Malcolm Kind of Gainesville Housing Authority. I'll be very brief. Jerry spoke very passionately about the workforce housing, affordable housing opportunity. Having met some of you, and there's some new commissioners here, I do know that all of you all support affordable and workforce housing. At the Housing Authority, we feel that this was a pretty innovative partnership to connect with these developers to provide our clients with an opportunity to live in an area of opportunity, close to work, close to grocery stores, close to food, to live in a new state-of-the-art facility. So obviously we support the application, and if you have any questions for me, I'm here.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Madam City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, and others. We appreciate your time. If there are other questions that arise during the course of public comment, we would certainly like the opportunity to respond to questions. I always know that there are things out there that are floating out that may appear to be real that aren't, so we'd like the opportunity to offer clarification to any questions that might arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diedenbach. Mr. Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone. I'll be brief. Mr. Dietenbach was, between him and Forrest, we were so thorough that half of my comments have already been made and stated, which I appreciate. They're in writing. This is a great project. I supported it the first time. I am, of course, disappointed that we have to go with a scaled-down version, but that is to keep in accordance with our limitations and protections of our historic communities, while also providing housing in one of the most opportune areas in the city. As was said, you know, it's between UF, close by. I looked up schools and bus routes. I've already seen this. I was looking up schools and bus routes. It is one of the most well-connected, best situated spots for something like this. So I really appreciate that you worked with staff to find a combination that really worked, and that the Housing Authority was such a willing partner and has been a willing partner with other projects similar to this to bring workforce housing to where our workers should be living, and so that they can enjoy the same amenities the rest of that community does. I think it's going to be a great project. I just want to confirm, and nobody has to get up, just if nobody gets up, I'll just assume I'm correct. This fits in with our comp plan, and it does conform to the, although not binding, Innovation District Master Plan. I don't see any staff or anybody getting up to correct me, so we're going to go with that. I meant staff, but no, I meant staff, but thank you, sir. So that said, I appreciate that you put up the AMI numbers to show and clarify that it would be 1 and 2 bedrooms at the request of the Housing Authority, not your own. But that is the need that they are seeing most and have asked for, so that works great. It really responds to the need. And that shows that, you know you said the housing will be permanent, but the people who live in there will not permanently be there. This is a great opportunity for families that are working their way up. And so that would be young workforce, that would be a starting teacher, that would be, an officer with a wife and a small child. They can afford to live there on one salary. Different combinations of young families that are working nearby, a nurse, that kind of beginning in your career situation, and not necessarily students. It is families of all shapes and ages and demographics. So I'm very much in love with it. I don't think it was stated by anyone, but the reason we're doing a PUD, it was stated prior by Mr. Persons, I think over a year ago. The reason we're doing a PUD is to immortalize the housing, because that's the only way you can contract the affordable housing percentage permanently. You can't do it through straight zoning. It has to be a PUD to have that. Cool, and I'm getting thumbs up. I passed land use. But yeah, when we come back, I'd love to make the motion. I think it's a great project and I fully support it. Thank you.
I don't see any other lights. If you want to make a motion, we're good. Mr. Eastman.
Yes. Well, first of all, I appreciate all the work that staff has put into this, working on trying to make sure that this comports with, of course, our historic district, which really give us a lot of the sense of place of our community, as well as making sure that we have, that we have these homes where we need them. Our comprehensive plan really worked hard over the course of multiple decades to start trying to pull housing and pull people in from the way that we had developed so much as a city for decades, which was we pushed it out further and further to the southwest side. Students were starting to move deeper and deeper into residential single-family neighborhoods, causing a lot of issues, as you saw in Seminary Lane, a lot of issues, of course, in Florida Park and various areas I represent. And I think that this is really focusing on how we make sure that people have a place to live in the way that they want to live. I think is a much more thoughtful way to do this. I think of the 557 people that will benefit from this, people that will be able to come right outside their door and be able to go straight to the University of Florida, go to class, come back, have something to eat, go back to some extracurricular activities, the carbon emissions that they're saving by not having this, sprawling out to the west side, the benefits that people have for being able to use buses and be able to walk. And I see a lot of benefits to it. I think this really fits our comprehensive plan, and I think it fits very well into preservation of that historic district that has a lot of different architectural types in it. But I think that this fits well into that. It is not within the historic area, but within that buffer, and so I see very few downsides to this and a lot of benefits for those 504 people that will benefit from this project, and so I'm in favor of it.
Okay, I'll take the opportunity to make a couple of comments. I do want to hear from the public before we make a motion. A thing that strikes me about this positively is that we're talking about, if someone came to us and said, we want to build 20 units of 50 to 80% AMI housing, 2 blocks from UF, and it's not going to cost the city of Gainesville a dime, it would take us about 10 seconds to make that decision. There would be no question about it. Particularly if we're building it on 1.11 acres of vacant property. It's being used as a sketchy parking lot. We just wouldn't ask a question. We would say, yes, let's do that. So the question is, to me then, is why would we not do that? It definitely adds, the positives and the negatives of density. The positives of density being that attracts more commercial opportunity, makes it more likely that some of the existing empty ground floor retail will no longer be empty, which benefits people living everywhere near it. The negative side of density means that there are more people, and it's there's less elbow room. It's also true that the folks who want to live there aren't looking for elbow room. Folks who are looking for elbow room are looking at other neighborhoods around the city. We've learned from some of our other large, mostly student-oriented communities that have been built in the last 5, 6, 7 years that they don't always bring cars anymore. Because they don't live 2 miles away from campus. They're living 2 blocks from campus. So there are more people able to walk to the things they want and need. Just putting, I'm talking myself through this, the positives and the negatives here. But I keep drawing back to the idea that if anyone came to us and said, we want to build 20 units of 50 to 80% AMI in perpetuity in a deal with the Gainesville Housing Authority, and it's not going to cost the city of Gainesville anything, and it's 2 blocks from campus on a vacant lot, we wouldn't waste any time saying yes to it. I'm just trying to think of it in a different way than we've talked about to this point. So those are just some of my thoughts. Let's hear from Commissioner. Let's hear from Commissioner Book. We'll come back to you for the motion because I do want to hear from the people before we do that. Gotcha. Okay, Commissioner Book.
Commissioner Psycho, did you want to?
She's going to make a motion, I think, but we want to hear from folks before we get into motions.
So in my short tenure sitting here as a city commissioner, I've spent more time studying land use and zoning than any other issue because I feel it's the area that is the most complex, seems to have lots of competing interests in some cases, some overlapping interests, and then some things are kind of in various shades in between. And that's my way of saying, just looking at the people that I recognize kind of sitting here, there's a tremendous amount of expertise and partnership just sitting in this small amount of people that we have sitting facing us. And I'm actually prepared also to probably hear from some of those that might be overlapping. And I thank the Mr. Dienbach and your team, very comprehensive and thorough. And I'm very interested in hearing some of the other partnerships. We've already heard from one. Thank you, Mr. Kiner from GHA. That would be my greatest interest to help me in decision making.
Okay, let's go ahead and do hear from the public now. Do we have a stack of cards ready? Or?
We do, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
We have Thomas Hawkins, followed by Bridget Murphy and Bill Warner.
Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I've ever been called on first before. That's really great. I had to have my wife go pick up my son from daycare because it's went longer than I thought.
Yeah, well, we're doing the best we can with it.
I was here during my timer started. I was here during public comment, and it made me. I'm always appreciative for what you do, but it underscored how much work you do, how much patience you have, and I really appreciate you. I have 2 points that I want to make. The first one, I want to talk about creating a system that treats everybody the same, so investors can come in and know what outcomes they're going to get when they deal with the city. Doing a PUD such as this to exempt one property from the rules that other folks have to follow doesn't take us in that direction. That's not to say that we should never have PUDs and PDs, but in this circumstance, nothing unique about the property demands that. We had a conversation that perhaps the reason we were doing a PUD is because it was necessary to have a requirement for affordable housing units. That is not correct. You've got lots of tools available to mandate affordable housing as part of a project if it's offered. The chief one is typically a restrictive covenant that somebody might put forward to the benefit of the city or to GHA. The real reason is what Mr. Forrest presented. The development that's allowed in the code is drastically less than the development that the applicant's requesting. This is actually a different chart than Mr. Diedenbach showed. The one that Mr. Forrest showed is correct, and it is a dramatic difference. It is not a small difference. I want to talk about design for a second, and Commissioner Eastman knows Jane Jacobs. I actually pulled Jane Jacobs' quotes specifically because I know that he has read her work. We talk a lot about density and being in favor of density, and I think rightly so, but it is not the only thing that creates a high-quality urban environment. In this quote, Jane Jacobs, who's a theorist on urbanism, one of the first and most influential, says that what we really need in our land use and zoning controls are regulations that address the scale of buildings at a street level. And she makes the comment when she wrote this back in the 1960s that zoning didn't think about that at all. We've changed a lot, partly as a result of her commentary, and we now do address that, and your code currently does. What she says that we need by having that control of scale is to get intricacy at an eye level. For those people who are on the sidewalk, what are they seeing? Are they seeing a monolith, or are they seeing something that's varied and has a lot of variety? And we've got great examples of that in our city. I'm going to be very quick, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go over 10 seconds, but I'm going to be as quick as possible to wrap up. Here are some photos of the kind of development that we're getting in this neighborhood. We are adding density, but we're doing it in a way that creates that variety, creates that intricacy, and still has a human scale. Another example of that, we're seeing layered of buildings that are respectful of the historic context. A lot has been talked about the fact that this is right across the street from where more dense development is allowed. That's the Innovation Building. But I pulled this picture from the staff report that shows just how grossly out of character the building proposed is to what's around it, and just did my own diagram to what development that meets some of the standards in your code would look like, where you increase density but do it in a way that respects that context. This building would be allowed in other zoning districts, including on University Avenue, which, even though it's only 2 blocks away, is a radically different urban feel and environment, and where we rightfully have this kind of development occurring. So thank you for the allowance for the extra minute, Mr. Mayor. I greatly appreciate you, and all of you. Thank you.
It's a commissioner allowance, a former commissioner allowance. There you go. Okay, who's next?
Bridget Murphy, Bill Warner, followed by Jay Reeves.
Hi, Bill.
Trying to get his notes.
All right. Hello, I'm Bill Warner. I am an architect and realtor. I've lived in Gainesville since January of 1962. And I would ask that we bring up the staff compatibility, external compatibility slide that we had up there a minute ago. Well, that's coming up. I'll acknowledge that the proposal before you has many positive elements. It was the external compatibility. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Great. Problem is, as you can see, that the building is about twice as tall as it should be, or to be considered compatible. There's nothing that remotely approaches this in terms of mass and scale anywhere from 13th Street to Main Street. Odd should not be considered to be the same as innovational. The project will not solve Gainesville's affordable housing problem. And in fact, we're not talking about a few little changes here. We're talking about numerous changes to achieve the developer's maxed out objective. And the question before you is, do you want Southwest 2nd Avenue to look like what exists and is proposed for West University Avenue? So that's what, in my opinion, is before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's after Mr. Reeves, just so they can be ready?
Alex Mumby,
Okay, thank you. My name is Jay Reeves. I'm the chairman of the Historic Preservation Board, practicing architect, doing redevelopment work and planning downtown for about 30 years. Like my colleagues, have been around a while. And that's about all I'm going to say about that. What I do want to speak to is the fact the Historic Board, as you know, passed a resolution against this. We were all there at the planning meeting also. And the picture of it being a tie and people not being upset was not exactly the case. The case was the people in the planning board were very upset. They're upset with what is happening with development, that all the projects the last few years, all these high-rise buildings, every one of the developers is coming in for a PD or PUD to get around the rules, to get extra height, and to not to have to conform with things like Historic Board, with other regulations and master planning. And if you could go back and look at the master planning for, Innovative Square, you'll see nowhere were they anticipating buildings of being of this scale along Southwest 2nd Avenue. And we have a big problem with it as a historic board. And our biggest problem, it is grossly overscaled for the neighborhood and to have the district on 3 sides of it. Okay? Speaking as an architect, I also have problems with something they mentioned as well. One of the ways you get the bonus points on a project like this is it being classified as exceptional and innovative. There is nothing exceptional or innovative about this project. They said that at the plan board meeting. All of them come in claiming the same thing. None of them are exceptional. This is normal nowadays. This is what is happening on every project. This is what our planning department is having to deal with. And when they get a PUD or a PD, they can't control it. It just about has to be approved by them. So this is a situation we find ourselves in. And we are fighting to hold the line against developers in historic districts, in our valuable lands downtown. And it's a battle. It's a battle. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Alex Mumby, followed by Jenny Tucker and John Barron.
Ms. Tucker, if you want to go ahead and go, it doesn't, or are you, Ms. Mumby doesn't seem to be, yeah, sorry.
Hi everyone, my name is Jenny Tucker. I want to thank all of you for your leadership and public service. Especially today, you all skipped lunch. I really appreciate your leadership. And today we talk about the property. In a small scale, I want to first show you the picture of my property. This is the picture of my property, and it is on the city's list for historic preservation and protection. The proposed 12-story project is just 10 feet away from my property across a very narrow public alley. You see on the graph, the red mark The red mark is my property, and the white dotted lines are the proposed project, and the blue solid lines are the buffer, the 100 feet buffer. This narrow alley in the middle, which is right in the middle of the block, is the only way for the residents in the whole block to park their car and go to their homes. And this alley is only allows one car to pass. If there are two cars, one from one direction, one from the other direction, one car has to drift to one of the parking lot, one of the backyards in order for the car to pass. And my profession, I'm also accountant. I do numbers, I do data analysis. A lot of the presentations by the developer is misleading. I want to point out just one thing. They mentioned about the numbers of density. If you calculate the density, they're asking for 50% more, 50% more of density. By giving, they say 10% of affordable housing, but if you calculate the real number of bedrooms, that's only 5%. At what cost? At the cost of the existing residents. The existing residents will have traffic jams in this public alley. The only way they can go home and park and go home. And will cost the existing residents of their sunlight. The existing structures are 1 or 2 stories. You're going to have this 12-story, even though step down to 5, which is as high as the Infinity Hall. It's giant, with no setback from the public alley, according to the plan. You can imagine that. I was there very often. You can see a giant growing just across this 10 feet public alley. And this is going to rob away the sunlight of the existing residents. It's going to cause mold and damaging the health of the existing residents. The height, the size, and the density of the proposed project would conflict with the city's comprehensive plan and encroach the character of this historical district. This is perhaps why the city's Historic Preservation Board has unanimously opposed the project, and the City Plan Board rejected the project with votes 4-1 last May. And 3 of the city commissioners voted against the project last September. And I'm pro-development. The project site is a great location for a multi-story complex. But
I need you to wrap up, ma'am.
Oh,
Yeah.
5 seconds. But the developers are giving you a forced choice between their 12-story building and a parking lot. The real choice is their 12-story building
I need you to be
and a
finished,
multi-complex
ma'am. We've got a full minute
compatible
past. I
with
need you to
existing
stop.
plan.
Okay.
Thank you
Please
very
stop.
much.
Thanks. Who's next?
John Barrow, followed by Robert Tucker and Michelle Hazen.
Good evening,
Welcome, Commissioner.
Mayor and Commissioners. Former Commissioner John Barrow, for the record. I, like some others, have been doing this for a while, maybe 30-plus years of directly being involved with urban planning, historic preservation, and urban design in Gainesville. I sent you all an email a couple days ago and included some material for backup with that, which are really just excerpts from some documents I think that were part of some of the other presentations and whatnot, and also included the University of Florida Strategic Development Plan, some excerpts from that. And I'll just try to quickly hit a couple highlight points to kind of summarize things and reiterate some of the things in the email I sent you. I feel pretty strongly that the project as proposed with 12 stories is, and I feel that it's clearly not compatible with the historic district, with University Heights Historic District. I also would add that it's not consistent with the University of Florida strategic development plans. I don't have those that I can pull out real quickly for you to show you what I mean by that, but if you'll look into that document, the final adopted strategic development plan, I can tell you that they talk specifically about limiting the redevelopment of that area to 3 to 5 stories. Not anything like 12 stories. Also, the University of Florida Strategic Development Plan, I believe, was a very rational approach to redevelopment, and they actually backed down to 3 to 5 stories to target the higher density and higher heights of development more in the downtown core, the downtown district itself, and not in this area specifically. As has been mentioned, the U9 current zoning would allow by right up to 6 stories. They're proposing 12. That's doubling the number of stories, essentially. The project pro forma, I believe, is somewhat questionable on whether this is really, at this day and time now, a couple years later into the planning of this project, still really that feasible given the amount of projects that have been built and developed in the last couple of years, and also ones that are about to come online that are almost finished with construction, and a few more that are still in the, getting ready to be started for construction. And I think you might ask the question of why someone like Trimark is not doing the development themselves and stepping back away from any new projects because of the current market and where things seem to be heading. The question about the uniqueness and the innovative qualities of the project, I think, has been brought up, and I think that's a good question to ask. Is it really enough, the uniqueness and innovation, enough to justify doubling the density, doubling the height, and doubling basically the number of bedrooms? No language regarding beyond the 100-foot historic district buffer, as staff presented. That may be true, but there's lots of language in terms of what would be required under the current zoning. Finally, I'd end on sort of a more personal note. I was pretty instrumental in getting these historic districts established for the University Heights area. My family, as you might know, has been very involved with historic preservation going back many years. So that's kind of our family legacy and my legacy. And I think it really flies in the face of what we've been working on for 40 plus years now in terms of creating our historic districts and how good they are for the redevelopment of all of Gainesville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Tucker, followed by Michelle Hazen, followed by Robert Mounts.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and supporting staff. I appreciate your willingness to hear me, and welcome the new commissioners, Commissioner Bach and Willits and Eastman. My name is Robert Tucker, and my wife and I, when we were not teaching at the university, purchased rental properties in the area, mostly historical preservation. We revitalized those structures, and we've been serving the housing needs of students for about 17 years. So I have several houses in that area. The one that was shown a few minutes ago, I remodeled. And imagine this structure. There's some things that haven't really been said yet. This thing is on an interior street. It's not a commercial thoroughfare. It's an interior street. So this is like Manhattan. Imagine a 12-story building, even in Manhattan, on an interior street. You might see it, but this is Gainesville. It's a 12-story structure on an interior street, and it's right next to residences. You saw that, let's make this downtown DT zoning, that everything around's at U8. That's not true. That house that you just saw is a single-family residence, must always be a single-family residence because it's a contributing structure of the historical district. It has to always be a single residence. So it has one unit basically for half an acre. It is not DT anywhere close to it. It is only 12 feet away. So you have this building, which is very important, has not been mentioned yet. It is south of the residences. It's south of the residences, and it goes up 12 stories. And it shields all those things from the light, all those residences along the thing. And this is going to be something, and the other thing is that it's not a particularly aesthetically interesting building. And it's going to be seen for hundreds of years. This is not a structure which is going to be tearing down in 30 years. It's going to be there for centuries. And everyone in Gainesville is going to be able to see it because that is Gainesville. We're going to be able to see it. It's our skyline. We own this thing. And I'm just had to come here today because I don't think it's going to fit in, and it's not going to be good for Gainesville and the way it looks. That's the main reason I'm here. It's too big, and it's not aesthetically interesting enough. That's really what drove me to be here. And economically, it probably won't hurt me a bit. I think they're right. Property values will keep going up. But I think of the students that are going to live in that house shrouded by this 12-story building for the next couple hundred years, not just existing residents. This is going to be going on for a long, long time. And this is part of the plan. You've got DT right next to a single-family house. I think that's not a good plan. I think there should be some transition.
I'm gonna
That's
ask you to
one thing.
wrap up,
and-
please.
I thought. So anyway, I just like there to be fairness and consistency. I have a lot of other houses. There is many other better ways to achieve affordable housing, and I hope that you will vote against this and deny these petitions, or at least modify them. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thanks. Hi, Ms. Hazen.
So good evening. My name is Michelle Hazen. I'm a local realtor. I also have been on the historic board for many years. You know, I know each of you has a vote this evening, and you get to make a decision. And I think what's really compelling about what's happening right now is there was a commission before you that made a decision that sat for years along with the plan board to make decisions about what our community would look like. For 3 years, people like myself came to meeting after meeting with the current mayor, the current commissioners, and we made plans for what the future of our city would look like. And just as you're sitting here today making decisions, you've got to understand form-based code was supposed to change the way that development happened in our city. So as you're making a decision tonight, I hope you can hear my words and think. Many of you, I'm sure your decisions are made up, but I want you to think for a second. Does your mind need to be made up? Because what you're doing is you're going back on the previous city commission and saying what you did over those 3 years just doesn't matter. So, first of all, I was a part of those meetings, many hours spent away from my young children. I rode around in a car with the plan board. We went around to all 5 of the districts, 1,500 homes in these districts that provide affordable housing for members of our community. I own many in Pleasant Street, Duck Pond, and actually many of my homes house young professionals, graduate students. You know, we have for affordable rents in those homes, and people are living there at an affordable rent. What's interesting is around these districts, when you take a building like this and bring up the heights, you provide shade, you shade these buildings. It's interesting because CHW was one of the reasons I got involved. I was managing a property that was right up against a project that's now built on 13th Street. There's a 5-story parking garage. The developer that they worked with actually demolished 2 of the historic homes. Demolition by neglect is a very real thing. So the more we allow these kind of developments to happen, builders and developers realize, hey, I'll just let that hole stay in the roof, and then I'm going to demolish those buildings. And so that 5-story parking garage is now up against a 1-story single-family historic home that will be there for eternity because it is a contributing structure in the district. However, it's now shaded by this parking garage. The lights from that parking garage shine into this home and the other homes around it. So what I need you to think about tonight is not only what this building is doing, and I get it, affordable housing is a great thing, but we don't want to destroy the existing affordable homes that already exist. We want to protect. When we walk the street, we all decided, I pushed for 3 stories. It was a concession to make 4 stories. And we decided that that's an eye-level thing. We want these densities in downtown Gainesville to provide affordable housing. So I hope you'll hear our voices tonight from the community because I'm not hearing many people, and I get it, city staff, CHW, it was quite a sales presentation. You know, I mean, I'm sure that it's going to be a great project for the developer. Is it what our community needs, however? I'm not so certain. So I hope you think about the previous commission, the previous plan board that came before you, all the citizens that spent 3 years that made these decisions. Because by your vote tonight, if you undermine those decisions, then what are we even wasting time with? Thank you so much.
Robert Mounts, followed by Donald Shepard and Bobby Murmur.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor. If I were to see Mr. Diedenbach come into this room and look and stand up and say, "The tall one, the D-Bach," what would you think about our relationship? That's exactly what I saw last spring when Mayor Poe greeted him coming in the room. Mr. Diedenbach is very skilled at what he does. He's not doing anything wrong, not asking for anything illegal, but he is, like a good quarterback, taking exactly what the 2017 code, which a former commission passed, gives him. What it was intended to give developers, though, was a standard set of rules with bonuses and incentives to get special use permits. And on the original zoning, he'd get 6 by right, He'd get 2 more if he offered something like workforce housing. Or, disregard that, structured parking, he'd get 2 more, total of 8 floors. What I said at the time in 2017 was that the one glaring exception was the PUD-PD process, which basically says the rules are out the window, it's all subject to negotiation. All subject to negotiation. And I submit to you that developers are looking at this case to see what's going to happen. If they can, all they have to do is just go in and ask for it, and they'll get it by giving you something of what you want. I would also suggest that workforce housing is incompatible with a building that essentially, and admitted in language several times, built to rent by the room to students. Are they going to be like resident managers in the dormitory? Is that the life that they're going to live in this building? Is that really what the labor union would like to have for workers? I don't think so. Although I've asked, as you've seen in the article that was presented to you, written last September, it's time for a timeout, like Gail Johnson asked for. It's time for a moratorium. Let's look at the land development code. Let's see whether we can give the public a greater voice later in the process, make their voices really count. The neighborhood workshops are zero, they're nothing. And let's look at the PUD-PD process and see whether that's really what we want, or do we want everybody to play by the same rules? Thank you.
Donald Shepard, followed by Bobby Murmur, and then our final speaker, Jacqueline Buenostro.
Hi, I'm Don Shepard, and I think that, what we need to do is go back to the picture where it showed the two-way street going through there by the house that this lady is bringing to you. We need to go back to that picture and show that picture, because that there is showing the clarity of what is. How is that conflicting the environment of the housing in which the lady before me come up here and said it is, and the other woman saying about mildew and stuff being grown in there? No, I don't see what that happening, and so I'd like to see where there can positively prove to the commission where this building that the CHW is trying to beautify our neighborhood, which is nothing but a parking lot and an eyesore to our city. I think that they're trying to do, CHW is trying to do, is beautify our city. And this is what I say, we need to pass this to beautify our city, and this street will take, if we show that picture, it will show that there is enough room there to take and get in and out safely without a conflict of a traffic hazard. And I'd like Jerry to bring up that picture so that we can take and see that before we move on over the vote, yes or no. That's my statement, sir. Thank you.
Bobby Murmur, followed by Jacqueline Buenostro, our final speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Bobby Murmur. I want to be very clear that I'm not taking a public position on this development. I would not want my personal opinion to be confused with the opinion of either of my employers. That being said, I did want to bring up 2 points of information that I would like the commission to consider before making their votes. First, this would build 20 affordable workforce housing units west of Main. The county had set as a policy trying to move affordable and workforce housing developments west of Main Street, so I think this might fit in nicely with that plan. I'm not sure, I haven't spoken with the residents, so I want to be very careful, but it's just one thing to consider, that this is west of Main Street, and we could start dispersing workforce housing, which is a goal that I think many people share. Second, I'm not sure if you're aware, you're probably at least somewhat aware of Senate President Kathleen Passidomo's affordable housing package, the proposal. That proposal includes what I think to be a lot of good things. However, one thing that it also includes is a preemption on inclusionary zoning, limiting any inclusionary zoning requirements to 30 years. So if inclusionary zoning is a personal goal of any of you as a commissioner, it is worth considering that now might be one of your last chances to get inclusionary zoning in perpetuity. So just 2 points of information to consider. Thank you.
Jacqueline Buenostro, our final speaker.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jacqueline Buenrostro, and I'm an urban ecologist at the University of Florida. So my perspective is probably a little bit different than other ones that you've heard tonight. I'm not a real estate agent. I'm not a property owner, so I don't necessarily have money at stake in this game. But what I am is a bike commuter. So I spend about an hour on my bike getting to and from work every day. And this proposed building is actually right along my bike route. So I love my bike commute. I love that I get to do this every single day. But my least favorite part is that I might not make it back home to my family at the end of the day. So as I'm sure you are aware, the city and county has recently declared a transportation violence emergency due to the massive amount of traffic deaths that have already come from the start of this year. So pedestrians and bicyclists, deaths at the hands of motor vehicles. And I live this reality each and every day when I bike commute. And so it is for this and other reasons raised by the applicant that I am in full support of this development proposal. High-density developments remove cars from the road and increase bike and pedestrian infrastructure. So despite its density, and actually because of its density, this plan will relieve traffic congestion and enhance safety for both pedestrians and bicyclists in this key core area of Gainesville. So developments like this are part of the solution to our housing affordability crisis, like others have mentioned, and they are also a critically important part of the solution to our traffic violence crisis. I would argue that the alternative options put forth by the commissioner and mentioned by others, so 2 or 3 story buildings, while they do increase density ever so slightly, they do not do so anywhere near the extent that is critically necessary to address the housing and traffic violence crises that exist in our community. And so it is for these reasons that I am therefore extremely excited that this development will allow us to pursue high-density options for the future of Gainesville, rather than retrofitting our new developments for the infrastructure of the past for the sake of preserving arbitrary neighborhood character at the expense of community safety. And if our #1 complaint with this building is that it's not aesthetically pleasing, well, I just don't think that's a good enough reason. Thank you.
That's all. Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Sacco, what?
May I comment?
Sure. It would be great if you signed in next time then, as all the other folks did.
I did. I put a card in before the meeting as you instructed me.
For this item? Sir?
Yes, yes. So my name is Brian O'Brien. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. I had not prepared any notes, but when I see the foremost experts in historic preservation in town come before you this upset, I can only add up the facts to be what they are. The person over here that is creating it, it's amazing that it's Groundhog Day, because I just came from the area that all these boxy high-rise buildings have been created, and they're up there in the section we used to call the student ghetto when I was young and had hair. And it appears that The commission is dead set on turning some of the city back into a ghetto by building all these excessive units. This is strictly a false narrative that we need all this housing. It's affordable housing, yes, we need, but most of these are luxury student apartments. And I had 2 kids here. I'm all for the kids having a nice apartment. But the University of Florida has put their job off on the city, and the city created a boondoggle of a power plant and got yourself $2.2 billion in debt. You have more debt than any other city in the state. And somebody has convinced you that Dr. Death here can build you a bunch of high-rises and jack your tax base up. You're trying to bail yourself out by burying the people of Gainesville. And it's an insult. This is what they did in South Florida. The developers have walked into a trap. Mayor Ward, don't give me that shaking your head while I'm commenting. You know what's going on. You can't even make a 2-year budget because you're so far in the hole, you're scared to death what the residents of Gainesville would say if they saw the debt
Mr.
and
O'Brien,
the
if you
negative
focus on the topic. that'd be great.
negativity. I am focusing on the topic,
No,
sir.
sir,
I'm
you're
very
talking
upset.
about other topics. Please focus
I'm
on the
very
merits of
upset
this
that,
idea.
that you are leading these commissioners down this path. And I don't know who is coming in and convincing you all to pass all these horrible buildings that this guy is a clam. He's running you into the ground, and this building is a
I would
horrible
also
looking
ask you,
project.
please not insult other folks in the room if you could avoid it.
It's just unbelievable, and the fact that you would just sit there with your smug attitude shaking your head is an insult to the citizens. They're asking you to listen, take action, cancel this project.
Thanks, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Harvey.
Is there anyone else who would like to come up and speak on this? You sure? All right. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Manager, if I could call up Mr. Edelton for a second? Yes. Sorry, Forrest. I just want to confirm something that one of your slides said, the nifty chart about existing zoning. I'll make a motion, but I just want to clarify something. It's the one with the blue bar and green bar with the existing historic. There we go. So with a bonus, an allowance of some variety, this building could be 116 feet, even if it's only 6 stories, correct? Each story could be like 14 feet.
For the height limit.
Yeah, we wouldn't care at that point. It's 6 stories, but it could be 116 feet.
Yes.
So it could be as tall as anything else around there with a bonus, which we give for any number of reasons and conditions.
That height limit is for the feet.
Cool, thank you. That said, what we're asking, what the applicant here is asking for is 120 to 126.
Yes, 126 and some inches.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to make sure I got that right. You're good. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I will make one other point. I'm sure someone up here is going to ask that I don't do this, but I'm going to make the point. A ghetto, referring to multifamily housing as ghettos, is one of the most heinous things I've heard. Not everyone has the funds, privilege, or opportunity to not live in a multifamily home, in a single family home. Sometimes living in an apartment is what you have to do to shelter yourself or your child or your elderly parent. That is what you can afford. But it is shelter. And so long as it is decent and clean and sheltering your family, you are grateful for it. To compare something to a ghetto, which I'll read you the official definition. The first one the Meyer-Webster gives us is a quarter of the city in which Jews were required to live. Because that's where we put undesirable people. That's where the word originates. To refer to something as a ghetto so callously simply because of the type of structure it is when it is doing what a building does, shelter people and families, That had to be called out. I'm sorry, because that is ridiculous and unnecessary.
They call Florida Field the swamp.
Sir, I am speaking, and our rules say that once a commissioner has been recognized, no one can
Mr. O'Brien,
interrupt.
okay, all right, hold on. It would be
Our rules state that I cannot be interrupted.
two things. Mr. O'Brien, please stop. Please stop. Please, don't do this, please.
Ask for civility out of your.
Mr. O'Brien, that's the last warning.
Your commissioner's attacking me.
You are disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting, sir. Are we done or not? Are you? Commissioner, I would ask that you please.
Fine. I will continue.
Stick to the point.
Fine.
Keep it down.
Multifamily housing is a need that we have. It helps shelter people on a small bit of land. There's nothing inherently bad about it on its face. As Mr. Edelton said, with any bonus given for any number of conditions, this building would almost be that height anyway, even if it were limited to 6 stories. It'd be 6 stories at 116 feet. Same thing. 10 feet does not make that difference. 10 feet and gaining housing for 20 families is important. I looked through the rental properties, because these are all rental properties. I looked through some of the listings. If I can find a single family unit, I found a couple, they're $900, but it's a 6-bedroom house, so you're making quite a pretty penny. 6 times by 900 in one house for a single bedroom in a house you're gonna share. And the rest start at $2,000 and $3,000 if you wanna live in this neighborhood. What working family can afford that? I don't think so. This is an opportunity to put working families in a great zone for opportunities for them, their investment, and their children. That said, I move that we approve of this ordinance with the original recommendation and the, what were they called? The associated conditions proposed by staff. Do you need me to read the original ordinance number, Mr. Mayor? Or Madam Clerk?
536.
Is it? It is ordinance number 2022-537.
Well, we haven't done the land use yet.
Well,
so it's
is that not that one?
536.
Oh, 536. Thank you.
Is there a second? Is there a second? No.
Commissioner, can you, when you said the original, are you talking about
It is-
the one that
Staff is recommending. That staff is recommending, not the third option provided by the previous commission. The one that staff and the developer are asking us to approve.
The one that they're recommending?
Yes.
Okay, I second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to adopt 2022-536, future land use map for mixed use land use district. Commissioner Book, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, much like Commissioner Eastman, I do have the quick question I have is just to make sure I understand that motion, and I have 3 questions to pose. This is basically the presentation.
This is what's been described to us, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The diversity in opinion is very, very helpful for me personally. And what I said before is very complex. In thinking about kind of the contextual nature of the area that's around this development and hearing from a couple of landowners and property owners, what I wondered was about those houses. If we have somebody here, whether it's staff or maybe even somebody in the audience that has the knowledge about the houses that we're talking about that are basically contiguous to this area. I heard that they were basically potentially residential or neighborhood based. I'm wondering who is living in those homes, because I don't know who could answer that.
Mr. Edelton.
Just based on the fact that they were not. Go ahead, Mr. Edelton. And I have 2 other questions.
So
What do we know about those homes that are around this area and who occupies those homes?
Well, one thing that I could certainly sort of bring us back to is the land use. And we're really talking about the land use and sometimes, who is there or who is living in the structures themselves can be different from what the land use question is in front of you. So what I think will be helpful is if I go back to this slide that had the structures that are there and showed the historic district and then some of these contributing structures. So these contributing structures, the one in green here, were originally most of them, if not all of them, built to be single-family structures. Does that help answer your question? As Mr. Diedenbach pointed out earlier, that if you're thinking of single-owner occupied structures, that is no longer the case today.
Yeah, that did go to the heart of my question, because when I heard that we basically weren't paying the, some of the, what's the term that we have for that?
Homestead?
Thank you, the homestead exemption, that made me actually just think, who are we talking about here? Because I try and get a sense of preserving neighborhoods versus maybe some other use. And so like, you are somewhat answering the question. Do we know single family occupied or rental? And we have some property owners here.
All rentals.
Yeah. I asked Scott if he could switch back to our presentation. So I think I have the slide that you were talking about through the chair, Mr. Mayor.
And the homestead exemption icons that we saw on the one slide, and then hearing from the property owner made me think, are we talking about a neighborhood that's directly adjacent to multifamily housing? Or are we talking about something different to help us? So that was,
Yeah, go ahead,
Just to
Forrest,
make
please.
one more. So maybe to kind of expand on my point I was trying to make earlier, from the planning side and planning staff side, we do not often look at the ownership status of a property. We look at it based off of how it's used.
And to that, Mr. Mayor, when we did our analysis, we went to the Alachua County Property Appraiser Database. We actually were working on these as a part of Mr. Sinat's other project. So these were all rental properties. These are all rental properties, as was testified to by citizens during public comment. And I've pulled rental slips driving up and down the road and walking, and some of these do rent by the bedroom, just like a regular multifamily. Oh, sorry. Yes. I fell prey to Forrest's thing. Yes. These are all rental properties here. None of them carry a homestead exemption as if they were single families. They may be a family living in them, but as I was saying, I've walked these streets and I've pulled, rental flyers from the tubes in front of some of these houses, and a lot of these they rent by the bedroom, just like a, multi-story building.
I think that maybe someone else has got some context for the answer to that question.
Please come back up, Ms. Parker.
I would like to speak on behalf of Pete McNeese, who is a friend of mine and who lives in the neighborhood within 100 feet in a historical preserved.
Please speak for, if you have specific information for the response to that question.
Yeah.
It's okay to answer, but you can't have
Yeah.
another several minutes.
Yeah,
Just,
my response to the question whether there are people who live there with a homestead, yes, I know several families.
So they're not homesteading, apparently.
They-
There may be a family living there,
No.
but they don't seem to be homesteading the
It's
property.
homesteading property. Yes, I know people. I know families.
Beyond the map, okay.
I know families in a historic district. I know them pretty well.
Okay.
And so I'm just responding to Commission Book's
But not
question.
on
There
that
are.
map. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I was just trying to get a feel for what we're looking at in terms of the neighborhood-looking aspects of those next to potentially adjacent to multifamily housing. Now, there's just two questions related, completely separate issue. This 10% affordable housing in the MOU with GHA is how, I hear about the covenant that we have in perpetuity. What happens if it's not complied with? What is the accountability for that? And then I'll give you this, I'll provide the second question, Mr. Mayor, just in the interest of time, the fact that colleagues may want to speak, also related to that 10%. Do we have any other examples within the city limits of multifamily housing that has started down this stretch of whether voluntary or involuntary affordable housing units? Because this may be a property, is it unique in its conceptualization of starting that, or do we have that somewhere else? So does both deal with that 10% and affordable housing question?
Actually, I think you can probably answer both of those. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I can answer Commissioner Book's questions. Let's start with the other properties. So Mr. Diedenbach and I were fortunate enough to work on the Lincoln Ventures project And it was in that project that we first forged a partnership with Malcolm and Pam and staff of the Gainesville Housing Authority. It was a brand new idea for Gainesville. And it's still somewhat new because the Lincoln Ventures project is still coming out of the ground. And so we're at the point in that project where the city attorney's office and I have completed the restrictive covenant, the form of that. That'll be recorded as soon as the mayor signs it. So that's the first project that's coming through the full cycle. Now, Malcolm's staff will be working to provide the tenants for those 10% of the units. I wanted to clarify for the commission that we don't pick the tenants for the workforce housing units. GHA will do that. And so the units aren't labeled, this is a workforce housing unit all over the building. We have to maintain 10%, our clients do. And so whatever's open, wherever it is, that's the next one, okay? So they're not labeled, they're indistinguishable. So anyway, Lincoln Ventures is the first project where we pioneered this idea. There was a very lengthy learning curve with the lenders on that project. It took them 9 months to come to agreement and get comfortable. This is the second project. We have yet to engage with their lenders, but we'll have the same process with the city attorney's office. So we're still working on our paradigm to get this down to a kind of a science so we can start doing this. The beauty of it and the innovative part of it is voluntary. If the city were to try to require this, the city would have to make the developer whole under state law. And so we're providing these units to the city at no taxpayer expense. And what you're giving the developer in return is a little bit of laxity on density to help pay for the workforce units. So it's a win-win for everybody. And as everyone has said, it's putting people in an area of the city, where they can have opportunity for education, modeling a different way of life, perhaps, different exposures, cultural enhancement. It just addresses so many social issues. Now, to the question of enforcement on Commissioner Book's question, there's a couple layers, and I'm sure the city attorney will jump in here if I'm forgetting. If you breach a restrictive covenant that's in favor of the city, that's recorded in your chain of title on this property. If there's a breach, then the city commission has the opportunity to enforce in a legal action against the property owner, against the developer. If there is that same kind of breach, you also have codes enforcement if you're breaking your zoning or your land use. So you've got at least 2 avenues of enforcement that I can think of leading up to, action on the zoning.
Gotcha.
Potential revocation hearing if it got really extreme. So you have a lot of options there.
Okay.
And breach of contract because of the agreement with the Gainesville Housing Authority, which is also for the benefit of the city.
Did we have another example, or is this?
This is number
the
2.
First of its kind. You provided that one.
Yeah, Lincoln Ventures was number
Thank you.
1.
That's what I understood.
It's almost done. This is number 2 in the pipeline now, so it's still pretty new.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you walk away, Ms. Boyes, did you want to add something to that, Mr. Persons?
I was Mr. Mayor, Angie Persons, Special Advisor to City Manager. I did want to clarify, we've actually done 3 projects. We've done 2. We did another off of Old Archer Road that also went before the commission with a similar 10% set aside. I want to say there was maybe about 27 units in that project.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Do you conclude, Mr. Book, Commissioner Book?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Chestnut did the same thing. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is on Commissioner Book's issue and to Ms. Boyce. If I'm trying to get an understanding, property owners who own rental property pay taxes, correct, on that, or they don't? That's what I was trying to understand. So whether it's owned by a single family or not, somebody's paying taxes on that property. That's number one. What happens if the current owner sells his property? And were you answering that, Patrice? What happens if they sell the property to someone else? Does that...
My client?
Your client.
My client.
If your client sells the property 5 years from now,
Or tomorrow.
or tomorrow, we're
Right.
talking about 10% of housing in perpetuity.
Correct.
Does that in perpetuity travel to the next
Yes.
owner? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it does, because the restrictive covenant binds successors, heirs.
Okay, that's what
et
I
cetera.
didn't understand. Thank you.
It's in the chain of title until and unless years from now or 2 days from now, all the parties decide, we don't want to do this. So we're going to release the covenant.
I see.
So it encumbers the title.
Thank you, thank you.
And let me ask you this. We say all the parties, does that include the city of Gainesville, Gainesville
Yes.
Housing Authority, as well as current?
Yes, it would be
Okay, so
like any other restrictive covenant, like where you live in your own subdivision. If all the HOA got together and said, we'd like to start allowing on-street parking, we have a covenant that says we cannot do that, you would file an amendment and you'd record that as an amendment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank
Do you conclude, Commissioner
I
Chestnut?
conclude at this time.
Okay.
You done with me?
Commissioner Willets?
I think so.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask a question of Mr. Kiner, if he's willing. Related to affordable housing, and if you don't have this, on your fingertips, that's fine, kind of data. But do you have a sense of how many either Gainesville Housing Authority owned or other covenanted affordable housing units in Gainesville have we seen west of Main in the past 3 years, roughly since the pandemic began?
So Malcolm County Housing Authority staff, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that information. My fingertips to my knowledge. You said west of
Main.
West of Main, the housing authority itself, and this is not new housing. We own 2 properties west of Main Street. They're senior elderly properties, Oak Park and Sunshine Park. We have, through our instrumentality, our nonprofit instrumentality, we've also we built a duplex unit in Southwest, but that's just speaking for the housing authority. In terms of private development, I am not sure. I can't answer that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Alongside Commissioner Sacco, I take literal offense to calling neighborhoods ghettos that don't have some sort of true historic tie to that term. I live in apartment housing. I live in 17 units per acre, so I will continuously be offended when we talk about apartments as being perhaps parasites, as was described in I mentioned this before, U.S. Supreme Court case that allowed, we're talking about land use right now, but that allowed zoning and particularly exclusive zoning by building type. So I'm always, I hear that because I hear that evidently I live in a ghetto and that evidently I am a parasite on my neighborhood, in my community, and in my county. We've discussed a lot that this is a very high opportunity neighborhood. It is blocks from 50,000 student slots plus Santa Fe. I don't even know how many to talk about at that particular campus. Easily 20,000 jobs within walking distance. It's a place, and when we talk about food deserts, it is a place within walking distance of Publix. We all love Publix, and this is within walking distance of that. It is within walking distance, biking distance of so much that makes living in Gainesville a wonderful thing. Parks to the north, parks to the east, parks to the southeast with Cora P. Robertson Park. I know that if I could have afforded to live in that neighborhood, it would be a neighborhood I probably would have naturally looked at. But perhaps the housing type wasn't right for me. I really wanted a townhouse. There's a couple of them, but probably not at the price I could have afforded. So the fact that what we're looking to change, what we're getting for it, I still think that 20 units of affordable housing in perpetuity between 50 and 80% AMI is truly unique. If this is the third project in the city, 3 does not mean that it is now usual. Yes, the business community, development community may be looking at this.
And they may be realizing, oh, this is what Gainesville means when we say we want a more inclusionary city. We want to provide the opportunity for affordable housing, not just on the east of Gainesville, not just in some types of developments or neighborhoods, but really all across the city. And I do see this as a great benefit. I'm cognizant that we are within the historic district context, that 100-foot buffer. This is a change of what is normally allowed, in that five floors instead of 4, even though it's still at 60 feet. But then also in the northern building, just more units than would have been normal in that buffer. If this, like was mentioned, if this was just on the southeast corner in the innovation area, we wouldn't necessarily be having the same conversation. It would, what they could do there would be far easier. This seems like on 2nd Avenue, I don't know for sure. I believe that it will increase transit usage because it's so walkable. It is so bikeable. I think what we saw with the standard is that when you move 1,000 students who used to take a bus 10 times a week, 15 times a week, it actually just takes away from RTS. So I don't know that this will necessarily increase RTS ridership because it is just so utterly walkable, bikeable, scootable, even on a motorized handicap accessible scooter. From there, on one charge, you can get to a lot of stuff in this city. So when the previous venture, Lincoln, I remember when I first kind of learned about this model, I had people say to me, no one would want to live there. And I think that's something we cannot tell people. We can't assume for them where they will and won't live because of our personal biases. Perhaps they say, I wouldn't want to live next to students or with that many students. But that is for those people to decide. If for, I forget the exact dollar amount, for $700, they want to live within walking distance of 20,000 jobs in the swamp, then that's for them to decide, not for us to decide. So this project does tick a lot of the boxes of what we're looking to do to combat climate change, to combat the housing affordability crisis, to increase walkability, to increase the character of our town, to be a place where you don't just commute into your job or to school, but you live in our community in the middle of it. So it ticks off a lot of the boxes. In a perfect world, the 12 stories is a little much for me if we could accomplish the same thing at 8 stories. But I also understand that that's not this piece of property. This is the piece of property we're asking about to change the land usage. So this is what we're dealt with. But I want to make sure we make decisions that think about those 20 families who need those 20 homes, but also everyone else who's going to live in that building who would prefer to walk to campus, hopefully on streets that we engineer to be safe, and that we encourage and we educate to be safe, as opposed to yet another car trip from perhaps Southwest Gainesville, where I represent and live, to the center of our city, where there are 50,000 student slots and 20,000 jobs and a whole lot of opportunities for other kind of fun and recreation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. When I think of historic neighborhoods, or historic areas, I live in a historic neighborhood. And it's very, very important to me that we maintain, historic areas. So within the last year, and counting this, we could say that the city has gained or will gain 60 affordable units for citizens. When I look at affordable housing, I'm looking at home ownership. And we're not getting home ownership. We're getting apartments after apartments. And I would say to staff, let's work towards, when we look at affordable housing, let's work towards homes. Homes for people, not just apartments. So I think this is quite a sacrifice to make. And for citizens, this is a giant of a building. I think someone called it a giant. This is a giant. it's not aesthetically pleasing. There's no need for us to make this sacrifice for our citizens. And so I think that if it was further down the street towards the Innovation District, that would be okay for me. But here, within what we call our historic area, you're putting a giant of a building that is just, no matter how I look at it, I can't get beyond that. And so that's where I am on it. I think it's it would be quite a sacrifice for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I wanted to leap off of the historic district. University Heights is such an interesting historic district. It's not the kind that jumps out at you, say, like Duck Pond does, where there's much more kind of aesthetic consistency to it, but it probably has some of the best colonial. Miss Tucker's Colonial Revival is really nice. My favorite bungalows in the city are in this area. But when I think about historic districts, I mean, I think about them, they all serve to a sense of purpose and a sense of place, right? They are designed to preserve the existing homes that are there, that are contributing structures, and to kind of create that sense of place within there. And this one, I was reading through the historic preservation guidelines that currently oversee this, and I like the way they put it. They said, the University Heights Historic Districts North and South are a complex area. The architecture represents a century of Gainesville history with a broad range of styles and materials, which to me speaks to, and it's true, I mean, you walk through there, and I think one of its strengths is in the diversity of different types of architecture that's there. And I think I appreciate the fact that there is going to be a step down into that area, but I'm less, I think this adds to that modern new architecture that is coming in there that kind of serves as a kind of a museum as you're walking through to see, as they said, a century of different types of architectural styles. I wanted to touch also on the PD. I've heard folks talk about the form-based code and some of the, I agree. I think it's important that we have rules that we set up right on the front end, in that I think the form-based code is a huge improvement on what was there before. But just like when it's a plan, right? Just like when I wake up in the morning, I make my to-do list. Someone calls me up, says they need something different, or there's something that goes in a specific direction. You need flexibility for your plans as well. And I think particularly as it relates to urban infill, particularly as it relates to trying to utilize the space that we have in the city to bring people in as opposed to the urban sprawl, sometimes you need that flexibility. Sometimes you need to look at that. And I promise you that, what is it, a year and a half, 2 years that you guys have been working on this? That's not nearly as easy as just doing this as a by right development. This is a long process, and part of it is you have to put them under intense scrutiny. And that's what they've done. I mean, the step down to the historic district, this started at 327 units when this first came to the commission. It's now about half that at 204. The affordable housing, a lot of the streetscaping. I feel comfortable that staff has really held them to account for going through this PD process. And I want to get this out there because I want to point out as it relates to the importance of urban infill, that we happen to be right on the heels of about a week ago. More units than this were approved by our friends across the way, 278 units over clear cutting about 72 acres of land for traditional suburban development. That is the kind of development to me that I try to avoid as it relates to the number of cars that get on the road, the impact that has on our infrastructure, the impact that has on everything else. I really appreciate everyone's passion for trying to put this under intense scrutiny. I would also like to see us hold to intense scrutiny developments that are going on outside of our city limits, so that we are ensuring that we are building into the city and holding that as much to account as we are some of our urban infill projects. So that's my point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Mr. Willits.
I just wanted to add one more thing I maybe perhaps did not hit on strongly enough. When we talk about these new developments, past homes across the city and neighborhoods, that I definitely want our neighbors to know, whether you live in a home by yourself that is completely detached from any other homes, or whether you live in a home where 400 homes are stacked together and you access them by stairs or elevators, you live in a home. If you own it, you're a homeowner. If you rent it, you still live in a home. Your home is where you lay your head at night. And I don't want anybody in our city to think that you somehow are excluded from the idea that Gainesville is your home because of your housing typology. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I don't see any other lights. I'll make my statement and we'll call for a vote on this, and then we're going to take a half-hour break for dinner, and we'll come back and do the zoning after that. And we're going to lose some things that are not time sensitive. I appreciate the passion on both sides of this very, very much. Everybody makes a great and valid point. I'll go back to my earlier point that if someone brought us 20 units, 2 blocks from campus, 50 to 80% AMI, and the city of Gainesville doesn't have to pay for it, we'd say yes in a heartbeat. There's other stuff that comes with this, and a lot of it is unpalatable. It is a big building. It is a change in the way things look from the south. It's not much of a change in the way things look from University Avenue. It's very close to other things that are being built on University Avenue north of the historic district. I said no to PUD south of Depot Park. I have consistently said no to ideas farther out as urban sprawl. I said no to this initially. I said no to the repeal of exclusionary zoning. I'm going to have to say yes to this because I can't keep saying no to housing. I can't keep saying no to housing. It is important to me that we get some affordable housing built, and everybody is for affordable housing. I really honestly believe that everybody wants that. But if we say no to everything, then we're not being honest with ourselves. So I love and appreciate everybody's opinion on this. I'm going to have to support this. That doesn't mean I'm going to support the next PD that comes for us. Doesn't mean I won't. I'm going to take everything on its own merits, but I have gotten to a point here where I realize I've said no to housing over and over and over and over, and that doesn't fix our affordability problem. It just doesn't. Doesn't mean I like this, the way it looks. I'm not an aesthetics guy. But at some point, I think I have to say yes to housing. So that's where I am. I'm going to ask for a vote on this. We have a motion on the floor to approve 2022-536, and this is not roll call because it's correct. This is land use. No, it is. It's an ordinance. You're right. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
No.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan-Walker?
No.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye. All right, that passes 5-2 with Chestnut and Duncan-Walker in dissent. Accurate. All right, we are going to take a half-hour recess. We'll return at 6:30 and try to get ourselves back on track. I do need to consult with the attorney and the manager about what's possible to change up this evening. Let's come back to order. Or something very much like it.
Yeah. Yeah, I just had something to do it.
All right.
All right, I will welcome everyone to the evening session. It is a lot like 5:30, except a little bit later. I'll ask, the scout troop has adjourned, and they're going to join us next commission meeting. And so I would ask everyone to stand up and we'll do the pledge ourselves. And I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and we don't have anyone to receive our proclamations, but I'm going to read them into the record from right here because they're both very useful and worthwhile. First one is for, I believe for Black History Month.
Yeah, I will receive that one.
Okay, well, you want to go down here?
Yeah, I'll
let's do
receive
that.
it.
Yeah. All right, we have two proclamations this evening, and Commissioner Chestnut's going to receive the first one on behalf of the community. Whereas, eager to fill in the historical record for Black Americans, historian Carter G. Woodson created the Association for the Study of African American Life and History in 1915 and founded the Journal of Negro History. It was his conviction that a better understanding of Black history would help overcome prejudice in the United States. And whereas it was because of this conviction that historian Carter G. Woodson spearheaded Negro History Week in 1926, which would become known as Black History Month. It was his belief that if a race has no history, if it has no worthwhile tradition, it becomes a negligible factor in the thought of the world, and it stands in danger of being exterminated. The month of February marks the recognition of Black History Month. This month-long celebration of Black/African American history has been recognized by the United States government for nearly 40 years. And whereas we celebrate the achievements of African Americans and the central role they've played in U.S. history, this Black History Month is important because we are facing a time of unprecedented intolerance. Now, more than ever, we need to stand united and resist these efforts that would take us backwards, not forward. And whereas, from the Revolutionary War through the abolitionist movement to marches from Selma to Montgomery and across America today, African Americans have remained devoted to the proposition that all of us are created equal, even when their own rights were denied. And whereas the city of Gainesville would like to take this time to recognize Black History Month and the contributions African Americans have made to make Gainesville the city that is inclusive to all. The city of Gainesville recognizes the achievements and contributions of African Americans in the areas of education, medicine, politics, criminal justice, religion, business, the arts, social justice, and so much more. And whereas Black History Month has become a central part of African American life and substantial progress has been made in bringing more Americans to appreciate the celebration, I urge all citizens to celebrate our diverse heritage and culture and to continue our efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. And now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim February 2023 as Black History Month in the city of Gainesville and invite all our neighbors to join me in reflecting on the sacrifices and contributions made by generations of African Americans. And let us resolve to continue our march toward a day when every person knows the unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 24th day of January 2023. Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor. There we go. Thank you. And the second one, if anyone wants to, who might be part of Moms Demand or Students Demand Action, you're welcome to join me here. And if not, I'll just read this one for folks at home. Whereas every year, more than 40,000 Americans are killed with guns, and approximately 76,000 more are shot and wounded. And whereas every year, on average, 2,849 Floridians are killed in acts of gun violence, and 5,267 more are shot and wounded. And whereas by early February, more Americans are killed with guns than are killed in our peer countries in an entire calendar year. And whereas a gun violence survivor is anyone who has personally experienced gun violence, whether you've witnessed an act of gun violence, been threatened or wounded with a gun, or had someone you know and cared for wounded or killed. And whereas forms of gun violence can include, but are not limited to, gun suicides, gun homicides, domestic violence involving a gun, shootings by law enforcement and unintentional shootings. And whereas 59% of American adults, including 71% of Black and 60% of Latin Americans, or someone they care for, has experienced gun violence in their lifetimes, demonstrating the reach and impact gun violence has in communities across America. And whereas firearms are the leading cause of death in the United States for children and teens, and whereas people in America and cities across the nation are working to end the senseless violence by advocating for common sense gun safety legislation, and whereas by commemorating National Gun Violence Survivors Week on February 1st through February 7th, cities across America will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives stolen by gun violence. And whereas on both a national and a local level, Moms Demand Action, Students Demand Action, and Mayors Against Illegal Guns have worked diligently and tirelessly to promote common sense gun laws. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of those who are a danger to themselves or others, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our community safe. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim February 1 through 7, 2023 as National Gun Violence Survivors Week in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in supporting their community efforts to prevent the tragic efforts of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this first day of February 2023. Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor.
I would like to say something.
Please do.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I know, right, this is a little non-traditional, but I tend to be that way sometimes. I just wanted to simply reiterate to both the mayor and my colleagues what the importance of the work that we have entered into today is. I thank you so much for the ability to work hand in hand and side by side with all of you to address something that is such a major concern and really that no one has tackled before. But I feel confident that with each of you, we will at least begin to make a dent in this crisis. Thank you so much for agreeing to recognize it as such. I feel confident that the members of this great community here in Gainesville have heard us today and that they're excited now to be brought to the table in this effort as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. All right, before we move into the first piece of business, which will be early public comment, I want to let you all know we're making some changes to the agenda. Item 2023-70, that's residential rental unit permit program, is going to be continued to February 16th. Item 2022-380, a request to vacate a right-of-way, will also be continued to February 16th. Item 2023-59, perpetual easement between 26 Terrace and Southeast 26 Terrace, will also be continued to February 16, as will item 2023-60, another perpetual easement between Northwest 13th Street and Northwest 23rd Avenue. Not because any of those things aren't worth hearing, but because we've had a long day already and we have other items that will need our full attention this evening. With that, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is early public comment.
So this is for anyone who wants to speak to an item that is on the agenda this evening and doesn't want to stay to make that comment. I need you to, if you are interested in making this early public comment, have filled out a card that is specific to that item. Is there anyone here who has already filled out a card that is specific to an item they wish to address at early public comment? Okay, we will move on to the next item.
Our next item is first reading ordinance, item number 2022-537, rezone from urban transit zone U9 to planned development PD, PB 21-00220 ZON. An ordinance number 2022-537, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 1.1 acres of property generally located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Southwest 2nd Avenue and Southwest 10th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from U9, Urban 9 to Planned Development PD, providing land development regulations, providing direction to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Madam Manager, Mr. Edelton, will be representing us? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
It's been
Appreciate
such a
it.
long time.
Thank you for the food break. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Forrest Edelton, Acting Director of Sustainable Development. This, of course, is the zoning that is the associated or is associated with the land use request moving forward. So you have the materials in your backup. You have the staff report, the compatibility with the requirements that are in the land development code as far as the criteria that need to be evaluated, have been evaluated, and those are included in your backup report. If you would like me to do the same presentation again,
Does anyone need the staff
I'm
presentation?
happy to, and I am at your service. Absolutely. But if not, I will not. I would like to take the opportunity for two things. One, a very serious error that I made in the record is that I was actually at AGH when I was not small. I just had forgotten. It was 2008, and I was in there for a car wreck. We did also look up that the demo for that was 9 stories. I don't think it was 9 stories. I think there were 2 floors below ground.
Gotcha.
One of those, I believe, was a pump attached to the spring that was down there that pumped the water out and was also used for the hospital. The second thing is that our agendas now. Yep.
I'm going to ask the attorney to.
Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Elton. This is the quasi-judicial portion. I do think it's appropriate to swear in Mr. Edelton, and I think there probably needs some sort of formal statement to adopt the information and documents and other evidence that were submitted in the land use portion for the quasi-judicial as well. And you were probably about to get to that, and I jumped the gun. If so, I'm sorry.
No,
is there anything
thank you.
else? That's what I mentioned, that the swear in, who's going to testify, including him, and anyone else. So you can swear them both in at the same time, Madam Clerk. Again, I apologize for interrupting.
Okay. So this is Danny's first time doing this?
Yeah,
Does she-
Danny, you're able to take oaths? Are you notary?
Yes.
Okay, you ask them if they agree that everything they're going to say or testify to or introduce into evidence is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay. And will you state your name for the record?
Forrest Edelton.
Jerry Diedenbach.
And do you swear that all the information that you're providing today for the record is truthful and confirmed as such?
I do.
And I do too.
Thank you.
I'm a notary too, if that helps. I do remember one of my projects walking around through City Hall, actually swearing people in while walking through. That was fun. The second thing that I did want to discuss and bring up just for our citizens and of course for the commission to know as well is that for our agendas, you can leave comments on the items. And I did want to bring up that there were comments that were left on the agenda online and staff receives those. Those have gotten to the commission and we do listen to those and incorporate those into our presentations when we can. And if they are early enough, we can even incorporate them into our staff analysis. So there were 2 comments that were left. The last that I looked before this item was supposed to come up, there was 1 for and 1 against. So with that, you have seen my presentation earlier. It is very much the same information and materials. And if there is a statement that I need to make, Mr. Attorney.
Well, just that you'll offer the recommendation that you have for it and adopt the prior information that was submitted in the land use portion.
Yes, so as a part of my submittal as staff, please consider the information that was provided as a part of the land use decision. And I feel like I forgot something.
The recommendation.
And the recommendation for staff is recommending approval of our original recommendation, very much the same conversation that we just had.
Very good. So does anyone, this is your opportunity, I'm going to recognize you in just a moment. Commissioner Sacco, does anyone have any other questions? Now is the time to hit the lights. Commissioner Buck, I'll follow with, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Sacco, and then I'll be with you. Okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, yours is a motion? Okay, well, go ahead.
Yeah, mine was a question down to the city attorney, so we received many emails which were coming into the city comm related to both the land use and the zoning, and are those also supposed to be part of the record, Mr. City Attorney, or something that's done with those to make sure that we comply with the quasi-judicial hearing?
Mr. Mayor, any information that you receive on any items that come before you, it's wise to submit it and make it part of the record. As for information you might receive from any interested parties or people involved with the with this matter, I think you'll have to make a determination whether it was focused on the legislative portion of your decision, and if so, again, that's fair game, and we had the full discussion. The thing I want you to make sure is if you received any information that you think would have a bearing on your decision in the quasi-judicial portion, this is the appropriate time for you to declare that and define it so that if anyone has any question as to whether there are biases that are built in because of it, they're able to confront that and rebut it if they so desire. So if anyone had any communication they feel was directed at the quasi-judicial decision, the rezoning decision, that's upon you. This would be the appropriate time to announce it.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Book, do you conclude anything else? Okay. Commissioner Sacco.
Do you want to ask if we have any comment before I make a motion? I know that's your preferred style now.
Sure. Is there any, well, yeah. Is there any public comment, or do you all want to make another presentation? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Patrice Boyce for the applicant for the rezoning. To expedite matters, but to make sure we have a proper record because we have to be in the shoebox for rezoning. I'd like to move that the record of the proceedings from your land use decision this evening and the 17 exhibits we pre-filed with the clerk all be moved into evidence in support of the rezoning petition before you this evening. And that I can answer any questions if you want to know what that means. But that should speed things up.
Okay.
I know Mr. Diedenbach has a few things to address in rebuttal on the land, on those matters that were left open in the land use.
Okay, thank you.
And again, Jerry Diedenbach, CHW Professional Consultant here. Yes, I have a couple items, and I promise that I will do this as quickly as humanly possible. In rebuttal to comments that were made during the land use, there was a comment made that this would exempt one particular property in the city of Gainesville. To the contrary, it specifically defines unique and definitive use and criteria. There was a statement that there's nothing justifiably unique about this. However, there are several unique factors. It includes a mandatory workforce housing component. It includes a rideshare program. It includes a bicycle maintenance facility. It includes architectural design standards that were not in place that are now, that the applicant is voluntarily adhering to. There was a statement that this will disadvantage those that play by the rules. No, anybody can actually come here and request anything from you all if they want to do a PUD, PD. And it was a statement made that this restrictive covenant could work on regular straight zoning. In fact, it can't work through a restricted covenant, you have to have an enforceable mechanism so that you have the power of zoning over this. There was a statement in here that this was in conflict with the comprehensive plan. Both Forrest Edelton and myself testified to the fact that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I'll show you that slide briefly. There was a statement made that the performa is questionable and Trimark Properties is stepping back. I think that is unbasis and it is not factual. Trimark owns this property until they don't, and I don't see them stepping back at all in the area. There was a statement made that excuse me, this is not a commercial thoroughfare when in fact 2nd Avenue is designated in the city's land development code as a storefront street under the Transect zoning code. And there was a statement made that this throws all the rules out the window. In fact, it defines a stricter set of rules for the property's use. And then finally, there was a statement made that said that this was excessive units creating a ghetto. It absolutely is not doing that, and there are no false narratives that are presented to you under this competent substantial evidence. So I will zip through this as quickly as possible and not walk over the slides that have already been entered as part of the record. This has been underway since October 2021. The request is to go from...
Your mic.
Wrong board.
Oh.
Yeah. This is a request to go from the Urban 9 now to the planned development, which is the only zoning district that can implement the PUD that you adopted earlier this afternoon. All of these slides that talk about the intent and opportunities are the same as from the previous presentation, so I will click through these as quickly as possible. The project sits approximately a block and a half away from the University of Florida, and it is on the block that is connected to University Avenue here through the intersecting street first. All of these items will be included. Bicycle amenities, a shared vehicle program, preferred parking for green vehicles, electric vehicle charging stations, and a scooter share and charging system for all the residents. The project today, I'm trying to make your projector go as quick as possible. You can see the existing conditions there. The alley is generally undefined. So earlier this afternoon, you approved a request to go from urban mixed use high to planned use district. Now we are requesting that you implement that planned use district by the only zoning category in the city of Gainesville that can do that, which is planned development. The project does not represent spot zoning, and the project will comply with the historic preservation 100-foot setback, and buildings that are within this portion of the setback and here will be 60 feet in height, but are requested and you approved previously to have them 5 stories as comparable with those across the street. Clearly evident, the City of Gainesville's Land Development Code, specifically 30-4.8.D.1, shows exactly how the setback should be in the step down to building type, and we are demonstrating that in our project by having a setback, and this has been clearly defined and it has been upheld in numerous DOA cases. The PUD conditions that you adopted this afternoon will translate over into zoning, and the memorandum of understanding with the Gainesville Housing Authority will also be incorporated into that as part of the record. This project meets all the criteria of section 33.14 rezoning in the city of Gainesville, and staff has testified to that fact, and it is in our application and in our presentation and in staff's presentation. This also meets section 30-3.15, the purpose of the planned development. It is encouraging flexible land development, sustainable uses of land and infrastructure, reducing transportation needs, conserving energy, and preserving natural resources. And I think it was clearly articulated this afternoon that this is effectively placing an apartment complex on 1 acre versus multiple acres in the rural area. It integrates different types of land use into one singular development that would not otherwise be possible in other zoning districts. It permits outstanding and innovative residential and non-residential development with quality of life features that will be shared and equitable through all the residents. It encourages internal and external convenient and comfortable travel by foot, bicycle, and transit. It provides flexibility to meet the changing needs of our society, technologies, economies, and consumer preference, and allows for ingenuity and imagination that Piera has done in this building. Achieving overall coordinated building and facility relationships and infill development is established by this application. Also, section 30-3.15.8.1, this is directly tied to the comprehensive plan and the land development code, and all the classifications have been met. This is a map that shows you the contributing structures around here and the fact that we will be maintaining the building outside of the 100-foot historic buffer, and the lower portions of the building will be in the buffer, and the tall portions will be outside here along 2nd Avenue. We've researched the real estate, and we've found no depreciation in any properties surrounding this, with the inclusion of other large story structures or multi-story structures being built in the district. No properties in the area are homesteaded. They are all rental commercial properties. We will be closing multiple entrances along the street fronts of 1st Avenue, 10th Street, and 2nd Avenue in favor of all access occurring internal to the project and the block. The option that you have chosen during the land use is a 204-unit, 557-bed arrangement, which is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. You've seen the elevations here. You've seen the pretty pictures. Your staff has consistently stated since April 28th of 2022 that this application should be approved with conditions. And lastly, one additional thing. While the City Plan Board heard this item, the Historic Preservation Board, as you heard before, took this up. The Historic Preservation Board is not a part of your recommending advisory board bodies in relationship to land use and zoning items. That's why this item didn't go to them. They voluntarily brought this up. There were several inconsistencies in the resolution that was adopted 3 weeks before the Plan Board, unbeknownst to us. There was a statement that this definitive pocket should have been included. And for the record, we wanted to show you that this is the historic district in an aerial oblique. You can see the Innovation District clearly here in the forefront. Here's Infinity Hall. And on the east side of the district, Infinity Hall has 5 stories and is approximately 60 feet tall. The hub building is completely within the district boundary buffer, excepting on its University Avenue frontage. College Manor to the immediate west is 5 stories and in the buffer. Lynn Court Apartments is 5 stories and in the buffer. And lastly, Cascades is 5 stories and in the buffer. So there are clear precedent of what you approved earlier this afternoon occurring with portions of the building being in the historic preservation buffer and being 60 feet or taller. Our proposed building has the step down, so you can see that we are complying in consistent scale, massing, and form, that we will be in that 60-foot range there, and you can see this building massing sort of jelly model, and you can see the other buildings that are to the east, to the north, to the west, to the southwest, and to the southeast that have all been permitted and constructed inside that district buffer. I'm not going to go through the comprehensive plan policies because I've done that previously, and with that I will conclude. Oh yes, the building materials will be consistent with the existing City of Gainesville Land Development Code, which was recently adopted for the Transect zones. So all material choices and color choices are a part of this program. Yep. This is the plan development PD layout plan. It shows you the building area along 2nd Avenue and the northern building here that sits on 1st Avenue. And it shows you that the buildable area is the building and project site, and obviously the project boundary buffers and the transect zones will exist between the property line and the back of curb, and including portions of that, we will be adding sidewalks, landscaping, and building frontage zone along 1st Avenue, 10th, and 2nd Avenue. And that's the PD master plan and its development standards. And with that, I would conclude and make sure that this is all incorporated into the big box of items that I had given you earlier. Yeah, and I think I read this in, but these slides all go into the evidence and competent substantial evidence. Thank you. I tried to do that in 3-4 minutes.
Very nice. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sacco. Well, no, yes. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this? Great. Thank you. That's okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Sacco, now we'll go to you.
Yeah, okay. I move that we adopt ordinance number 2022537 on first reading by title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do you call the roll for us?
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
No.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan-Walker?
No.
Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes 5-2 with Duncan-Walker and Chestnut in dissent, Madam Clerk. So next item.
Our next item is item number 2022-366, ordinance specifying the standards and duties of the city internal auditor. This is an ordinance number 2022-366, an ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, amending the code of ordinances by revising the duties of the city internal auditor, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance and repeal Resolution 150127.
So, Madam Auditor, would you come up for us?
And while she's coming up, Mr. Mayor, if you will, our office assisted the auditor's office under Ms. Bigby and Ms. Anderson in preparing this ordinance. It was our intent in preparing it, and I think our action in preparing it, to update some of the terms of art used in the auditing world and to incorporate elements of duties that were listed in a city commission resolution that had been adopted in the past by the commission, and incorporate them into the ordinance in the interest of transparency, and so that it would all be, again, by ordinance as opposed to resolution, and available and codified for everyone to see. Substantively, I do not believe there's any change affected by this ordinance, but that it updates the terms of art that the auditing organizations want to see when they look at an auditing department, and it ensures that the terms of the resolution are codified in our ordinances.
Thank you. And as some background here, I would say that this goes back at least 6 months or so.
Yes, and honestly, that's the same, I think, statements I think we made then as well. And there were some concerns about it because it seemed to come out of nowhere, but now it certainly isn't coming out of nowhere.
Right.
Everyone's had a chance to look at it.
There's been a great deal of discussion with 2 different auditors at this point, and with all the charter officers, and the discomforts that charter officers had with the language seems to have been allayed, and I believe that that there have been no further discomforts brought forward by other charter officers. I want to make it clear, because this has not, I've seen some news articles to the contrary. This is not commission driven. This was something we had the previous commission had lots of questions about, and actually really took a long time to move forward with, because there were questions. So with that, I would ask you, Ms. Anderson, if you had anything you wanted to add? Or...
Sure, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Brecca Anderson, Interim City Auditor. I would like to take this opportunity to just thank you and thank the City Attorney for his assistance during this process. Ms. Bigby and I started this process, actually we approached it in 2020 with Ms. Shalley. She told us what all we needed to do. So Ms. Bigby pretty much spearheaded, I just supported the process of revising. I shouldn't say revising, because the words are revising in there, but it sounds like we're revising what we do, but what it is just revising the language. So I think that's where some of the challenges came from. And so with this change, one thing about our office is that we've always been Yellow Book, which is the generally accepted government auditing standards. Ever since I've been here, since January of 2008, working in the auditor's office, that's what we've followed. Those are the standards from the GAO. And so while those are good and great, and they do guide our operations, we also have another organization who drives the internal audit function called the Institute of Internal Auditors. And they have a red book. So you have your yellow book and your red book. When I was at the University of Florida, our internal audit office followed the red book. So we thought it would be good if we just did both, and then we'll have complete coverage to show we're as transparent and we're in compliance with standards across the board. So that was the intent of the update, is to bring that in. And so that's why we are now considered an orange book shop instead of just a yellow book. So we're yellow and red, makes orange. So that's one of the main changes that you see. We did not remove the GAGAS is what we call it, but it's the yellow book. Actually on the ordinance that you see before you, it actually moved the language of GAGAS, and it moved it from page 1 to page 4. And since it moved it down to page 4, we added the red book, and we also specified what guidance we follow when we conduct investigations, which includes the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, and I'm a CFE as well. Another reason that we did make this change is because there was like some outdated language, like Mr. Nee said. And so we went in to remove some of the outdated language, like the references were kind of outdated because it's been several years. Our standards require that we do a periodic review of this and make sure that it's updated. And they also require that we mention, and we have to say, hey, we follow the yellow book. Just so happened, we're going through a peer review right now. So they're on site. Well, they were up until 5 o'clock doing a peer review. Yes, the auditors do get audited. So we've been going through that the whole week, and that's one of the things they look at. So we've been able to tell them, hey, this is going before the commission today. So this is something that's underway. Okay. Another thing, like I said, is just up the outdated references. Nothing's really changed except for the key thing that changed was the yellow book. Risk-based audits, I think there was a question on that. With risk-based auditing, we've always done it since I've been here in January 2008. We've always done an annual risk assessment. We've always included management. We've always done our own outside reviews, and then we rank it based on the higher risk. And we go around and we look at the higher risk areas. The language just so happened to be in the resolution. So we decided to bring that language over to show, okay, this is our approach as the standards say we should do. Instead, if we weren't doing that, it would be more of a periodic or cyclical view. And like, I'm gonna do this audit every year, maybe it's not a high risk area. So we just wanna make sure through our independent assertions, our reviews, that we're covering the highest risk areas. So that was our approach. I think there was one more note I'd like to say. Okay, yes, and we are also, I think also with just ensuring that our responsibility, one of our main responsibilities as well, is that we shall perform the duties of Inspector General. So the title is City Auditor's Office, but we also serve as the Inspector General, and those duties include conducting fraud investigations of fraud, waste, and abuse. So that's part of our duties. So that is included in section 2176, subsection I of the revised ordinance. It says that we shall perform those duties. Okay, any questions?
Anybody have any questions? No. Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Ms. Auditor. So you actually answered several of the questions I had just for context, since the process had gone back from Mayor to a couple of years, so that was helpful. So we started in the process in 2020, and it would be accurate to say then the former auditor, yourself, and the city attorney's office worked in collaboration to draft the document. Is that accurate? Absolutely. That's what I was hearing. And then the continuity of duties has not changed, but some of your language has changed. There's been no change in functionality, accountability, or duties.
Correct, that is correct. Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. Is the language consistent with what you've seen in other auditor types of positions?
Yes.
In other, for example, municipalities?
Yes, it has. I actually I conducted a peer review in Austin last year, because that's required, that if we're gonna have a peer review, one of us have to go do it. And so we saw it similar, and it was the city, it was Cap Metro. We did a review of their auditor's office. It was consistent language as well. And Ginger conducted a lot of research. So she did a whole lot of research. So we have loads and loads of things she looked at to pull that information in. And more than anything, just the yellow book and the red book, ensuring that those are in line. Right now it's looking good. We get our report, you get talked to on Monday, Mayor Ward, about the results of the peer review. I think it's one thing, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't address you. If I can, one key thing is that some of the information from the resolution also went into the procedures, because the resolution, when it was revised in 2016, it brought in like duties that were kind of like our procedure manual type things. So we moved some of that language over to the procedure manual. That's where you'll see more of the specific information. So it's captured, but you can't include all that in there. It'll be 100 pages, so.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to go to the public first, and then I'll come back for a motion. Anyone from the public have any comments on this? And Mr. O'Brien, did you sign a card, or is this impromptu? Okay. Mr. O'Brien, did you actually sign a card for this item?
I turned in the card at the beginning.
For
of the
this
meeting.
item?
I put on there all items.
That's not what we're doing, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, really?
Really, that's...
What would you like us to do?
So for this item, I'm going to, since you're already here, I'm going to allow you to speak. What everyone else throughout the day who has spoken has done is filled out a card specific to the item.
Mhm.
Instead of saying, just ask me, we're doing it for each item.
Okay,
So
well, they
for
accepted-
future reference.
They accepted that card at the beginning of the meeting. and
Yes, sir.
things were
I had a
changing
conversation
around,
with
so I
them.
I
Yes,
don't know
I-
how I would have your
I had a
ever-changing
conversation
agenda.
with the folks who accepted it, and I know the conversations that you had with them as well. I'm
Right.
going to let you go ahead and do this, but for the next things, please fill out a card.
What?
If you want to speak to anything else this evening, please fill out a card for the item that you want to speak to. Now, go ahead and speak.
I have an issue with that because.
I understand that you have an issue with it, sir. Go ahead and
Yeah,
speak
it's
to the
it's a
item.
limitation of our ability to speak on items that are
It
forever
really is not,
changing.
sir. It's part of the orderly function of the meeting. If you'd like to speak on this item, this is a
Okay.
good time to do it.
Okay, good. I appreciate Ms. Anderson taking the time to explain to us the combination of the yellow book and the red book. I'm very concerned with the sudden departure of Ms. Bigby, but I have total faith in Ms. Anderson. I do think, given the gang hiring that occurred in the basement the other day, and the fact that Ms. Anderson has worked here for 8 years at the city, I think it was unfair to her to not also extend an offer to hire her as a charter officer, given her. Why are you shaking your head, sir?
Well, I'm nodding my head, actually, sir, but if you would speak to the item before us, that would be important.
I'm attempting to do that. So I think it was discriminatory and
Sir,
unfair.
if you would please speak to the item before us.
I am, sir.
No, sir, you went far afield from that. Speak to this item, please.
So, I think it was a bit discriminatory not to hire the city auditor at the same time that everyone else was hired. And
Sir, do you intend to speak to this item or not?
yes, sir, I'm speaking to the standards and duties of the city internal auditor.
Sir, you're speaking to an item that we dealt with at the beginning of the meeting today. Please speak to the item before us.
I don't understand what the problem is, sir.
Do you have an opinion on the change in ordinance before us? That
Yes.
you would like to address? Please address that then. That would be great.
That's what I'm talking about, is the city auditor.
No, sir, you're not.
I'm sorry.
You're talking about the auditor. You're not talking about the item before us. And I think we both know that, sir.
Just like you're gaslighting me the other day after the Sunshine meeting.
Sir.
This is unreasonable.
I'm going to ask you to conclude or speak to the item.
So, to change these rules while you're in the middle of major audits, I think is an issue that should be looked at in depth by the people that are looking into the organization. I don't remember this being one of the items on their list, but we'll go ahead and I'll bring that up to the folks in Tallahassee so that somebody will let me actually get the point across, can decide whether it's appropriate to change the scope of the auditor's duties in the middle of this big audit that you don't seem to be responding to. It's been a year and you've only addressed one item on a list of 18. See you next week, Harv.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Let the record show that we have in fact addressed the items in the legislative audit and that we are not changing the scope of the auditor's duties in this. Madam Auditor and Madam Manager, if you would like to address that, this is an opportunity to do so. I want to keep the record clean and straight.
Okay, are you referring to the scope of our duties?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? Yes, the scope of our duties have not changed in that. It's just the standards that we follow. We brought in when we didn't delete any of them. We still conduct audits. We still conduct investigations. We still conduct special requests from management, which we get quite a few. We still manage the hotline where we have the anonymous reporting, and just additional activities that are needed, like any agreed upon procedure reviews. That's part of our duties. And we also administer the contracts for the external auditors.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Manager?
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I don't have any comment relative to the ordinance before us. It's totally in the domain of the auditor. If you want me to speak to the state auditor general's, findings and the meeting next week, I'm happy to do that, but it's not the item before us.
Well, we'll talk about that another time then. All right. Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Desmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the city commission adopt the proposed ordinance and repeal resolution 150127, ordinance number 2022-366.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and that is also a roll call, correct? Good.
Commissioner Book,
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut,
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan-Walker,
Aye.
Commissioner Willets,
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman,
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye. All right, that passes unanimously. Next item.
Our next item is our second reading ordinance. Ordinance number 2023-07, an ordinance revising civil citation penalties and code enforcement fines and liens. Ordinance number 2023-07, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Section 2-339, applicable codes and ordinances to revise civil citation penalties for violations of certain ordinances, amending Section 2-388.1, administrative fines and liens, to authorize the reduction of assessed costs in code enforcement cases, amending Section 13-17, adoption of the International Property Maintenance Code to require the removal of remediation of hazardous trees, and amending Section 30-8.44, violations, enforcement, and penalties to delete procedures for landscape and tree management provisions that are being recodified in Section 13-17, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date, with the recommendation that the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Attorney, did you want to address this, or you want someone from the manager's office to?
Yeah, this is second reading, Mr. Mayor. The ordinance that's in question mainly reorganizes some of the civil citation section. It deals deals to a certain extent with hazardous tree regulation, and from our perspective, it also empowers the magistrate, when compliance is achieved in a code enforcement matter, to consider repealing or rescinding fines that's already in place, but also empowers them to consider repealing or rescinding costs as appropriate in cases that have come into compliance. I know that Mr. Backhouse is here. If I've misstated anything, or if there's anything else that he may want to add from the code enforcement perspective.
Okay. Commissioner Eastman, a question or? No, okay, all right. So anyone from the public signed up to make a comment on this? Okay. All right, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the city adopt ordinance number 2023-07 on second reading by title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and this is also roll call.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan-Walker?
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye. All right, that passes unanimously. Once again, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is commission comment.
Okay, do we have any commission comments? been a busy day. I want to thank you all for your work. We accomplished a great deal, and we'll have another busy meeting on the 16th. Now, I do want to announce that has been alluded to several times, and as many of you have probably heard, I will be attending next Thursday in lieu of the general policy meeting. The Joint Legislative Audit Committee, on behalf of the city, the request of the mayor. I'm also planning for at least 4 of our charter officers to come along to make sure that we can answer whatever questions are asked. And as a result of that, there won't be charter officers for the most part available for general policy. And I'm going to ask that we move all the items from February 16th forward to, not February 16th, February 9th to the following scheduled general policy meeting. And that'll, it's inconvenient, but certainly we want to answer whatever questions the Legislative Audit Committee has for us, and I'm happy to do that. So, all right, anything else? All right, we are adjourned.